Pageros, plural of pagero. Eders, plural of pager. Pags, a surname. Pegulation 9, an optical imaging agent administered via intravenous injection. Peginegulcidase alpha, an enzyme replacement therapy for the treatment of Fabry disease. Pegas, plural of pegu. Pegosamid, a growth hormone receptor antagonist used in the treatment of acromegaly. P-gel, a functional group similar to the molecule polyethylene glycol PEG. Petal, alternative form of PE-gel. PE-gylate, the subject of PE's lesion to react polyethylene glycol PEG with a protein such as interferon in order to resist its presence to the immune system. Pegylate, alternative form of PE-gylate. PE-gylate, treated or reacted with polyethylene glycol PEG. Pegylated, simple past and past participle of pegylate, alternative form of PE-gylated. PE-gylates. Third person singular simple present indicative of PE-gylate. Pegylates. Third person singular simple present indicative of pegylate, alternative form of PE-gylates. PE-gylating. Present participle and gerund of PE-gylate. Pegylating. Present participle and gerund of pegylate, alternative form of PE-gylating. PE-gylation. The process of covalent attachment of PEG polyethylene glycol polymer chains to another molecule, normally a drug or therapeutic protein. Pegylation, alternative form of PE-gylation. PE-gylations, plural of PE-gylation. Pegylations, plural of pegylation. P-gels, plural of PE-gel. Pegels, plural of pegel. Alternative form of P-Semitic letter. Peogi, alternative form of Peogi. Peogi, a Latin alphabet-based orthography for Hokkien created and introduced by Presbyterian Christian missionaries in the 19th century. Petsai, alternative form of Petsai. Chivo, a town in eastern North Macedonia. Howan, a wrestler. Howans, plural of Howan. Pel, a surname from German. Palavan, alternative form of Palavan. Palavans, plural of Palavan. Pallavi, alternative form of Pahlavi. Palavis, plural of Pahlavi. Pehlevan, a Turkish wrestler in the sport of Yagli Gurish Turkish oil wrestling. Pehlevans, plural of Pehlevan. Pels, plural of Pale. Helvi, alternative form of Pahlavi. Palewan, alternative form of Pahalwan. Palewans, plural of Palewan. Paho syndrome, a neurodegenerative disorder involving progressive encephalopathy with edema, hypsarrhythmia, and optic atrophy. Hasa A surname. Hassant, plural of Payasan. Pez, plural of Pay. Payuanch, an indigenous people of South America, part of the Mapuche. Hut, initialism of Prince Edward Island, a province of Canada. Hut, a surname. Hedong, synonym of Century Ag. Beijing, alternative form of Beijing. Pegam, alternative form of Bagan Island. Peiping, Beijing. Pes, misspelling of peace. Pesas, misspelling of pieces. Iker? Alternative form of Beijing. Peril stress, the force needed to move a dislocation within a plane of atoms in a unit cell. Peril stresses, plural of perils stress. Payfor, a surname. Payfers, plural of payfer. Payfer, a surname. Payfers, plural of payfer. Peignoir, a long outer garment for women, usually sheer and made of chiffon and often sold with matching nightgown, negligee, or underwear. Peignoirs, plural of peignoir. Pagan, alternative form of Bagan Island. Pagan Tang, synonym of Bagan Island. Takeoff, a surname. Hell, a surname. Hell, a surname. A commune of Alpes Maritimes Department, France. Péan, a commune of Alpes Maritimes Department, France. Pélanex, a commune of Haute-Savoie Department, France. Pales, plural of pale. Alternative form of peen. Penado, a surname. Penados, plural of penado. Painan, alternative form of Bainan. Thanked, obsolete form of paint. Fainted, simple past and past participle of paint. Painting, present participle and gerund of paint. Thanks, third person singular simple present indicative of paint. Pem, a surname. Pain forte et door, crushing, an old form of punishment torture in which the prisoner's body was pressed with heavy weights. Pen, simple past and past participle of pain. Pains, plural of pain. Feigning, present participle and gerund of pain. Vainovich. A surname. Pains, plural of pain. Pleiotropic, misspelling of pleiotropic. Thebe. Vijay, Peeping duck, alternative form of Peking duck. Papinger, a person from Paping. Papingers, plural of Papinger. Petsy, synonym. Squad. Pebas, a large freshwater lake on the border between Estonia and Russia in northern Europe. It is the 5th largest lake in Europe and the largest in Estonia. The lake consists of 3 parts: Peipsi-Chudsko, Pikku-Piskovsko, Lemmiov-Teplo. Parameter, a dynamometer for measuring the force required to draw wheel carriages on roads of different constructions. Parameters, plural of parameter. Parastic, experimental or tentative. Parastically, in a parastic manner. Res, a surname transferred from the given name. Pers arrow, the downward arrow symbol, down arrow denoting the NOR operation. Pairs arrows. Plural of pairs arrow. Peirce's law. The classically valid but intuitionistically non-valid formula P right arrow Q right P of propositional calculus, which can be used as a substitute for the law of excluded middle in implicational propositional calculus. Peircean, of or pertaining to Charles S. Peirce, 19th, 20th century American logician, mathematician, scientist, and philosopher, founder of pragmatism. Peircean, alternative form of Peircean. Parasaur, any archosaur in the family Parasauridae. Parasaurs, plural of parasaur. Thus, a surname transferred from the given name. Pearson, a surname, variant of Pearson. Persons, plural of person. Thus, plural of pay. Pesant, heavy, massive, forcible. Hus, to weigh or measure the weight of, to poise. Pies, simple past and past participle of pies. Pies, plural of pies. Peshwa, alternative form of Peshwa. Peshwa, alternative form of Peshwa. Peshwas, plural of Peshwa. Peshwaship, alternative form of Peshwaship. Peshwaships, plural of Peshwaship. Peshwas, plural of Peshwa. Peshwaship, alternative form of Peshwaship. Peshwaships, plural of Peshwaship. Pising, present participle and gerund of pies. Paysostratum, of or relating to Paysostratum. Paysostratum, of or relating to the ancient Greek tyrant Paysostratus ruled 546-527 BC, or his family, particularly his 2 sons, Hipparchus and Hippias. Paysostratus, tyrant of Athens from 546 to 527/8 BC, who promoted cultural and financial prosperity of Athens. Paysway, a monoclinic white mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, sodium, and sulfur. Heister, a surname. Peteo, alternative form of Bede. That, initialism, a phenylethyl isocyanate. Theo, one of the Chairites and a consort of Hermes. Hegu, alternative form of Beidou in Changhua County, Taiwan. Petrol, alternative form of Poitrol. Petrols, plural of petrol. Big Soto, a surname from Portuguese. Big Sotos, plural of Big Soto. Pit, alternative form of pies. Theis, simple past and past participle of peas. Theas, third person singular simple present indicative of peas. He is a present participle and gerund of peas. Heda, the fourth largest city in Kosovo and the seat of its eponymous municipality and district. Peja Bistrik, a river in Kosovo. Peja Bay, the edible fruit of the tropical peach Palmbactris gassipes, a single-seeded drupe, a piwa. Pejabes, plural of Pejabay. Pedre, to become or make something worse, to deteriorate, to worsen. Pejorated, simple past and past participle of pejorate. Pejorates, third person singular simple present indicative of pejorate. Pejorated, present participle and gerund of pejorate. Pejoration, the act or process of becoming worse, worsening or degeneration. Pejorationists, synonym of pejorist. Pejorationists, plural of pejorationists. Pejorations, plural of pejoration. Pejorative, disparaging, belittling, or derogatory. Pejoratively, in a pejorative manner, insultingly, disparagingly, so as to belittle another or harm their reputation. Pejorativeness, the quality of being pejorative. Pejoratives, plural of pejorative. Pejorativization, the process by which a term gains a more negative connotation over time. Pejorism, the belief that the world is becoming worse. Pejorist, one who believes that the world is getting worse. Pejorist, plural of pejorist. Pejorative, pejoration, process of making or becoming worse. Pejorize, to render pejorative. Pejorize, simple past and past participle of pejorize. Pejorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pejorize. Pejorizing, present participle and gerund of pejorize. Pejrikin, a protein that regulates the function of hair cells. Pekchak, frustrated, exasperated, fed up. Pekala, a surname from Polish. Pekalas, plural of Pekala. Pekalongan, a city in central Java, Indonesia. Pekalski, a surname from Polish. Pekalskis, plural of Pekalski. Pekin, a fisher cat or fisher Pekinia penanti sin, marks penanti. Pekanbaru, the capital and largest city of Riau, Indonesia. Pekins, plural of Pekin. Pekapu, alternative form of Peekapoo. Pekapus, plural of Pekapoo. That are a surname. Bakar. A surname. Fekarks, plural of Pecker. Vakars, plural of Pekhar. Peppa, delete spelling of pecan. Bit, a Pekingese dog. Pig face, having a flattish face resembling that of the Pekingese dog, applied to certain Persian cats of a breed that arose in the 1950s. Petifu, alternative form of peekapoo. Pekipoos, plural of pekipoo. Veta. Initialism of Palietherkitonetherkitonketo. Pekel. A municipality of Groningen, Netherlands. Pekipoe. Alternative form of peekapoo. Pekipoos, plural of pekapoo. This plural of peak. Pekit. Pronunciation spelling of peak, sickle looking, peaky. Theki, a Pekingese dog. Pekis, plural of peck. Pachyloestrin, a particular steroid glycoside. Pekin, obsolete form of Peking. Pekin duck, either of two breeds of domestic duck used primarily for egg and meat production. Pekin ducks, plural of Pekin duck. Pekin robin, a bird, the red-billed Laethrix lutea. Pekin robins, plural of Pekin robin. Pekingese, alternative form of Pekingese. Pekineses, plural of Pekingese. Pekin, dated form of Beijing, a direct administered municipality, the capital city of China. Pekin duck, a Chinese dish consisting of roasted duck, skin, small pancakes, hoisin sauce, and other ingredients. Peking man, a long-extinct hominid who lived in prehistoric China. Peking man, alternative form of Peking man. Peking opera, a form of traditional Chinese theater which combines music, vocal performance, mime, dance, and acrobatics. Peking operas, plural of Peking opera. Peking ravioli. Jiaoli. Peking robin, alternative form of Pekin robin. Peking robins, plural of Peking robin. Peking willow, a willow of species Salix babylonica, with pendulous branches, native to China. Peking willows, plural of Peking willow. Pekinger, a native or inhabitant of Peking. Pekingers, plural of Pekinger. Pekingese, the Beijing dialect of Chinese as distinct from standardized Mandarin. Pekingeses, plural of Pekingese. Pekingese, alternative form of Pekingese. Pekingeses, plural of Pekingese. Pekingological, relating to Pekingology. Pekingologist, one who studies Pekingology. Pekingologists, plural of Pekingologists. Pekingology, the study of the behavior of the government of the People's Republic of China. Pekins, plural of Peking. The acronym of Palietherkitonketo. Veki, a black person. Pekis, plural of Peki. Pico, a high-quality black tea made using young leaves grown in Sri Lanka, India, Java, and the Azores. Picas, plural of pico. Vepa, an orthorhombic pyramidal lead gray mineral containing bismuth, copper, lead, selenium, and sulfur. Decavite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal colorless mineral containing boron, oxygen, silicon, and strontium. Peckbeck shorts. Extremely short shorts worn by women that exposes the buttocks. Thou. Peck. Tall. Hell's fishing owl. Scotopelia pelli, a large owl that feeds nocturnally on fish and frogs snatched from the surface of lakes and rivers. Hell's fishing owls. Plural of Hell's fishing owl. No. A Burmish language spoken in Western Yunnan, China. Pelidophobia. The fear of baldness or bald people. Thales, a surname from Spanish. Pele is plural of peles. Pelid, fur, hair, or any other form of the coat of a mammal. Pelages, plural of pelage. Pelago, synonym of pelagic. Pelagian, of or pertaining to Pelagius circa 354-420/440, an ascetic who denied the need for divine aid in performing good works. Pelagian Islands, a group of islands of Italy south of Sicily. Pelagianism, a Christian belief that denies the view of original sin and the necessity of grace, asserting that man is capable of achieving salvation by his own efforts. Pelagianist, a Pelagian. Pelagianistic, relating to Pelagianism. Pelagianists, plural of Pelagianists. Pelagianize, to make Pelagian. Pelagianize, simple past and past participle of Pelagianize. Pelagianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Pelagianize. Pelagianizing, present participle and gerund of Pelagianize. Pelagians, plural of Pelagian. Pelagiarian, a member of the controversial fish clade Pelagiaria, including the Acanthomorpha, Percomorpha, and certain potentially related extinct fishes. Pelagibacter, any marine bacterium of the genus Pelagibacter. Pelagibacters, plural of Pelagibacter. Pelagic, living in the open sea rather than in coastal or inland waters. Pelagic trawl, a trawl that goes through the water column rather than on the bottom. Pelagic trawls, plural of pelagic trawl. Pelagic zone, the mass of water in a lake or ocean not close to the bottom and not near the shore. Pelagic zones, plural of pelagic zone. Pelagically, in a pelagic way, in or of the open sea. Pelagics, plural of pelagic. Pelagi Islands, the three small islands of Lampedusa, Lampione, and Lanosa, located in the Mediterranean Sea between Malta and Tunisia, south of Sicily. Pelagialid, any extinct mollusk in the family Pelagialidae. Paladialids, plural of Paladialid. Pelagies, the Pelagi Islands, the islands in the Mediterranean that belong to Italy. Pelidae, any jellyfish in the family Pelagidae. Pelides, plural of Pelidae. Pelagio, a surname. Pelados, plural of Pelagio. Pelagivage, a bacteriophage of the open sea. Pelagivages, plural of pelagivage. Pelagius, a male given name of historical usage. Pelagobenthic, pelagic and benthic. Pelagothal, any fish that lives or spawns in the open sea. Pelagophilis, relating to Pelagafuli. Pelagophils, plural of pelagophil. Pelagaphily, the condition of being a pelagophil. Pelagophycean, any marine alga of the class Pelagophyceae. Pelagophyceans, plural of Pelagophycean. Pelagophyte, any of several heterocont algae of the class Pelagophyceae. Pelagophyte, plural of Pelagophyte. Pelagornithae, any extinct bird in the family Pelagornithidae. Pelagornithids, plural of Pelagornithid. Pelagosaur, any of the extinct crocodile-like animals of genus Pelagosaurus which lived during the Jurassic period. Pelagosaurs, plural of Pelagosaur. Pelagosite, a pisolitic variety of aragonite. Pelagathuia, any sea cucumber in the family Pelagathuidae. Pelagathuids, plural of Pelagathuia. Pelanterin, a serotonin antagonist. Pelargic, relating to the stork bird. Pelargon, aldehyde, nonenal. Pelargonate, any salt or ester of pelargonic acid. Pelargonates, plural of pelargonate. Pelargonia, plural of Pelargonia. Pelargonic, of or pertaining to plants of the genus Pelargonium. Pelargonic acid, an aliphatic carboxylic acid, CHCH2 nonanoic acid, used in the manufacture of plastics, pharmaceuticals, etc. Pelargonidin, an andesite 2,4-hydroxyphenylchromylium 3,5,7-triol found in geraniums and several soft berries. Pelargonidins, plural of pelargonidin. Pelargonin, an anthocyanin that is a glucoside of pelargonidin. Pelargonium, an extract of the rose geranium. Pelargonium sidoids, used as an alternative medicine. Pelargoniums, plural of pelargonium. Pelargonoil, the univalent radical derived from pelargonic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Pelargonoils, plural of pelargonoil. Pelarspavirus, any RNA virus of the genus Pelarspavirus. Pelarspaviruses, plural of Pelarspavirus. Pelasgians, Pelasgian, an inhabitant of pre-Hellenic Greece. Pelasgians, plural of Pelasgian. Pelasgic, Pelasgian. Pelasoi, the Pelasgians. Pella, alternative spelling of pilaf, dish of brown rice, etc. Pelos, plural of Pella. Pella, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Gateshead, Tyne and Ware, England OS Grid Ref NZ 2962. PelV, a gene which encodes pectate lyase B from Pelvicia caniculata and barnacles. Pel, a surname from Czech. Pelcaster, a surname from Spanish. Pelcasters, plural of Pelcaster. Pelch, a surname. Peltzat, a surname. Peltats, plural of Pelchat. Thelpo, initialism of Pampanga Electric Corporation. Phelps, plural of Pelk. Hill, the Hawaiian goddess of fire. And volcanoes. Heel, hair. The volcanic glass threads or fibers form when small particles of molten material are thrown into the air and spun out by the wind into long hair-like strands. Peel's tear. Singular of Peel's tears. Peel's tears. Small black pieces of solidified lava form when airborne particles of molten material fuse into tear-like drops of volcanic glass. Peel Tai, describing an eruption or volcano similar to that of Peel on Io, the moon of Jupiter. Pella, synonym of Melicote, a plant of the genus Pellia. Pellan, of or relating to Mount Pelée, a volcano in northern Martinique. Pelias, plural of Pellia. Pelican, archaic form of pelican. Pelican, and any member of the family Pelicanidae, a pelican. Pelicanids, plural of pelicanid. Pelicaniform, any bird of the order Pelicaniformes. Pelicaniforms, plural of pelicaniform. Pelicanoidid, any bird in the family Pelicanoididae, a diving petrel. Pelicanoidids, plural of pelicanoidae. Pelicanos, a surname. Pelicans, plural of pelican. Pelichidae, a surname from Polish. Pelichides, plural of Pelichidae. Pelicinid, any wasp in the family Pelicinidae. Pelicinids, plural of pelicinid. Koi, hatchet-shaped. Pelicornchid, any fly of the family Pelicornchidae. Pelicornchids, plural of Pelicornchid. Pelicepod, any of the Pelicepoda. Pelicepods, plural of Pelicepod. Thou, the Coregonus peld, a whitefish of the Salmonidae family, endemic to northern Europe and Russia. Pelds, plural of peld. Pelly, an island in the Canadian province of Ontario, located in the western half of Lake Erie. Pele, a male given name from Hebrew. Peleus, plural of Pele. Heel house, a fortified house. Heel houses, plural of heel house. Palau, one of the islands of Palau. Tole, an island of the Banggai archipelago in the province of Central Sulawesi, Indonesia. Pellerin, a pilgrim. Pellerin, a kind of short cape or covering for the shoulders, associated especially with medieval pilgrims of any gender. Pellerians, plural of pellerin. Pellerins, plural of pellerin. Pella, the Pelethites. Pelethite, a member of an ethnic group in the Levant mentioned in the Bible. Pelethites, plural of Pelethite. Peloton, a small pellet or ball. Pelotons, plural of peloton. Haues, a Greek hero, son of Aeacus, and Endagus, brother of Telamon, and father of Achilles. Obsolete form of Palau. Pelwan, obsolete form of Palon. Helens, plural of Helen. Wealth, money, riches, gain, especially when dishonestly acquired, lucre matter. Wealth, alternative form of help. Healthy, a self-taken photograph of one's pet. Healthies, plural of healthy. Healthish, of the nature of health, undignified, trashy. Healthrag. Health. Helfrey, a surname. Helfries, plural of Helfrey. Helfries, plural of Helfrey. Helfrey, alternative form of Helfrey. Helps, plural of Hell. Pelham, a suburb of Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS grid ref SB 108368. Pelhams, plural of Pelham. Pelican, a place in Australia. Pelican Crossing, a pedestrian crossing with traffic lights operated by pedestrians. Pelican crossings, plural of pelican crossing. Pelican eel, and deep-sea eel Eurypharynx pelicanoids, the only known member of the genus Eurypharynx and family Eurypharyngidae, which is rarely seen by humans, although occasionally caught in fishing nets. Pelican eels, plural of pelican eel. Pelican flower, any of several tropical vines of the genus Aristolochia, especially Aristolochia grandiflora, the shape of whose flowers suggests a pelican. Pelican flowers, plural of pelican flower. Pelican gulper, synonym of pelican eel. Pelican gulpers, plural of pelican gulper. Pelican island, an island of Antigua and Barbuda. Pelican pot, an enamelware kettle with a distinctive pouring spout for brewing hand-drip coffee. Pelican pots, plural of pelican pot. Pelican state, official nickname for Louisiana, a state of the United States. Pelican's foot, any of the Aporidae family of seas nails. Pelicanish, resembling or characteristic of a pelican. Pelicanas, someone who attempts to explain away UFO reports by means of any explanation, however illogical. Pelicanists, plural of pelicanist. Pelicanlike, resembling or characteristic of a pelican. Pelicanries, plural of pelicanry. Pelicanry, a colony of pelicans. Pelicans, plural of pelican. Pelic, an American coot, species Feolica americana. Felix, plural of pelic. Pelico, a surname from Catalan. Pelicos, plural of pelico. Pelignoma, a circumscribed, elevated, livid patch on the skin. Peligny, alternative form of peligny. Pelignian, alternative form of pelignian. Pelignians, plural of pelignian. Peligets blue, a blue pigment made from silica with copper oxide, lime, and soda. Pelicky, plural of peli. Pelici, plural of peli. Pelican, a surname from Czech of German or Czech origin. Pele, a ceramic container of ancient Greece, similar to an amphora. Pelix, plural of pelite. Pelenkavac, a liqueur made from wormwood, originating in the Balkans. Halioma, a livid bruise. Haliometa, plural of halioma. Haliomycin, a particular cytotoxic agent. Helen, a mountain in Thessaly, northern Greece, forming a peninsula between the Pagasetic Gulf and the Aegean Sea. Hellenic, relating to Pelion. Helios assay, a particular steroid glycoside. Haliosis, Haliosis hepatis, an uncommon vascular condition characterized by randomly distributed blood-filled cavities throughout the liver. Hellas, a fur-lined robe or cloak, especially as part of a uniform. Hellasers toadflax, synonym of Jersey toadflax. Hellasers toadflax, synonym of Jersey toadflax. Hellasera, a surname from Italian. Hellases, plural of Hellas. Hellasser, a surname from French in turn from Occitan. Hellasers, plural of Hellasser. Hellite, a sedimentary rock containing very fine particles. Hellites, plural of Hellite. Hellitic, relating to or containing hell. Helitino, a particular kinase inhibitor. Halidoxol, a particular glycinamide ribonucleotide formyltransferase inhibitor. Pelizaeus-Merzbacher disease, a rare leukodystrophy in which coordination, motor abilities, and intellectual function are delayed to variable extents. Velka, the former name of Pelikanos, Kazani, Greece. Pelpes, plural of Pelka. Pelki, a surname. Pelkis, plural of Pelki. Pelkosenemy, a municipality of Lapland, Finland. A surname. Pell City, a city in Alabama, United States, and one of the 2 county seats of St. Clair County. Pell equation, alternative form of Pell's equation. Pell equations, plural of Pell equation. Pell Grant, a subsidy provided by the United States federal government to students who need it to pay for college. Pell Grants, plural of Pell Grant. Pell-mell, alternative form of Pell-mell. Pell number, an infinite sequence of integers that comprises the denominators of the closest rational approximations to the square root of 2. Pell numbers, plural of Pell number. Pell's equation, the Diophantine equation x2 my 2 equals 1 for a given integer m to be solved in integers x and y. Pell's equations, plural of Pell's equation. Pell-Fermat equation, synonym of Pell's equation. Pell-Fermat equation, plural of Pell-Fermat equation. Pell-mell, hasty and uncontrolled. Pell, an ancient city, capital of the ancient kingdom of Macedonia. Pelak, a purpose. Pelax, plural of Pelak. Pelage, the duty on hides, furs, and skins. Pellagra, a disease characterized by skin lesions and mental confusion, primarily caused by a niacin deficiency. Pelagragenic, causing pellagra. Pellagrous, plural of pellagra. Pelagric, related to or suffering from pellagra. Pelagrin, one who is afflicted with pellagra. Pelagrins, plural of pelagrin. Pelagroi, resembling pellagra. Pelagros, alternative form of pelagrus. Pelagrus, related to or suffering from pellagra. Pelamountain, wild thyme Thymus serpillum. Pellant, a surname from French. Pellant, plural of pellant. Pellet, a surname. Pellants, plural of pellant. Peller, sorcerer, wizard. Pellard, a surname. Pellers, plural of peller. Pella, obsolete form of pilaf rice dish. Pellecchia, a surname from Italian. Pellecchias, plural of pellecchia. Dev, simple past and past participle of Pel. Pellegrin, a surname from French. Pellegrina, a short cape worn by some Roman Catholic clergy. Pellegrinas, plural of Pellegrina. Pellegrinus dieta syndrome, the ossification of the superior part of the medial collateral ligament of the knee. Pellegrino, a surname from Italian. Pellegrinos, plural of Pellegrino. Pellegrins, plural of Pellegrin. Peller, a surname. Pellerin, a surname from French. Pellerins, plural of Pellerin. Pellerita, a surname from Italian. Pelleritos, plural of Pellerito. Pellers, plural of Peller. Pellet, a small. Compressed, hard chunk of matter. Pellet drum, a drum membranophon that has two heads and produces sound through two pellets tied to the body of the drum and manipulated so as to strike the heads. Pellet drums, plural of pellet drum. Pellet gun, a small gun that propels a pellet by using a compressed spring rather than an explosion of gunpowder or other means. Pellet guns, plural of pellet gun. Pellet molding, a narrow band ornamented with small flat discs. Pellet moldings, plural of pellet molding. Pellet stove, a stove that burns compressed wood or biomass pellets. Pellet stoves, plural of pellet stove. Pelletable, that can be formed into pellets. Pellet, in the form of pellets. Pelleted, a surname from French. Pelleted, simple past and past participle of pellet. Pelleter, a machine for forming ingredients into pellets to feed animals. Pelleters, plural of pelleter. Pelleterin, an alkaloid obtained from pomegranate bark and used as a tenifuge. Pelleting, present participle and gerund of pellet. Pelletization, alternative form of pelletization. Pelletizations, plural of pelletization. Pelletize, alternative form of pelletized. Pelletized, simple past and past participle of pelletized. Pelletizer, alternative form of pelletizer. Pelletizers, plural of pelletizer. Pelletizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pelletize. Pelletizing, present participle and gerund of pelletize. Pelletization, the act or process of pelletizing. Pelletizations, plural of pelletization. Pelletize, to form into pellets. Pelletize, simple past and past participle of pelletize. Pelletizer, a machine that converts a material into pellets. Pelletizer, plural of pelletizer. Pelletizers, third person singular simple present indicative of pelletize. Pelletizing, present participle and gerund of pelletize. Pelletless, without pellets. Pellet-like, resembling or characteristic of a pellet. Pelletron, a type of electrostatic particle accelerator that builds a charge of high voltage using a charging chain of short conductive tubes called pellets connected by links made of insulating material, as opposed to using a belt or rectifier stack. Pelletrons, plural of pelletron. Pellets, plural of pellet. Pellet, a surname from Old French. Pelletable, misspelling of pelletable. Pelleted, misspelling of pelleted. Pellets, plural of pellet. Pellety, alternative form of pellety. Pellety, having a consistency like pellets. Pellet, a surname. Pellet, a surname. Pelles, plural of Pelle. Pellen, of or relating to the 17th century mathematician John Pell, or to Pell's equation. Pelicano, a surname. Pelicanos, plural of Pelicano. Pelixao, a surname. Palazer, a surname from French. Pellicle, a thin skin or film. Pellicles, plural of pellicle. Pellicular, of or pertaining to a pellicle. Pelliculate, bearing a pellicle. Pellicule, a thin diaphanous fabric. Pellicule, plural of pellicule. Pelle, a surname from Welsh. Pelles, plural of Pelle. Palace. A surname from French. Pellister, a solid-state device containing ceramic pellets coated with a catalyst whose resistance changes in the presence of certain gases. Pellisters, plural of pellester. Pellitories, plural of pellitory. Pellitory, an unsaturated secondary amide that occurs as a toxic alkaloid in the root of the pellitory. Pellitory, pellitory of the wall Parieteria officinalis. Pellitory of Spain, any of several plants having edible pungent leaves or roots, especially Anacyclus pyrothum. Palatari of the wall, a plant of the species Parietaria officinalis that has greenish flowers and often grows on walls eastern pellitory of the wall. Helm, a surname. Helmans, plural of Helman. Hellel, alternative form of Helmal. Hella, a municipality in Lapland, Finland, on the border with Sweden. Vela, a parvus. Helix, plural of Hella. Helaidal, alternative form of Helaidal. Hella, a suburb of Halifax, Calderdale Borough, West Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC0725. Helanulid, any freshwater herring of the subfamily Helanulinae. Helanulids, plural of Helanulid. Helanulid, any freshwater herring of the subfamily Helanulinae. Helanulans, plural of Helanulin. A surname. Helatine, an alkaloid from the cactus Lophophora diffusa, formerly used as a soporific drug. Helats, plural of Helot. Heloxite, a monoclinic prismatic black mineral containing antimony, chlorine, copper, lead, oxygen, silver, and sulfur. Hello, a surname. Hellos, plural of hello. Thous, a surname transferred from the given name. Halose, allowing the passage of light, translucent or transparent. Haloside, an antenna-size present in Peperomia pellucida. Hallucidans, plural of pellucidin. Hallucidities, plural of pellucidity. Hallucidity, transparency. Lucidity, clarity. Pellucidly, in a pellucid manner. Pellucidness, transparency, lucidity, clarity. Pellucids, plural of pellucid. Pelluhu, a town and commune of Cockween's province, Chile. Heli, a surname transferred from the given name. Heli Bay, a bay on the Gulf of Boothia, separated from it and Committee Bay by the Simpson Peninsula. Helwe, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing barium, calcium, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Helma, the undersurface of the foot. Helmanism, a system of training to improve the memory. Helmata, plural of helma. Helmatogram, an imprint of the sole or plantar surface of a foot, such as may be made by pressing an inked foot onto paper or a greased foot in plaster of Paris. Helmatograms, plural of helmatogram. Helmatozoan, a member of the subphylum Helmatozoa. Helen, singular of Helminy. Helminy, Russian dumplings resembling ravioli. Hellenes, plural of Helminy. Velvet, a decorative item that is placed above a window to hide the curtain mechanisms, visually similar to a cornice or valance. Helmet skirt, a very short miniskirt. Helmet skirts, plural of helmet skirt. Helmets, plural of helmet. Helmiker, a type of limestone characterized by a macritic matrix containing abundant pellets. Pelobatidae. Any member of the family Pelobatidae of spadefoot toads. Pelobatidae. Any of the family Pelobatidae of toads. Pelobatidians. Plural of Pelobatidian. Pelobatids. Plural of Pelobatidae. Pelobatoid. Any frog of the superfamily Pelobatoidea. Pelobatoids. Plural of Pelobatoid. Halobiat. A form of flagellated protist that lacks mitochondria. Halobiats. Plural of Pelobiat. Pelodrome. Relating to the cotyledon of a nematode. Pelodidine. Or relating to the hyalid frog subfamily Pelodidinae. Pelodidid. Any member of the family Pelodididae of parsley frogs. Pelodidids. Plural of Pelodidid. Pelor. One of the two essential scales of gamelan music native to Bali and Java in Indonesia. It has 7 notes, of which sometimes only 5 are used. Hele. Mud or clay used therapeutically. Peleol. Relating to peloids. Pelids. Plural of peloid. Pelomjucid. Any member of the family Pelomjucidae of freshwater turtles. Pelomjucids. Plural of Pelomjucid. Pelomjucoid. Any freshwater turtle of the superfamily Pelomjucoidea. Pelomjucoids. Plural of Pelomjucoid. Pelomixid. Any pelobians in the family Pelomixidae. Pelomixids. Plural of Pelomixid. Pelother. Drunk, thoroughly intoxicated. Pelophilus. Found in muddy environments, mud dwelling. Pelobid. Any of the descendants of Pelos. Pelopids. Plural of pelopid. Pelopium. A supposed chemical element, later found to be a mixture of niobium and tantalum. Peloponnese. A peninsula in Greece, separated from mainland Europe by the Gulf of Corinth and connected to it by the Isthmus of Corinth. Peloponnesian, of or pertaining to the Peloponnesus, or southern peninsula of Greece. Peloponnesians, plural of Peloponnesian. Peloponnesus, synonym of Peloponnese, a peninsula in Greece. Pelops, a Greek mythological figure, the son of Tantalus and king of Pisa in the Peloponnesus. Pelopsia, a vision perception disorder in which objects appear closer than they actually are. Peloquin, a surname from French. Peloquens, plural of Peloquin. Peloria, a variety of toadflax having 5 spurs instead of 1. Peloria, exhibiting peloria of normal regularity. Peloid, exhibiting peloria. Pelor, having a mutation such that a normally asymmetric flower becomes radially symmetric. Peloidid, any insect in the family Peloididae. Peloidids, plural of Peloidian. Pellaries, plural of Pellary. Pellarization, alternative form of pellarization. Pellarize, alternative form of pellarize. Pellarism, an abnormality in plants where the flower appears to revert to an earlier form. Pellarization, synonym of pellarism. Pellarize, exhibiting the abnormality called pellarism. Pellaris, a device used to take a bearing on a distant object. Pellarism. Plural of pellaris. Pellorsi, a macrocyclic secondary metabolite of the New Zealand marine sponge Michael henscheli that is a cytotoxin. Pellorsides, plural of pellorsi. Pellary, alternative form of pelloria. Pelosi, a surname from Italian. Pelosian, of or pertaining to Nancy Pelosi, born 1940, American politician and Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. Pelosis, plural of Pelosi. Pelosity, pilosity. Hairiness. Peloso, a surname from Italian. Pelosos, plural of peloso. A surname. Pelota, any of a variety of Spanish sports played against a wall. Pelotherapy, body therapy using mud or clay. Pelosin, a group of riders formed during a cycling road race, especially the main group of riders, the pack. Pelotons, plural of peloton. Pelots, plural of pelot. Pelfrey, a surname. Pelfreys, plural of pelfrey. Pelletin, a retinoid used in skincare creams to treat acne, etc., or to reduce wrinkles. Vels, plural of Pel. Pelsall, a large village in the metropolitan borough of Walsall, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SK 0203. Pelsporite, a limestone consisting of pellets and sperry calcite cement. Velt, a surname. Pelt down, to rain heavily, to sleep. Snow or hail heavily. Pelt of the dog, an immoderate, excessive quantity of alcohol drunk the morning after whilst suffering withdrawal symptoms or a hangover, which goes beyond alleviating the complaint to causing drunkenness. Compare hair of the dog. Pelt rot, a disease affecting the hair or wool of an animal. Pelta, a small shield, especially one of an approximately elliptical form or crescent-shaped. Peltable, deserving of being pelted. Pelty, plural of pelta. Peltas, plural of pelta. Peltasperm, any extinct plant of the order Peltasperm males. Peltaspermaceous, of or relating to the Peltaspermaceae. Peltasperms, plural of peltasperm. Peltace, a type of light infantry unit in ancient Greece who often served as skirmishers. Peltastes, plural of peltaste. Pelted, shield-shaped, sputiform. Peltid, alternative form of peltate. Peltately, in a peltate manner. Pelted digitate, of a leaf digitate with a petiole much enlarged at the insertion of the leaflets. Pelted, simple past and past participle of pelt. Pelted down, simple past and past participle of pelt down. Peltikian, a surname from Armenian. Pelter, one who pelts. Pelter, simple past and past participle of pelter. Peltering, present participle and gerund of pelter. Pelders, plural of pelter. Peltus, second person singular simple present indicative of pelt. Pelta, third person singular simple present indicative of pelt. Peltidia, plural of peltidium. Peltidia, relating to the peltidium. Peltidium, a protorsal field in chelicerates. Pelter, a surname from French. Peltier cooling, the process of cooling computer components via the Peltier effect. Peltier effect, a thermoelectric effect which occurs when current is passed through a thermocouple, causing one side of the Peltier to heat up and the other to cool down, used in computing as a cooling process. Peltier effects, plural of Peltier effect. Peltier's cross, a cross formed of two strips of different metals, used to illustrate the Peltier effect. Peltiform, shield-like, with the outline nearly circular. Peltate. Peltinert, having the veins radiating from the center. Pelting, present participle, and gerund of pelt. Pelting down, present participle and gerund of pelt down. Pelting me, so as to pelt or bombard. Peltings, plural of pelting. Peltless, without a pelt. Peltmonger, a dealer in pelts, animal skins. Peltmongers, plural of peltmonger. Pelto, a surname from Finnish. Peltigaster, any member of the genus Peltigaster. Peltigaster. Plural of Peltigaster. Peltigastrid, any member of the family Peltigastridae, parasitic barnacles in the superorder Rhizophala. Peltigastrids, plural of Peltigastrid. Peltle, synonym of peltiform. Pelton, a village and civil parish in County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 2553. Pelton wheel, a form of impulse turbine or water wheel, extracting energy from the impulse of moving water. Pelton wheels, plural of Pelton wheel. Pelsons, plural of Pelson. Peltoprolid, any stonefly in the family Peltoprolidae. Peltoprolids, plural of Peltoprolid. Peltops, either of two species of bird in the genus Peltops, endemic to New Guinea. Peltopses, plural of Peltops. Peltos, plural of Pelto. Peltospirid, any gastropod in the family Peltospiridae. Peltospirids, plural of Peltospirid. Peltospiroid, any gastropod of the superfamily Peltospiridae. Peltospiroids, plural of Peltospiroid. Peltries, plural of peltry. Peltry, pelts or skins, collectively, skins with the fur on them, furs. Pelts, plural of pelt. Pelts down. Third person singular simple present indicative of pelt down. Pelts, a surname. Peltses, plural of pelts. Peltzman effect, the reduction of predicted benefit from regulations that intend to increase safety. Peltzman effects, plural of Peltzman effect. Pelubuprofen, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Peludo, a big hairy armadillo. Pedophractus villosus. Peludos, plural of peludo. Peludos, plural of peludo. Peller, a crisp, hard, thin paper sometimes used for postage stamps. Pellers, plural of peller. Pellarius.
Here we go.
Harry. Pelusiac. Pelusian. Pelusian. Or relating to Pelusium, an ancient city in the eastern extremes of Egypt's Nile Delta. Peludians, plural of Pelusian. Pelusa, a surname. Peluso, plural of Peluso. Thou, synonym of pelvis. Pelvis, plural of pelvis. Pelvic. Pelvis. Pelvidomino, relating to pelvis and abdomen. Pelvic, of, pertaining to, or in the region of the pelvis. Pelvic arch. The pelvis. Pelvic arches, plural of pelvic arch. Pelvic cavities, plural of pelvic cavity. Pelvic cavity, a body cavity bounded by the bones of the pelvis, containing the reproductive organs. Pelvic diaphragm. The pelvic diaphragm is composed of muscles that separate the pelvic cavity above from the perineal region below. Pelvic diaphragms, plural of pelvic diaphragm. Pelvic fin, either of a pair of fins on either side and toward the rear of a fish. Pelvic fins, plural of pelvic fin. Pelvic floor, a muscular partition formed by the muscle fibers of the levator ani, the coccygeus, and associated connective tissue which spans the area underneath the pelvis. Pelvic floors, plural of pelvic floor. Pelvic girdle, the pelvis. Pelvic girdles, plural of pelvic girdle. Pelvic inflammatory disease, the infection of the upper part of the female reproductive system, uterus, fallopian tubes, and ovaries, and inside of the pelvis. Pelvic lines, iliac furrows. Pelvic thrust, a general thrusting motion of the pelvic region, such as in human sexual intercourse. Pelvic thrusts, plural of pelvic thrust. Pelvic tilt, orientation of the pelvis in respect to the thighs and the rest of the body. Pelvic tilts, plural of pelvic tilt. Pelvically, in terms of the pelvis. Pelvic alisal, relating to the pelvis and calyx. Pelvics, plural of pelvic. Pelvic-tases, dilatation of the renal pelvis. Pelviferal, relating to the pelvis and femur. Pelviform, basin-shaped. Pelvigraph, an instrument for producing scale drawings of the pelvic. Pelvigraph, plural of pelvigraph. Pelvimeter, an instrument for measuring the pelvis. Pelvimeters. Plural of pelvimeter. Pelvimetric, relating to pelvimetry. Pelvimetry, the assessment of the female pelvis in relation to the birth of a baby. Pelviotomies, plural of pelviotomy. Pelviotomy, synonym of symphysiotomy. Pelviperineal, pelvic and perineal.
Here we go.
Peritonitis, inflammation of the pelvic area and the peritoneum. Pelvico, relating to the pelvis and rectum. Pelvirinic acid, dieta. Pelvis, the large compound bone structure at the base of the spine that supports the legs in hominids. Pelvis sacral, relating to the pelvis and sacrum. Pelviscopic, relating to pelviscopy. Pelvises, plural of pelvis. Pelvitis, inflammation of the pelvis. Pelvureteric, synonym of ureteropelvic. Pelvicalycal, misspelling of pelvicalycal. Helicosaur, any of a group of basal or primitive late Paleozoic synapsid amniotes, part of a polyphyletic grade, formerly regarded as order Pelicosauria. Pelicosaurian, belonging to the Pelicosauria. Pelicosaurs, plural of Pelicosaur. Pelzel, a surname. Pelzels, plural of Pelzel. Pelzer, a surname. Pelders, plural of Pelzer. Initialism of polymer electrolyte membrane. Pebo, a title indicating great respect, prefixed to the names of Tibetan Buddhists. Hemofibrate, a drug that modulates peroxisome proliferator activated receptors. Bamako, a region in the People's Republic of China. Hemas, plural of Hema. Pematang Center, a city in North Sumatra, Indonesia. Pila, a city and port in Cabo Delgado province, Mozambique, formerly named Porto Amelia. Pember, a surname from Old English. Pembers, plural of Pember. Pemberton, a surname. Pembina, a member of the Pembina Band of Chippewa Indians, a historical band of Chippewa Ojibwe, originally living along the Red River of the North and its tributaries. Pembina County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Cavalier. It borders onto Minnesota and Manitoba in Canada. Pembinas, plural of Pembina. Pembleton, a surname. Pembletons, plural of Pembleton. Pembrey, a village in Pembrey and Buryport Town Community, Carmarthenshire, Wales, a West Grid Ref SN 4201. Pemby and Buryport Town, a community civil parish with a town council in Carmarthenshire, Wales, which includes the named places. Pembridge, a village and civil parish in North Hertfordshire, England, OS Grid Ref So 3958. Pembroke, a town and community with a town council in Pembrokeshire, Wales, West Grid Ref SN 9801. Pembroke Dock, a harbour town and community with a town council in Pembrokeshire, Wales, a West Grid Ref SN 9603. Pembroke Hall, former name of Pembroke College, Cambridge. Pembroke Pines, a city in southern Broward County, Florida, United States. Pembroke Table, a kind of table introduced in the 18th century, having a rectangular or oval top with drop leaves on each side, and sometimes having drawers. Pembroke Tables, plural of Pembroke Table. Pembroke Welsh Corgi, a cattle herding dog breed that originated in Pembrokeshire, Wales, one of the two varieties of the Welsh Corgi. Pembroke Welsh Corgis, plural of Pembroke Welsh Corgi. Pembrokeshire, a maritime traditional county of Wales bordered by Carmarthenshire and Cardiganshire. Pembrolizumab, a drug that targets the programmed cell death 1PD, 1 receptor, intended for use in treating metastatic melanoma. Pudbury, a village and civil parish in Tunbridge Wells Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6240. PEMDAS, an acronym used by mathematics students to remember the order of operations, parentheses, then exponents, then multiplication and division, then addition and subtraction. Pemidux, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Pemex-Vate, a 2000 Mexican scandal in which funds from the state-owned oil company Pemex were used to support a political campaign. Pemmican, alternative spelling of pemmican. Pemmicans, plural of pemmican. Paminta, a barangay of Umingan, Pangasinan, Philippines. Pemigatinib, a drug for the treatment of certain bile duct cancers. Pemiralas, an anti-allergic drug. Pemiscot County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Caruthersville. Pemmican, a food made from meat which has been dried and beaten into a paste, mixed with berries and rendered fat, and shaped into little patties. Pemmicanization, alternative form of pemmicanization. Pemmicanize, alternative form of pemmicanize. Pemmicanize, alternative form of pemmicanized. Pemmicanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pemmicanize. Pemmicanizing, present participle and gerund of pemmicanize. Pemmicanization, the act or process of pemmicanizing. Pemmicanize, to make pemmican out of. To dry and beat into a paste, possibly combining with fat and berries. Pemmicanize, summarized or condensed in such a way as to remove the life or essence. Pemmicanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pemmicanize. Pemmicanizing, present participle and gerund of pemmicanize. Pemmicans, plural of pemmican. Pemmoline, a medication used to treat ADHD and narcolepsy, having similar action to methylphenidate. Pemmolians, plural of pemmoline. Pema, a native people of Venezuela, Guyana, and northern Brazil. Pemar, alternative form of pemon. Pebo, an essential oil distilled from Phokinia roots and wood. Bembek, a savory fish cake delicacy from Indonesia Palembang, made of fish, egg, and tapioca, usually served with a traditional spice-based broth and sometimes also served noodles. Pemphirid, any member of the family Pemphiridae of fish called sweepers. Pemphirids, plural of Pemphirid. Pemphidae, plural of Pemphigus. Pemphidae, any woolly aphid in the family Pemphigidae, now considered to be the tribe Pemphigae. Pemphigids, plural of Pemphigid. Pemphigoid, any of a group of rare autoimmune blistering skin diseases that superficially resemble pemphigus. Pemphigoid gestationis, a rare autoimmune bullous dermatosis of pregnancy. Pemphigoids, plural of pemphigoid. Pemphagus, relating to pemphigus. Pemphigus, a severe autoimmune skin disease characterized by pustules and painful blisters, and which can be fatal. Pemphigus erythematosus, a localized form of Pemphigus foliaceus with features of lupus erythematosus. Pemphigus neonatorum, synonym of staphylococcal scalded skin syndrome. Pempidine, a ganglion-blocking drug used orally to treat hypertension. That was initialism of portable emissions measurement system. That plural of PAN. That initialism of phosphatidylphenolalamine and methyltransferase. Pentumar, a mouse monoclonal antibody used to treat cancer. That initialism of P-enation mosaic virus. That abbreviation of polyethylene naphthalate. That a diminutive of the female given name Penelope. Pen and ink. I think. Pen and paper, a combination which can be used for writing. Pen drive, a small electronic device used to store digital data, more portable and robust than a hard drive. A flash drive. Pen drives, plural of pen drive. Pen friend, alternative form of pen friend. Pen friends, plural of pen friend. Pen gun, a pop gun kind of toy gun. Pen guns, plural of pen gun. Pennant, to enclose animals in a pen. Pen license, permission to use a pen for schoolwork instead of a pencil, granted to a child whose handwriting has reached an acceptable standard. Pen licenses, plural of pen license. Pen Mill, a suburban area in Yeovil, South Somerset District, Somerset, England. Westward Ref SD 5716. Pen name, a fictitious name used by an author in place of their actual name, a writer's pseudonym. Pen names, plural of pen name. Pen painting, a painting technique in which the artist first grounds a canvas with white oil paint before drawing on it with blue India ink. Pen paintings, plural of pen painting. Pen pal, a friend with whom one communicates using letters, usually over a long distance. Pen pal, simple past and past participle of pen pal. Pen palling, present participle of pen pal. Pen pals, plural of pen pal. Pen pencil, a mechanical pencil. Pen pencils, plural of pen pencil. Pen picture, a written description, often biographical. Pen pictures, plural of pen picture. Pen portrait, synonym of pen picture. Pen portraits. plural of pen portrait. Pen pusher, alternative form of pen pusher. Pen pushers, plural of pen pusher. Pen register, a device originally fitted with a pen, but now purely electronic that records all numbers called from a particular telephone line. Pen registers, plural of pen register. Pen shell, any of the Pinidae, a family of large saltwater clams. Pen shells, plural of pen shell. Pen spinning, the trick of spinning a pen on the knuckles of one hand without touching it with the other hand. Pen test, a penetration test. Pen desks, plural of pen test. Pen torch, synonym of pen light. Pen torches, plural of pen.
Invincible.
Pen torch. Pen up, to enclose animals in a pen. Penor, alternative spelling of penor. Penhorse, plural of penor. Pen and ink money. Money created by a commercial bank when it issues a loan or buys an asset. Pen and paper, performed by writing on paper, such as filling in a form, conducting an exam, writing a document, etc. Pen and wash, a type of picture drawn using ink applied with a pen and a brush. Pen and washes, plural of pen and wash. Pen case, alternative spelling of pen case. Pen cases, plural of pen case. Pensiaci, synonym of Banksy. Pen Claude, a coastal village in Inridian Higher Community, City and County of Swansea, Wales, a Westgrid Ref SS 5495. Pen driver, a clerk, a lowly office worker. Pen drivers, plural of pen driver. Pen friend, alternative spelling of pen friend. Pen friends, plural of pen friend. Pen HSI, alternative form of Banksy. Pen name, alternative form of pen name. Pen names, plural of pen name. Pen picture, alternative form of pen picture. Pen pictures, plural of pen picture. Pen pusher, a person who performs routine office work involving mainly paperwork.
Here we go.
Pen pushers, plural of pen pusher. Pen-tailed treesure, a shrew-like animal native to Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, Tillicircus loei. Pen-tailed treeshrews, plural of pen-tailed treeshrew. Pen torch, alternative form of pen torch. Pen torches, plural of pen torch. Penwybon, a small village in Trelech Community, Carmarthenshire, Wales, a Westgrid Ref SN 3027. Penwybontfawr, a community civil parish in Powys, Wales. Penwydarren, a suburban area in Penydarren Community, Merthyr Tydfil Borough, County Borough, Wales, a Westgrid Ref SO 0507. Penwyfi, a village in Newcastle Higher Community, Bridge and Borough, County Borough, Wales, a Westgrid Ref SS 8982. Penwygent, a mountain in Craven District, North Yorkshire, in the Yorkshire Dales of England. Penwygray, a community civil parish in Rhondda-Cynon Taff Borough County Borough, Wales, which includes the village of Penygray. Now, a Mayday classical musical instrument. Peña Blanca, a municipality of Cagayan, Philippines. Penacuk, alternative form of Penacuk. Penado, a surname from Spanish. Penados, plural of penado. Penny, any prawn of the family Penidae, many of which have economic importance. Peyayan, any marine crustacean of the family Penidae. Penyayans, plural of penyayan. Penyayan, any of a group of antimicrobial peptides found in shrimps that bank chitin. Penyadins, plural of penyadin. Penyadins, plural of penyaid. Penyoid, any prawn of the superfamily Penyoidea. Penyoidean, any prawn of the superfamily Penyoidea. Penyoideans, plural of Penyoidean. Penyoidus, plural of Penyoid. Penaflor, a surname from Spanish. Penaflors, plural of Penaflor. Peñafrancher, a barangay of Lopez, Quezon, Philippines. Penegos, a surname from Spanish. Penegoses, plural of penegos. Peneg, clipping of penetration aid. Penegs, plural of pene. Penal, of or relating to punishment. Penal code, synonym of criminal code. Penal codes, plural of penal code. Penal colonies, plural of penal colony. Penal colony, a colonial territory used mainly for the detention and forced labor of deportees, typically where free labor is desperately scarce. Penal law, criminal law. Penal laws, plural of penal law. Penal notice, a warning endorsed on a court order notifying the recipient that he or she is liable to committal to prison for breach of the order. Penal notices, plural of penal notice. Penal officer, synonym of prison officer. Penal officers, plural of penal officer. Penal populism, a process in which the major political parties compete with each other to be tough on crime. Penal rosaries, plural of penal rosary. Penal rosary, a small set of rosary beads consisting of a single decade of beads with a cross attached to a ring. Penal substitution, the theory of atonement which holds that Jesus died on the cross in place of human sinners. Penal industrial complex, synonym of prison industrial complex. Penalization, alternative spelling of penalization. Penalizations, plural of penalization. Penalize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of penalize. Penalize, simple past and past participle of penalize. Penalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of penalize. Penalizing, present participle and gerund of penalize. Penalism, a policy of imposing penalties. Penalities, plural of penalty. Penality, the quality or state of being penal, liability to punish. Penalizable, capable of being penalized. Penalization, the act of punishing, punishment.
Invincible.
Penalizations, plural of penalization. Penalize, subject to a penalty, especially for the infringement of a rule or regulation. Penalize, simple past and past participle of penalize. Penalizer, one who or that which penalizes. Penalizers, plural of penalizer. Penalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of penalize. Penalizing, present participle and gerund of penalize. Penal, obsolete form of penal. Penalt, a village in Trelech United Community, Monmouthshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref So 5210. Penally, a village and community in southeast Pembrokeshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SS 1199. Penalosa, a surname from Spanish, an anglicized spelling of Peñalosa. Peñalosa, a barangay of Alangalang, late, Philippines. Penalosas, plural of Penalosa. Penalosa, a surname from Spanish. Penalosas, plural of Penalosa. Penalties, plural of penalty. Penalty, a legal sentence. Penaltiac, an art whose center is the penalty spot extending from the top of the penalty area. Penaltiacs, plural of penalty area. Penalty area, an area of a pitch or field inside which a penalty is given to the offensive team if a foul is made by the defensive team. Penalty areas, plural of penalty area. Penalty box, an enclosed bench where a player must remain for time period, a penalty that is assessed after an infraction. Penalty boxes, plural of penalty box. Penalty card, a card shown or presented by an official to indicate that a player has committed an offense. Penalty cards, plural of penalty card. Penalty copy, copy text to be typeset containing much mathematics. Or similar notation. Penalty corner, a particular penalty awarded against the defending team in certain circumstances. Penalty corners, plural of penalty corner. Penalty envelope, an envelope whose mailing for an authorized purpose does not requiring postage, while its unauthorized use may be penalized. Penalty envelopes, plural of penalty envelope. Penalty function, any function that applies constraints to a maximum or minimum problem. Penalty functions, plural of penalty function. Penalty goal, a goal scored from a penalty. Penalty goals, plural of penalty goal. Penalty kick, a form of direct free kick taken from the penalty spot after a defensive foul in the penalty box, with only the goalkeeper defending the goal. Penalty kicks, plural of penalty kick. Penalty kill, an effort by a penalized team to nullify a penalty an opponent's power play, a length of time during the game when a penalized team has one or more players in the penalty box. Penalty kills, plural of penalty kill. Penalty loop. A branch of a racecourse that adds a loop that starts and ends at the branching point to extend the course for use in penalizing competitors with extra distance to travel. Penalty mark. A small white spot painted on the grass 12 yards in front of the center of the goal line from which all penalty kicks are taken. Penalty marks. Plural of penalty mark. Penalty phase. The portion of some criminal trials that occurs after a guilty verdict has been rendered, in which the punishment for the crime is decided. Penalty phases. Plural of penalty phase. Penalty point. A formal demerit awarded to a driver for a road traffic offense. Acquiring points beyond a certain limit leads to sanctions, such as a ban from driving. Penalty points. Plural of penalty point. Penalty rate. A mandated minimum rate of pay which is higher than the usual minimum wage, paid to an employee when working on weekends, public holidays, overtime, late night shifts, or early morning shifts. Penalty rates. Plural of penalty rate. Penalty shootout. Alternative spelling of penalty shootout. Penalty shootouts. Plural of penalty shootout. Penalty shootout. A series of penalties, penalty kicks in soccer, taken to decide a winner after a game, has resulted in a tie and extra time has been played. Penalty shoot.
Here we go.
Outs. Plural of penalty shootout. Penalty shot. A penalty awarded when a team loses a clear scoring opportunity on a breakaway because of a foul committed by an opposing player. A player from the non-offending team is given an attempt to score a goal without opposition from any defending players except the goaltender. Penalty shots. Plural of penalty shot. Penalty spot. A small white spot painted on the grass 12 yards in front of the center of the goal line from which all penalty kicks are taken. Penalty spots. Plural of penalty spot. Penalty throw. A free throw taken by an attacker from 7 meters away, defended by the goalkeeper. Penalty throws. Plural of penalty throw. Penalty tries. Plural of penalty try. Penalty try. An awarding of 5 points equivalent to scoring a try to a team whose opponents have prevented, by misconduct, a try being scored. Penalty turn. In a race, a penalty incurred for a foul consisting of making one or more 360-degree turns of the boat. Penalty turns. Plural of penalty turn. Penalty unit. An amount of money used as a basis of a penalty fine, which can be adjusted by the government without the need to pass new legislation. Penalty units. Plural of penalty unit. Penalver. A surname from Spanish. Penalvers. Plural of penalver. Penaldine, a region of Trinidad and Tobago. Benar, a bicyclic ring system containing a beta-lactam moiety fused with the 5-member thiazolidine ring, the common core skeleton of the penicillin subclass of beta-lactam antibiotics. Panama, one of the 6 provinces of Vanuatu, located in the northeast of the country. Penicillin, an acetoxymethyl ester of benzylpenicillin, a prodrug that is processed to benzylpenicillin by esterases. Penoms, plural of penom. Penance, a voluntary self-imposed punishment for a sinful act or wrongdoing. It may be intended to serve as reparation for the act. Penance, simple past and past participle of penance. Penanceless, free from penance. Penance says, plural of penance. Penancing, present participle in gerund of penance. Penang, a state in western Malaysia. Capital, Georgetown. Penang laksa, a Malaysian noodle soup with mackerel and tamarind. Penang lawyer, a kind of walking stick made from the stem of the East Asiatic Pomlichiala acutiphyta. Penang lawyers, plural of Penang lawyer. Penang guide, a resident of Penang in Malaysia. Penang guides, plural of Penang guide. Penannular, forming an almost complete ring, but with a break or opening. Peña Plata, a barangay of Samal, Davao del Norte, Philippines. Penaranda, a surname from Spanish. Peñaranda, a municipality of Nueva Ecija, Philippines. Penarandas, plural of Penaranda. Peñarubia, a municipality of Abra, Cordillera Administrative Region, Luzon, Philippines. Penar, a town and community with a town council in Vale of Glamorgan Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 1871. Penary, panel. Penate, a surname. Penate, plural of penate. Penbury, a surname from Cornish. Penberthes, plural of Penberthy. Pennebury, a community and coastal hamlet in Ceredigion, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 2952. Penbutalol, a beta blocker used in the treatment of high blood pressure. Bankater, a village in Danfahangelararth community, Carmarthenshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 4436. Thanker, a community civil parish on the coast of North Pembrokeshire, Wales. Thangaze, a box or case for storing a pen. Thangazes, plural of pencase. Thenkatite, a variety of pudezite. Thence, a surname. Pencil, a small pennon, a little banner, flag, or streamer. Pencilus, penniless, entirely lacking money. Pencil, alternative form of pencil. Pencils, plural of pencil. Pencils, plural of pencil. Pencentric, wholly or primarily operated by means of a pen or stylus. Pensus, plural of pence. Penchant, taste, liking, or inclination for. Pensions, plural of pension. Fenta, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Peya, acute Enchayim Vepaincha. Pensaclovir, a guanine analog antiviral drug CHN503 that is used mostly topically for the treatment of recurrent herpes labialis. Pencil, a paintbrush. Pencil box, a container for stationery such as pencils, pens, rubber, correction fluid, etc. Pencil boxes, plural of pencil box. Pencil case, an object purposed to contain different stationery like pencil, rubber, correction fluid, etc. Pencil cases, plural of pencil case. Pencil crayon, a colored pencil. Pencil crayons, plural of pencil crayon. Pencil cricket, a game played with hexagonal pencils marked by hand on each side so they can be tossed like dice, or sometimes with conventional dice, in which players generate scores and attribute them to imaginary cricket players and teams by compiling a scorecard. Pencil detonator, a timed fuse designed to be connected to a detonator or short length of safety fuse. Pencil detonators, plural of pencil detonator. Pencil deck, a penis of inadequate girth. Pencil decks, plural of pencil deck. Pencil fever, the situation where hunters discover that a horse is almost certain to lose and so become eager to lay bets against it. Pencil fish, alternative form of pencil fish. Pencil fishes, plural of pencil fish. Pencil flower, an American perennial leguminous herb of species Styloscens biflora. Pencil flowers, plural of pencil flower. Pencil gate, a bureaucrat, a pencil pusher. Pencil gates, plural of pencil gate. Pencil heel, a very long, thin high heel on a shoe. Pencil heels, plural of pencil heel. Pencil holder, a small open container for stationery such as pencils, ballpoint pens, rubber, correction fluid, etc. Pencil holders, plural of pencil holder. Pencil end, to fill in or write in using pencil. Pencil ladder, a kind of narrow collapsible ladder used by firefighters. Pencil ladders, plural of pencil ladder. Pencil lead, the material usually black or dark gray which allows a pencil to work, usually a mixture of graphite and smaller amounts of other material, but not actual lead. Pencil leads, plural of pencil lead. Pencil mustache, a very thin mustache that is kept trimmed short. Pencil mustaches, plural of pencil mustache. Pencil mustache, alternative spelling of pencil mustache.
Invincible.
Pencil mustaches, plural of pencil mustache. Pencil neck, alternative form of pencil neck. Pencil necks, plural of pencil neck. Pencil out, of an investment, to make sense financially or to be expected to generate the desired returns. Pencil pair, synonym of pencil sharpener. Pencil parers, plural of pencil parer. Pencil pine, Aphrotaxis cupriosoides, a tree native to Tasmania. Pencil pines, plural of pencil pine. Pencil pleat, a pleat with a semi-cylindrical appearance like a row of pencils, often used for curtains. Pencil pleats, plural of pencil pleat. Pencil pointer, synonym of pencil sharpener. Pencil pointers, plural of pencil pointer. Pencil pouch, a small bag used for holding pencils and other creative instruments, usually with a zipper to keep the items in the bag, most commonly used by students. Pencil pouches, plural of pencil pouch. Pencil pusher, one who does routine office work, someone involved mainly in paperwork. Pencil pushers, plural of pencil pusher. Pencil pushing, the work of a pencil pusher, routine office work, paperwork. Pencil sharpener, a device used to sharpen pencils by shaving the wood at one end. Pencil sharpeners, plural of pencil sharpener. Pencil skirt, a slim skirt clothing with a straight and narrow cut, usually approximately knee length. Pencil skirts, plural of pencil skirt. Pencil squid, any of various species of squid in the taxonomic family Lologinidae. Pencil stub, a tiny pencil either manufactured that way or become that way through constant usage. Pencil stub. Stubs, plural of pencil stub. Pencil test, an early version of an animated scene consisting of rough sketches that are photographed or scanned. Pencil tests, plural of pencil test. Pencil topper, a small toy or ornament to be attached to the rear, non-writing end of a pencil. Pencil toppers, plural of pencil topper. Pencil tower, an extremely narrow skyscraper. Pencil towers, plural of pencil tower. Pencil tree, Euphorbia turcali, a tree found in semi-arid tropical climates. Pencil trees, plural of pencil tree. Pencil whip, to approve a document without actually knowing or reviewing what it is that is being approved. Pencil whipped, simple past and past participle of pencil whip. Pencil whipping, present participle and gerund of pencil whip. Pencil whips, third person singular simple present indicative of pencil whip. Pencil blue, any of various liking-knit butterflies of the genus Candelides. Pencil blues, plural of pencil blue. Pencil neck, a person with a very thin neck. Pencil neck, having a very thin neck. Pencil necks. Plural of pencil neck. Pencil post bed, a type of bed modeled after the English field bed, consisting of 4 slender octagonal posts. Pencil post beds, plural of pencil post bed. Pencil pusher, alternative form of pencil pusher. Pencil pushers, plural of pencil pusher. Pencil sharpener, alternative form of pencil sharpener. Pencil sharpeners, plural of pencil sharpener. Pencil skirted, having a pencil skirt. Pencil thin, somewhat cylindrical and slender like a pencil, also tall and thin. Pencil beam, a narrow beam of light that does not spread out. Pencil beams, plural of pencil beam. Pencil, simple past and past participle of pencil. Penciled in, simple past and past participle of pencil in. Penciled out, simple past and past participle of pencil out. Penciler, in comic book production, a person who develops the plot and creative content and draws an outline to be filled in by an inker. Pencilers, plural of penciler. Pencilfish, any fish of the genus Nanostomus. Pencilfishes, plural of pencilfish. Pencilful, the amount that can be held in a pencil medicinal bowel. Penciling, present participle and gerund of pencil. Penciling in, present participle and gerund of penciling. Penciling out, present participle and gerund of pencil out. Pencilings, plural of penciling. Pencil, obsolete form of pencil. Pencilate, shaped like a pencil. Pencil, simple past and past participle of pencil. Penciled in, simple past and past participle of pencil in. Penciled out, simple past and past participle of pencil out. Penciler, alternative form of penciler. Pencilers, plural of penciler. Pencilless, without a pencil. Penciliform, having the form of a pencil or raise. Pencil-like, resembling or characteristic of a pencil. Penciling, present participle and gerund of pencil. Penciling in, present participle and gerund of penciling. Penciling out, present participle and gerund of pencil out. Pencilings, plural of penciling. Pencils, plural of pencil. Penciling, resembling or characteristic of a pencil or of pencil drawings. Pencil maker, someone who makes pencils. Pencil makers, plural of pencil maker. Pencil making, the manufacture of pencils. Pencil neck, alternative form of pencil neck. Pencil necks, plural of pencil neck. Pencil. Plural of pencil. Pencil in, third person singular simple present indicative of pencil in. Pencils out. Third person singular simple present indicative of pencil out. Pencil work, a task involving lot of writing. Pensioner, obsolete form of pensioner. Pensioners, plural of pensioner. Fecod, alternative form of pen. Claude, Wales. Bancote, a town and community with a town council in Bridgeton County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SS 9581. Penconazole, a particular fungicide. Thetcourt, Barry Penrose and Roger Porter collectively. Backdyke, a small village and civil parish served by Ann Warren and District Group Parish Council in South Herefordshire, England, OS Grid Ref SO 5126. Pengraft, penmanship, skilled in writing, the art of writing. Pensecurin, a phenylurea fungicide with specific activity against the plant pathogen Rhizoctonia solani. Then, to hang down, to cause something to hang down. Pen Dore, a member of the indigenous peoples of the Northwest Plateau. Pen Dore, plural of Pen Dore. Penn, Ouray County, one of 39 counties in Washington, United States. County seat, Newport. Pendant, a supporting post attached to the main rafter. Pendant light, hanging light usually, but not necessarily from the ceiling. Pendant lights, plural of pendant light. Pendant, wearing a pendant or pendants. Pendant-like, resembling or characteristic of a pendant. Pendants, plural of pendant. Penderovsky, a transliteration of the Macedonian surname Peya and Aeroska Penderovsky. Penderovsky, a transliteration of the Macedonian surname Peya and Aeroska Penderovsky. Pendarvis, a surname from Cornish. Pendarvises, plural of Pendarvis. Pendal, alternative form of Pendle. Pendals, plural of Pendal. Pendant, obsolete form of pendant. Pendants, plural of pendant. Pendicame, a surface active drug. Pendant, simple past and past participle of pen. Pendicase. A surname. Pendiger, synonym of Susumber solenum torvum. Pendigismo, stupidity, asolary, the quality of being a pendijo. Pendijo, a stupid person. Pendijos, plural of pendijo. Pendle. A surname. Pendals, plural of pendal. Pendulant, the effect of air movements between the penultimate branches of the lungs. Pendula, a drop-shaped diamond or other gem used as a pendant, also a piece of jewelry in pendant form. Pendulax, plural of pendulum. Pendleton. A surname. Pendlesons, plural of Pendleton. Pendants, slope, inclination. Pendency, the state of being pendant, suspension. Pendenese, an unincorporated community in Kansas. Pendant, dangling, drooping, hanging down, or suspended. Pendant jurisdiction, the authority of a United States federal court to hear a closely related state law claim against a party already facing a federal claim. Pendant light, pending a legal suit in court. Pendentive, the concave triangular sections of vaulting that provide the transition between a dome and the square base on which it is set and transfer the weight of the dome. Pendentives, plural of pendentive. Pendantly, in a pendant manner. Pendants, plural of pendant. Pender, a surname. Pender County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Burgaw. Pendergast, a surname. Pendergastism, a political machine with characteristics similar to that run by Tom Pendergast. Pendergasts, plural of Pendergast. Pendergast, a surname. Pendergasts, plural of Pendergast. Pendergraft, a surname. Pendergrafts, plural of Pendergraft. Pendergraft, a surname. Pendergrafts, plural of Pendergraft. Pendergrass, a surname. Pendergrasses, plural of Pendergrass. Penders, plural of pender. Penderyn, a village in Herwan Community, Rhondda Taff Borough County Borough. Wales OS Grid Ref SN 9408. Pendatai, a chelating agent consisting of pentetic acid linked to the tripeptide lysine G, small cap hell tyrosine Y, small cap hell lysine K. Pendas, a sloping roof, a lean-to, a penthouse. Pendices, plural of pendus. Pendicle, an appendage, something attached to something else. Pendicler, an inferior tenant, one who rents a pendicle or croft. Pendiclers, plural of pendicler. Pendicles, plural of pendicle. Pendidikan, moral studies, a school subject for non-Muslim students in Malaysia that teaches about personal morality.
Invincible.
Pendik, a municipality and district in Istanbul province, Turkey. Pendle, synonym of pendant. Pendles, plural of pendle. Pendimethylin, the herbicide 3,4-dimethyl 2,6-dinitroenpentan 3-lanolene. Pendek, present participle and gerund pend. Pendino, a quarter in the second municipality of the city of Naples, Campania region, Italy. Pendle row, a row variation where the bar is grabbed from the ground for each repetition, which forces greater range of motion and precludes momentum. Pendle rows, plural of pendle row. Pendle, a local government district with borough status in Lancashire, England. Pendlebury, a suburban town in the metropolitan borough of Salford, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Rep FSD 7901. Pendleton, a village in Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7539. Pendleton County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Falmouth. Pendletonine, named for a coronine mineral, later called carpethite. Pendley, a surname. Pendlace, plural of Pendley. Pendai, a village and civil parish in two parts in Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 7832. Pendolino, any of a class of tilting tains based on the Italian ER 401. Pendolanos, plural of pendolino. Pendum, the world or sphere of pens. Pendragon, an epithet of Arthur, the father of King Arthur. Pendragons, plural of Pendragon. Pendragonship, the role or status of Pendragon. Bender, a suburb of Bridgend, Bridgend Borough County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SS 9081. Pendra, a surname. Pendred disease, Pendred syndrome. Pendred syndrome, a genetic disorder leading to congenital bilateral sensorineural hearing loss and goiter with occasional hypothyroidism. Pendrel, a surname. Pendrel, a surname. Pendrith, a hamlet in Blisland Parish, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SX 1074. Pendred, a protein involved in the exchange of chloride and iodide ions across biological membranes. Pendrins, plural of pendrin. Pendering, a surname from Welsh. Pens, third person singular simple present indicative of pen. Penduculated. Misspelling of pedunculated. Pendula. Plural of pendulum. Pendulant. Alternative form of pendulant. Pendular. Characteristic of the motion of a pendulum. Pendulate. To swing like a pendulum. Pendulate. Simple. Past and past participle of pendulate. Pendulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of pendulate. Pendulating. Present participle and gerund of pendulate. Pendulation. A theory initially proposed by H. Simroth that the Earth not only rotates on its axis and revolves around the Sun, but also has a slow or swinging movement like a pendulum. Pendulations. Plural of pendulation. Pendule. A pendulum. Pendulum. Pendulous. Hanging. Pendules. Plural of pendule. Pendulant. Appendant. Pendulates. Plural of pendulet. Pendulet. A small pendulum clock. Pendulets. Plural of pendulet. Pendulum. A pendulanted. Pendulanted. Any of the family of small passerine birds Ramisidae, which nearly all make nests which hang from trees, found in Eurasia, Africa, and North America. Pendulanted. Plural of pendulanted. Pendulant. Plural of pendulum. Pendulos. Synonym of pendulous. Pendulosities. Plural of pendulosity. Pendulosity. The state or quality of being pendulous. Pendulous. Hanging from, or as if from, a support. Pendulous abdomen. Condition where the abnormally relaxed anterior wall of the abdomen hangs over the pubis. Pendulous abdomen. Plural of pendulous abdomen. Pendulously. In a pendulous manner. Pendulousness. The state or quality of being pendulous. Pendulum. A body suspended from a fixed support so that it swings freely back and forth under the influence of gravity, commonly used to regulate various devices such as clocks. Pendulum arbitration. A type of interest arbitration in which the arbitrator chooses one of the parties' proposals on each or perhaps all disputed issues. Pendulum clock. Any clock that uses a pendulum to regulate its movement. Pendulum clocks. Plural of pendulum clock. Pendulum saw. A mechanically powered circular saw with the blade mounted so it can swing into the material. Pendulum saws. Plural of pendulum saw. Pendulum wire. A kind of flat steel wire for clock pendulums. Pendulum-like. Resembling or characteristic of a pendulum. Having a back and forth motion. Pendulums. Plural of pendulum. Peduncle. Misspelling of peduncle. Pedunculogen. A particular allogyton. Alternative spelling of p. Almost the thing or quality expressed by the root, as peneplain almost a plain, peninsula almost an island, penultimate. penultimate, almost the last, penumbra almost in shadow. Penenclave, an area that is, for practical purposes, an enclave but does not meet the strict definition, an area that is not completely surrounded by another but can, in practice, be reached only by passing through another area. For instance, a region of a country that is not connected by road to the main part of the country without passing through another country. Penenclaves, plural of penenclave. Penexclave, an area that is for practical purposes an exclave, but does not meet the strict definition, an area that is not completely separated from the main part, but can only in practice be reached by passing through another area. For instance, a region of a country that is not connected by road to the main part of the country without passing through another country. Penexclaves, plural of penexclave. Pene contemporaneous, that occurs immediately after the deposition of a stratum. Pene contemporaneously, in a pene contemporaneous way. Pene contemporaries, plural of pene contemporary. Pene contemporary, that lived or existed at almost the same time as another/others, nearly contemporary. Penectomies, plural of penectomy. Penectomize, to remove the penis from, to perform a penectomy on. Penectomize, simple past and past participle of penectomize. Penectomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of penectomize. Penectomizing, present participle and gerund of penectomize. Penectomy, the surgical removal of the penis. Then, past of peen. Penich, alternative form of penich. Penaglidine, an anticholinergic agent as the hydrochloride that has antimuscarinic and antinicotinic activity. Penite, relating to the river Peneus in the famous Vale of Tempe in Thessaly. Penite, alternative spelling of Peneu. Peneds, plural of pene. Penelakas, a Hulk woman of speaking Aboriginal people of Canada. Peneleps, in the caterpillar prologue, the figure formed when a part less than half of a uniserial circle of crochets is absent. Penelipses, plural of Penelips. Penelope, the faithful wife of Odysseus. Penelope, alternative spelling of Penelope. Penelopean, of or relating to the mythical Penelope. Penelopes, the Filon affair, a political scandal involving improper employment of the family of French politician Francois Filon. Penelopes, alternative form of Penelopes. Penelopes, simple past and past participle of Penelopes. Penelopes, third person singular simple present indicative of Penelopes. Penelopizing, present participle and gerund of Penelopes. Penelopes, alternative form of Penelopes. Penelopes, simple past and past participle of Penelopes. Penelopes, third person singular simple present indicative of Penelopes. Penelopizing, present participle and gerund of Penelopes. Pedo, 2,3-dihydroquinone. Pedoms, plural of penum. Peneplain, a low-relief plain representing the final stage of fluvial erosion during times of extended tectonic stability. Peneplain, converted into a peneplain. Peneplans, plural of peneplain. Peneplanation, the formation of a peneplain. Peneplanations, plural of peneplanation. Peneplain, alternative form peneplain. Penipland, plural of penipland. Peneroplid, any foraminifera of the family Peneroplidae. Peneroplids, plural of peneroplid. Pens, plural of penis. Peneseismic, of a region having infrequent earthquakes. Peniston, alternative form of penistone. Penistons, plural of peniston. Penetrabilities, plural of penetrability. Penetrability, the extent to which something is penetrable. Penetrable, capable of being penetrated, entered, or pierced. Penetrableness, the quality of being penetrable. Penetrably, in a penetrable way. Penetralia, the innermost, secret or hidden parts, mysteries. Penetralia, relating to the penetralia, penetralia, the innermost or most secret part of a building, an inner sanctum, a sanctum sanctorum. Penetrameter, alternative spelling of penetrometer. Penetrameters, plural of penetrameter. Penetrance,
Here we go.
the quality or state of being penetrant, power of entering or piercing, penetrating power. Penetrances, plural of penetrance. Penetrancies, plural of penetrancy. Penetrancy, the quality or state of being penetrant, penetrance. Penetrate, that penetrates, piercing. Penetrantly, in a penetrant manner. Penetratingly. Penetrance, plural of penetrant. Penetrate, to enter into, to make way into the interior of, to pierce. Penetrated, simple past and past participle of penetrate. Penetrati, the partner who is penetrated in sexual intercourse. Penetratis, plural of penetrati. Penetrates, third person singular simple present indicative of penetrate. Penetratus, second person singular simple present indicative of penetrate. Penetrating, a peptide derived from a protein that can penetrate a cell wall. Penetrating, able to pierce or penetrate. Penetrating fluid, synonym of penetrating oil. Penetrating fluids, plural of penetrating fluid. Penetrating oil, very low viscosity oil. Penetrating oils, plural of penetrating oil. Penetratingly, in a penetrating manner. Penetratingness, the quality of being penetrating. Penetratant, plural of penetratant. Penetration, the act of penetrating something. Penetration A, any device or tactic used to increase an IPM warhead's chances of penetrating a target's defenses. Penetration aids, plural of penetration aid. Penetration line, distance line. Penetration lines, plural of penetration line. Penetration pricing, a pricing strategy where the price of a product is initially set low to rapidly reach a wide fraction of the market and initiate word of mouth. Penetration tests, either a static or dynamic test of the relative density of sand, silt, etc. using a penetrometer. Penetration tests, plural of penetration tests. Penetrations, plural of penetration. Penetrative, that can or does physically penetrate something, piercing, penetrating. Penetrative sex, sex in which the penis is inserted into the sexual partner's vagina, rectum, or mouth. Penetratively, in a penetrating manner. Penetrativeness, the quality of being penetrative. Penetrativities, plural of penetrativity. Penetrativity, the quality or degree of being penetrative. Penetrator, something that penetrates. Penetrators. Plural of penetrator. Penetrometer, a mechanical device that measures the ease of penetration of an object into a semi-solid.
Here we go.
Penetrometers, plural of penetrometer. Penetrometric, by means of a penetrometer relating to penetrometry. Penetrometry, the design and use of penetrometers. Penveld, a surname. Penveldian, of or relating to Wilder Penfield 1891-1976, American-born Canadian neurosurgeon. Penfieldite, a hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing chlorine, hydrogen, lead, and oxygen. Penfields, plural of Penfield. Penfish, and what? Penfishes, plural of penfish. Penfluorotal, a potent diphenylbutylpiperidine antipsychotic. Penflutide, a thiazide diuretic drug. Penfold, a surname. Penfolds, plural of penfold. Penfriend, a person, often in a foreign country, with whom one exchanges friendly correspondence but whom one never or rarely meets. Penfriends, plural of penfriend. Penfriendship, the state of being penfriends. Penfriendships, plural of penfriendship. Penful, enough to fill a pen. Penfuls, plural of penful. Pei, alternative form of P.Ang, professional engineer. That, a surname from Mandarin. Hangzhou, an island of Islands District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Hengting, something or someone of high quality. Hengtings, plural of hengting. Tentu. Hengting, something or someone of high quality. Hengtings, plural of hengting. Tentu, alternative form of bamboo. Thena, a village and community in the Remy Valley, Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales, a West Grid Ref SD 1597. Then that, a soupy dessert or sauce made from soft fruit or vegetables. Pengdia, alternative form of Pengia. Bench, a suburb in the borough of Bromley, Greater London, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 3570. Pengelly, a surname. Pengelly, a surname. Fenger, comparative form of pang, more pang. Pengas, superlative form of pang. Most pang. Pengyu, an insular county of Taiwan. Prenhulu, a local chief or governor in parts of Malaysia. and Indonesia. Penhulis, plural of Penhulu. Pengdua, an islet of Xinjiang District, Heilongjiang, Taiwan. Penglai, a district of Yantai, in eastern Shandong, China, famous for its mirages out at sea, formerly known as Tengchao and Sintra, named for a mythical island. Penglai City, synonym of Penglai, a city in China. Penglai Island, synonym of Penglai, a mythical island. Penglai Mountain, synonym of Penglai, a legendary Chinese island.
Here we go.
English, a language that combines Persian and English. Pengo, alternative spelling of Pengo. Pengo, the monetary unit of Hungary from January 1927 to July 1946, divided into 100 philae. Pengos, plural of Pengo. Pangolin, archaic form of pangolin. Pangolins, plural of pangolin. Pangornithid, any avialin of the family Pangornithidae. Pangornithids, plural of Pangornithid. Pangos, plural of Pango. Pangos, plural of Pango. Pans, plural of Piang. Penshiba, alternative form of Pansiba. Fei Shui, Imayo and Tujiao Namaskani in China. Pansiba, a Meide ethnic male given name. Penguin, any of several flightless seabirds of the family Sphenicidae within the order Spheniciformes, found in the southern hemisphere, marked by their usual upright stance, walking on short legs, and generally their stark black and white plumage. Penguin diagram, a type of unicyclic Feynman diagram in which a quark temporarily changes flavor and engages in an interaction. Penguin diagrams, plural of penguin diagram. Penguin suit, a tuxedo. Penguin suits, plural of penguin suit. Penguin trainer, a machine resembling an airplane but unable to fly, used for training pilots. Penguin trainers, plural of penguin trainer. Penguinarium, a vivarium for penguins. Penguinariums, plural of penguinarium. Penguinaries, plural of penguinarium. Penguinary, a breeding place or rookery of penguins. Penguinese, the language supposedly used by penguins. Penguinast, resembling or characteristic of a penguin. Penguinish, of or resembling a penguin. Penguinast, penguin-like. Penguin-like, resembling or characteristic of a penguin. Penguinon, the cyclic denon 3,4,4,5 tetramethylcyclohexa 2,5-denon. Penguinries, plural of penguinry. Penguinry, synonym of penguinary. Penguins, plural of penguin. Pengulu, a leader of a colonial-style village or tribe in some islands of Indonesia. Pengulus, plural of Pengulu. Penworm, a former city, the former capital of Powys, Wales region, Britannia, Great Britain Island, predecessor of Shrewsbury, Shropshire, England, UK. The city was burned to the ground by the Low. The city was capital of Powys during the Roman era. Penmia, a county of Guyun, names the autonomous region, China. A municipality of Santa Catarina, Brazil. Haloric, a surname. Penile, a hamlet near Aberdyfi, Gwynedd, Wales, a West Ridref SN 6296. Fennel, a hill in the Yorkshire Dales, Richmondshire District, North Yorkshire, England, a West Ridref SC 0586. Penol, a manner of placing a pen within one's fingers. Pen holder, a handle into which a nib or other pen point is fitted to form a pen. Pen holders, plural of pen holder. Penthouse, obsolete form of penthouse. Penthouses, plural of penthouse. Pena, of or relating to the penis. Peniaphobia, the fear of poverty or poor people, antipathy toward them, both. Painowl, painstaking. Assiduous. Pledash, an engine-powered steel ship or vessel, larger than 15 meters, used for inland water transportation, and often modified in order to act as a docked restaurant or hotel. Penishes, plural of penish. Penicil, a tent or pledget for wounds or ulcers. Penicillamine, misspelled. Spelling of penicillamine. Penicillamine, a crystalline, sulfur-containing amino acid produced by the hydrolysis of penicillins, used pharmacologically as a chelating agent to remove heavy metals such as copper from the body, and as an anti-inflammatory agent, especially for rheumatoid arthritis. 2-amino-3-methyl-3-mercaptobutanoic acid, CHC-SHCHNH2. Penicillamines, plural of penicillamine. Penicillanic, of, pertaining to, or having the same basic structure as penicillin. Penicillanic acid, a penum and a building block of penicillin with the molecular formula C8H-NO3S. Penicillanic acids, plural of penicillanic acid. Penicillate, having tufts of fine hairs, or in the form of a tuft of fine hairs. Penicillated, alternative form of penicillate. Penicillately, in a penicillate manner. Penicilli, plural of penicillus. Penicillia, plural of penicillium. Penicillic acid, a particular mycotoxin. Penicilliform, penicillate. Penicillin, any of a group of narrow-spectrum antibiotics obtained from penicillium molds or synthesized that have a beta-lactam structure and are active against gram-positive bacteria and used in the treatment of various infections and diseases. Penicillin G, synonym of benzylpenicillin. Penicillin G benzothine, synonym of benzothine benzylpenicillin. Penicillin O, a type of penicillin CHN2O4S isolated from Penicillium chrysogenum that is used to treat bacterial infections. Penicillin V, synonym of phenoxyethylpenicillin. Penicillin VK, synonym of phenoxyethylpenicillin. Penicillinase, a specific type of beta-lactamase showing specificity for penicillins. Penicillinases, plural of penicillinase. Penicillinic, relating to or derived from penicillin. Penicillinic acid, the core structure of all penicillins and is obtained from the fermentation of the penicillium mold. Penicillinic acid, plural of penicillinic acid. Penicillinize, to treat someone with penicillin. Penicillinize, simple past and past participle of penicillinize. Penicillinize, third person singular simple present indicative of penicillinize. Penicillinizing, present participle and gerund of penicillin. Penicillins, plural of penicillin. Penicilliasis, an infection caused by Penicillium marnifae, a dimorphic fungus. Penicillium, any of the blue-green fungi of the genus Penicillium that are used in the manufacture of cheeses and are an important source of antibiotics. Penicilliums, plural of penicillium. Penicilloic, relating to any carboxylic acid derived from a penicillin by hydrolysis of its lactam ring. Penicilloic acid, any of several acids obtained from the penicillins by the hydrolytic opening of the lactam ring as by the action of a beta-lactamase. Penicillicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Penicillosis, alternative form of penicilliosis. Penicillyl, a univalent radical derived from a penicillin. Penicillyls, plural of penicillyl. Penicillus, one of the tufts of fine twigs into which the arteries of the spleen subdivide. Penicills, plural of penicil. Betic, a surname. Bedex, plural of penic. Fenicuic, a town in Midlothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 2360. Peniculate, any of the art peniculate of silly. Protozoa. Peniculates, plural of peniculate. Penicillinder, a small cylinder that can be coated with bacteria as part of scientific experiments with antibiotics. Penicillinders, plural of penicillinder. Obsolete form of penny. Peniel, the Peniel Mission, an interdenominational holiness rescue mission founded in Los Angeles in 1886 and dissolved in 1949. Pennies, plural of penny. Peniform, resembling a penis typically used to describe an enlarged clitoris. Pediotic, plural of penis. Penicillide, a triclinic piniquidal mineral containing aluminum, barium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Venile, pertaining to the penis. Penile bone, synonym of baculum. Penile bones, plural of penile bone. Penile cancer, cancer of the skin or tissues of the penis. Penile cancers, plural of penile cancer. Penile duplication.
Here we go.
Penile foreskin, the male foreskin. Penile foreskins, plural of penile foreskin. Penile glands, plural of penile glands. Penile glands, the glands penis. Penile pearl, a small, bead-shaped implant inserted under the skin of the penis, typically for cosmetic appeal or sexual pleasure during intercourse. Penile sheath, a device fitted over the penis that is connected to a drainage bag used to assist with urinary incontinence. Penile sheaths, plural of penile sheath. Penile, in terms of or by means of the penis. Penilingus, fellatio. Fennel. Alternative form of penel. Penellian, the art of vocal improvisation with a singer or small choir singing a counter melody over a harp melody. It is an important competition in aistifada. Penellians, plural of penillion. Penels, plural of penel. Penibicycline, an antibiotic, the phenixyl penicillin salt of pipicycline. Penin, a commune of Pasticale department. Penina, alternative form of pening a female given name. Fene, present participle and gerund of peen. Feninitial, falling in a position after initial position, second. Peninsula, a piece of land projecting into water from a larger landmass. Peninsula state. Florida. Peninsula, obsolete plural of peninsula. Peninsular, of, pertaining to, resembling, or connected with a peninsula or peninsulas. Peninsular Spanish, the standard form of Spanish spoken in the Iberian Peninsula. Peninsulares, plural of peninsular. Peninsularism, provincialism, parochiality. Peninsularities, plural of peninsularity. Peninsularity, the state of being or of inhabiting a peninsula. Peninsularly, in a peninsular fashion, like or as a peninsula. Peninsulars, plural of peninsular. Peninsulas, plural of peninsula. Peninsulate, to make into a peninsula, to surround almost entirely with water. Peninsulated, simple past and past participle of peninsulate. Peninsulates, third person singular simple present indicative of peninsulate. Peninsulating, present participle and gerund of peninsulate. Peninvariant, synonym of cumulant. Peninvariance, plural of peninvariant. Penirala, a particular beta adrenergic blocking drug. Penis, the male erectile reproductive organ used for sexual intercourse that in the human male and other placental mammals is also used for urination. The tubular portion of the external male genitalia excluding the scrotum. Penis, bone, vacuum. Below. Penis, bones, plural of penis, bone. Penis cage, synonym of cock cage. Penis cages, plural of penis cage. Penis captivus, the supposed event of a penis trapped by vaginal muscles and unable to withdraw from a vagina during heterosexual intercourse. Penis envy, the unconscious desire of a woman to possess a penis. Penis fencing, a mating behavior in many species of flatworm, such as Pseudobiceros henkicanus, in which each creature attempts to pierce the other's epidermis with an extendable stylet and thus inseminate it. Penis fish. A kangaroo, a parasitic catfish of the genus Vanellia, alleged to be able to enter the human urethra. Penis fishes, plural of penis fish. Penis fly trap, the vagina. Penis fly traps, plural of penis fly trap. Penis game, a game in which two or more players take turns saying the word penis at an increasing volume in a public space, and a player loses if they do not complete their turn. Penis game, alternative letter case form of penis game. Penis pump, a tube-like device placed over the penis to make it harder and larger, usually equipped with a hand pump or electric pump. Penis pumps, plural of penis pump. Penis ring, a cock.
Invincible.
Ring. Penis rings, plural of penis ring. Penis sheath, a chiefly ceremonial item of clothing that covers the penis. Sometimes only such items that do not cover the scrotum as distinct from a phallocrypt, usually form-fitting or otherwise shaped to resemble the penis. Penis sheaths, plural of penis sheath. Penis sleeve, a pocket pussy. Penis sleeves, plural of penis sleeve. Penis snake, Atratacho na Izalti, a Quisilian of Brazil. Penis snakes, plural of penis snake. Penis worm, any of the marine worms of the phylum Priapulida with a phallic shape and a spiny proboscis. Penis worms, plural of penis worm. Penis gower, a covering or concealment of the penis found on certain statues in ancient Egypt. Penis sheath, alternative form of penis sheath. Penis sheaths, plural of penis sheath. Peniscopy, visual examination of the tissues of the penis. Penis, having a specified number or type of penis. Penises, plural of penis. Penicide, synonym of dickhead, mean, or rude person. Penisish, resembling or characteristic of a penis. Penisless, without a penis. Penislessness, the state of being penisless, absence of a penis. Penis-like, resembling a penis. Penisocracy, a government or social or
Here we go.
dominated by men. Peniston, a surname. Penistone, a market town and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Barnsley, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 2403. Penistones, plural of penistone. Penistons, plural of peniston. Penisy, penis, like, resembling a penis. Penitent, obsolete spelling of penitent. Penitence, plural of penitent. Penitence, the condition of being penitent, a feeling of regret or remorse for doing wrong or sinning. Penitencer, a priest who heard confession and enjoined penance in extraordinary cases. Penitencers, plural of penitencer. Penitences, plural of penitence. Penitencies, plural of penitency. Penitency, obsolete form of penitence. Penitent, feeling pain or sorrow on account of one's sins or offenses. Feelings. sincere guilt. Penitent, a tall thin blade of hardened snow or ice found closely spaced in large quantities at high altitudes. Penitence, plural of penitent, penitential, pertaining to penance or penitence. Penitentiality, the quality of being penitential. Penitentially, in a penitential manner. Penitentials, plural of penitential. Penitentiaries, plural of penitentiary. Penitentiary, a state or federal prison for convicted felons, loosely a prison. Penitentiaryship, the office or condition of a penitentiary of the papal court. Penitently, in a penitent manner. Penitence, plural of penitent. Penitis, inflammation of the penis. Penitrum, a of the family of fungal neurosins found on, I guess. Penitrums, plural of penitrum. Benix, a surname from Cornish. Penixos, plural of penix. Penjajap, a long, narrow, fast gala-like worship used by several Austronesian ethnic groups in maritime Southeast Asia. Penjajaps, plural of Pendajab. Penjamin, a dab pen, a battery-powered pen-shaped device that allows the user to inhale THC vapor. Penjamins, plural of Penjamin. Penjarin, an administrative village located in Penjaringan Subdistrict, North Jakarta, Indonesia. Beck, a river in Staffordshire, England, which joins the River Sow. Benka, alternative form of Penker. Penkowski, a surname from Polish. Penkowskis, plural of Penkowski. Penkas, plural of Penka. Penkeeper, the person in charge of a pen in which animals are kept. Penkeepers, plural of penkeeper. Penkeeping, the keeping of animals in a pen. Becker, a large marble, usually made of stone or metal, used in the game of marbles. Penders, plural of penker. Becca, a suburb and civil parish in Warrington Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5687. Penco, a western suburb of Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8644. Benki, alternative form of Benki Banksy. Penknife, a small pocket knife, loosely any pocket knife. Penknife, simple past and past participle of penknife. Penknives, third person singular simple present indicative of penknife. Penknifing, present participle and gerund of penknife. Penknives, plural of penknife. Benkridge, a large village, a civil parish and market town in South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9214. Thanks, plural of peng. Pengvuxite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, sodium, titanium, and zirconium. Penland, a surname. Penlands, plural of penland. Penless, without a pen. Penlessness, absence of pens. Penlight, a surname. Penlays, plural of penlight. Penlight, a small torch or flashlight that resembles a fountain pen. Penlights, plural of penlight. Penlight, resembling or characteristic of a pen writing instrument. Penlington, a surname. Penlight, dated form of penlight. Penlights, plural of penlight. Penloy, a suburb in Pontland-Fraith Community, Caerphilly Borough, County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref ST 1795. Penlight, a village and community in Vale of Glamorgan Borough, County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SS 9776. Penla, a governing official of a district in Bhutan. Penlups, plural of Penlup. Penmachno, a village in Bromachno Community, Conwy Borough, County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SH 7950. Penmean Rose, a suburb of Colwyn Bay, Conwy Borough, County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SH 8878. Penminmawr, a coastal town and community with a town council in Conwy Borough, County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SH 7176. Peninful, a hamlet in Dalgelai Community, Gwynedd, Wales, on the Moddach Estuary, OS Grid Ref SH 6918. Penmaker, one who makes pens for writing. Penmakers, plural of penmaker. Penmaking, the manufacture of pens for writing. Penman, a surname. Penman equation, an equation that describes evaporation from an open water surface based on the daily mean temperature, wind speed, air pressure, and solar radiation. Penmans, plural of penman. Penmanship, synonym of handwriting or chirography, one's own style of writing. Penmanships, plural of penmanship. Penman, plural of penman. Penmaster. Afterall, a particular bioactive steroid. Penman, a small village in Angode Community, Eastern Anglesey, Wales, OS Grid Ref SH 6280. Penmanit, a village in Anglesey, Wales. Pep, a surname. Pen effect, the finding that commodity prices are higher in countries with higher income. Pen effects, plural of pen effect. Penn State, ellipsis of Pennsylvania State University. Penn Valley, a census-designated place in Nevada County, California, United States. Penn Yan, an incorporated village, the county seat of Yates County, New York, United States. The abbreviation of Pennsylvania. Penort, alternative spelling of Penort. Penors, plural of Penort. The abbreviation of Pennsylvania. Peta. A surname. Peta, abbreviation of Pennsylvania. Penable, able to be written. Pennaceous, having the structure of a normal feather. Pennacock, alternative. Form of Pennacook. Pennacook, an Algonquian-speaking Central Abanakian North American people, closely related to but not a part of the original Wabanaki Confederacy. Penny, plural of penna. Penach, the confining of animals in pens. Penaches, plural of pennage. Fennel, a village and community in southern Gwynedd, Wales, historically in Miniature OS Grid Ref S6 6900. Penalism, a system of hazing once practiced in German universities. Penals, plural of penno. Pen name, alternative form of pen name. Pen names, plural of pen name. Penamai, a person from or fond of Pennsylvania. Penamites, plural of Penamite. Pennant, a village in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NJ 8465. Head, a surname. Pennant Hills, a suburb of Sydney. New South Wales, Australia. Pennant Melangel, a locality in Injinnock community, Powys, Wales OS Grid Ref SJs 0226. Pennanted, bearing one or more pennants. Pennantite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Penniless, not having won a competition. Pennants, plural of pennant. Penaraptoran, any member of the clade Penaraptora, which includes birds and some of their extinct Maniraptoran relatives. Penaraptorans, plural of Penaraptoran. Penner, a village and community in the city and county of Swansea, Wales OS Grid FSS 5688. Pedas, plural of penna. Pennite, having a feather-like shape. Pennate, pennite. Pennates, plural of pennate. Pennative, alternative form of pennative. Pennation, the presence of pennate features. Pennatula, any of numerous species of Pennatula pteroids and allied genera of Alcyonaria having a feather-like form, a sea pen. Pennatulation, a member of the Pennatulaceae, a sea pen. Pennatulation, plural of pennatulation. Pennatulaceous, belonging to the Pennatulaceae. Pennatuli, plural of pennatulum. Pennatulus, plural of pennatulum. Pennatula, any of the family Pennatulidae of sea pens. Pennatulids, plural of pennatulid. A type of short. Diagonally cut pasta. Pen alla vodka. A pasta dish made primarily with vodka and pen, usually accompanied with heavy cream, crushed tomatoes or tomato sauce, onions, and sometimes small meats and vegetables. Pen rigate, a form of pen with a ribbed surface to hold the sauce better. Pennybaker, a surname. Pennybakers, plural of pennybaker. Pen, simple past and past participle of pen. Pendant, simple past and past participle of pen in. Penned up, simple past and past participle of penna. Phenich, an Old English card game for 2 players with hands of 7 cards and the trump suit changing with each trip. Penal, a surname. Penal, a surname. Penal, a surname from Italian. Penalis, plural of Penala. Penolid, any copod in the family Penalidae. Penolits, plural of Penolid. Penals, plural of Penal. Penals, plural of Penal. Putter. A surname. Penor, a small settlement in Worthing with Shelf Parish, Western Shropshire, England. Westread Ref So 3598. Hunters, plural of Penner. Penner Sachs, an ancient parish of Middleby, Dumfries and Galloway, Scotland. Pennas, second person singular simple present indicative of pen. Penna, third person singular simple present indicative of pen. Pennas, plural of penneth. Penneth, a surname. Pennies, J.C. Penney. An American department store. Penny's Game, a game for 2 players in which each player selects an equally long sequence of heads or tails. The winner is the player whose sequence occurs first when a fair coin is tossed repeatedly. Pennies, plural of penny. Penville, a civil parish of Charlotte County, New Brunswick, Canada. Pengrove, a census-designated place in Sonoma County, California, United States. Then, a former Finnish currency unit, worth of the marka. Plural of penny. Penny. Eurasia, plural of pennybrachium. Pennybrachium, a forelin found on various species of extinct and extant coelurosaur that is not used in flight or gliding but still bears long, typically pennaceous feathers which form a wing-like surface. Vedic, a surname. Phonetic, relating to the Pennine Alps. A surname. Pet, simple past and past participle of penny. Pettis, plural of penny. Pen is on the dollar, a small amount of money, much less than would be expected. Peniferous, bearing feathers or quills. Pennifold, a surname. Pennifolds, plural of pennifold. Penniform, feather-shaped. Penniforms, plural of penniform. Penigerous, bearing feathers or quills. Penniless, lacking even the smallest amount of money. Penniless bench, roadside bench. Pennilessly, with no money. Pennilessness, the state or quality of being penniless. Pennel, a kind of Welsh verse in which the singer has to change words and measure according to the variations of an accompanist on harp. Pennillion, plural of penno. Pennels, plural of penno. Penniman, a surname. Pennaments, plural of penniman. Pennine, pertaining to the Pennines. Pennine Alps, the western range of the Alps that covers part of Italy and Switzerland. Pennervation, the quality of being pen inert. Pen inert, having the nerves arranged on each side of the midriff like the barbs of a feather. Pennines, a mountain range of hills stretching through north-central England. Thetting, a surname. Penning gauge, a kind of cold cathode ionization gauge. Penning gauges, plural of penning gauge. Penning in, present participle and gerund of pen in. Penning trap, a device for the storage of charged particles using a homogeneous static magnetic field and a spatially inhomogeneous static electric field. Penning traps, plural of penning trap. Penning up, present participle and gerund of pen up. Penninger, plural of penning. Pennings, a surname from Dutch. Penningses, plural of Pennings. Pennington. A surname. Pennington County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Thief River Falls, named after Edmund Pennington. Penningtons, plural of Pennington. Penninic, relating to the Pennine Alps. Pennine, a double silicate of aluminium and magnesium. Pennonite, plural of pennonite. Pennipotent, strong of wing, strong on the wing. Pennies, plural of penny. Pennesi, a surname from Italian. Pennises, plural of Pennesee. Pennison, a surname. Pennistone, alternative form of Pennistone. Pennistones, plural of Pennistone. Pennyween, Pennily vein. Pennyworth, obsolete form of Pennyworth. Pennyworth, plural of Pennyworth. FedEx, a surname from Cornish. Pennixes, plural of Pennix. Pennock, a surname. Pennox, plural of
Invincible.
Pennock. Penogenin, a particular spiristanol glycoside. Penogenol, related to or derived from penogenin. Pennant, a thin, often triangular flag or streamer, especially as hung from the end of a lance or spear. Pennonsol, a small pennon, a thin flag or streamer. Pennonsel, alternative form of pennonsel. Pennonsels, plural of pennonsel. Pennonsols, plural of pennonsel. Pennon, bearing one or more pennons of a pole, spear, mast, etc. Pennoni, a type of long, diagonally cut pasta. Pennons, plural of pennon. Pennor, alternative form of pennyworth. Pennors, plural of pennorth. Pennoyer, a surname. Penson, Ducky, alternative form of Pennsyltucky. Pennsauken, a township in Camden County, New Jersey, United States. A nickname for the Pennsylvania Railroad. Pennsyltucky, the rural and exurban part of the state of Pennsylvania outside of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia metropolitan areas, more specifically the mountainous central region. Pennsylvania, a state of the United States. Capital, Harrisburg, largest city, Philadelphia. Pennsylvania Avenue, a street in Washington, D.C. that runs between the White House and the United
Go.
States Capitol. Pennsylvania Barn, a kind of banked barn built in the United States from about 1820-1900, having an overshoot or forebay, an area where one or more walls overshoot the foundation. Pennsylvania Barns, plural of Pennsylvania Barn. Pennsylvania Dutch, those people of German origin who settled in the Pennsylvania area prior to 1800 and their descendants. Pennsylvania Dutch English, a dialect of English that has been influenced by the Pennsylvania Dutch language, largely spoken in south-central Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania Dutchland, Pennsylvania Dutch country, an area of southeastern Pennsylvania that historically had a high percentage of Pennsylvania Dutch inhabitants. The region centers around the cities of Allentown, Hershey, Lancaster, Reading, and York. Pennsylvania German, a person descended from German immigrants to Pennsylvania before 1800. Pennsylvania Germans, plural of Pennsylvania German. Pennsylvania Rifle, synonym of Kentucky Rifle. Pennsylvania Rifles, plural of Pennsylvania Rifle. Pennsylvania Sedge, Carex pennsylvanica in Carex subcarex, native to eastern North America. Pennsylvania Sedges, plural of Pennsylvania Sedge. Pennsylvanian, a native or resident of the state of Pennsylvania in the United States of America. Pennsylvanians, plural of Pennsylvanian. A diminutive of the female given name Penelope. Pettiati, a small stake in gambling. Penny Arcade, a venue for coin-operated entertainment devices, most notably during the 1930s. Penny Arcades, plural of penny arcade. Penny auction, a kind of auction that charges bidders a small fee such as 1 penny for each bid placed. Penny auctions, plural of penny auction. Penny bank, synonym of piggy bank. Penny banks, plural of penny bank. Penny black, the world's first official national mail postage stamp, issued in 1840 in the United Kingdom as part of the postal reforms establishing a uniform penny post. Penny blacks, plural of penny black. Penny bun, a small bun that sells for a penny. Penny buns, plural of penny bun. Penny candies, plural of penny candy. Penny candy, candy historically sold by the piece at 1 penny each, now usually sold in bulk by weight. Penny chew, a chew-chew, a confectionery costing or formerly costing 1 penny. Penny chews, plural of penny chew. Penny dog, a kind of shark, the taupe. Penny dogs, plural of penny dog. Penny dreadful, a cheap paperback book, particularly those concerning lurid depictions of crime in the Victorian era.
Here we go.
Penny dreadfuls, plural of penny dreadful. Penny fall, a mechanical arcade game in which players insert coins that fall onto a number of moving platforms that gradually push the coins toward a out slot. Penny falls, plural of penny fall. Penny farthing, a type of bicycle popular in the 19th century with the front wheel far larger than the rear one. Penny farthings, plural of penny farthing. Penny for them, alternative form of penny for your thoughts. Penny for your thoughts, used to inquire into the thoughts and feelings of another, especially when the person appears pensive or conflicted. Penny gaff, an entertainment in 19th century England consisting of short theatrical displays such as dancing, singing, clowning, and plays. Penny gaff, alternative form of penny gaff. Penny gas, plural of penny gaff. Penny gas, plural of penny gaff. Penny grass, alternative form of penny grass. Penny in the fuse box, an improvised repair made with no regard for safety. Penny loafer, a leather loafer with an ornamental slotted leather band across the top where a coin is often placed. Penny loafers, plural of penny loafer. Penny mail, rent in money, not in kind. Penny packet, a small number of things or people, a small group. Penny packets, plural of penny packet. Penny pincher,
Invincible.
one who spends little money, one who is very frugal or cautious with money. Penny pinchers, plural of penny pincher. Penny posts, any of various postal systems in which a short letter or light package could be sent for the price of 1 penny, particularly uniform. Penny post in which the rate applied regardless of distance. Penny posts, plural of penny posts. Penny pusher, synonym of penny fall mechanical arcade game. Penny pushers, plural of penny pusher. Penny slot, synonym of penny in the slot machine. Penny slots, plural of penny slot. Penny starver, a small bread roll costing 1 penny. Penny starvers, plural of penny starver. Penny sterling, a British coin worth 1/240 of a pound sterling, made of silver prior to 1496 and copper thereafter, abbreviation D. Penny stock, a highly speculative stock selling for less than $1 or pound per share and quoted in cents or pence. Penny stocks, plural of penny stock. Penny sweet, a small sweet candy historically sold for the price of 1 penny. Penny sweets, plural of penny sweet. Penny tray, a tray or dish found in small stores for convenience in cash transactions, allowing customers to discard unwanted pennies received in their change or to take a penny for a transaction. Penny trays, plural of penny tray. Penny university, synonym of coffee shop or coffee house cafe. Penny wedding, a wedding at which the guests contribute payments to help cover the cost of the event and to benefit the newly married couple. Penny weddings, plural of penny wedding. Penny weed, any seaweed of the genus Sanardinia. Penny whip, a cheap toy whip for use by children, such as to start a spinning top. Penny whips, plural of penny whip. Penny whistle, a tin whistle. Penny whistles, plural of penny whistle. Penny wisdom, prudence in petty matters. Penny wise and pound foolish, prudent and thrifty with small amounts of money, but wasteful with large amounts. Penny wise, pound foolish, alternative form of penny wise and pound foolish. Penny a line, paid at the rate of a penny per line. Penny a liner, one who supplies writing to public journals for a set fee per line of text, a poor writer for hire, a hack. Penny a liners, plural of penny a lining. Pennyeti, of or pertaining to penny anti-poker. Penny dreadfulish, resembling or characteristic of a penny dreadful. Penny dreadfulism, the sensationalistic writing style of a penny dreadful. Penny farthing, alternative form of penny farthing. Penny farthing, plural of penny farthing. Penny father, a miser or penurious person who husbands each penny. Penny fathers, plural of penny father. Penny gaff, alternative form of penny gaff. Penny grass, yellow rattle rhinanthus minor. Penniless let machine, a slot machine that uses pennies as its denomination or credit value for each play. Penniless let machines, plural of penniless slot machine. Penny bag, an earthenware pot containing a slot for the collection of pennies that have been received or saved as a gratuity. Penny pegs, plural of penny peg. Penny pinch, to be very parsimonious or stingy. Penny pinch, simple past and past participle of penny pinch. Penny pincher, alternative spelling of penny pincher. Penny pinchers, plural of penny pincher. Penny pinches, third person singular simple present indicative of penny pinch. Penny pinching, reluctant to spend money. Close-fisted. Penny pinchings, plural of penny pinching. Penny posts, alternative form of penny post. Penny posts, plural of penny posts. Penny wedding, alternative form of penny wedding. Penny weddings, plural of penny wedding. Penny wise, thrifty in regards to small amounts of money. Penny wise and pound foolish, alternative form of penny wise and pound foolish. Peniente, alternative spelling of penny ante. Fenibird, a suburb of Derry, County Londonderry, Northern Ireland, on the west side of the river Foyle. Fenugreek, a surname. Fennicress, any of several plants of the genus T. Slasby that have flattened seed pods in the form of an old penny. Pennicresses, plural of pennicress. Penny, present participle and gerund of penny. Pennies, plural of pennying. Penniland, an old Scots unit of measure of land. Pennilands, plural of penniland. Penniless, dated form of penniless, today. Used most often for the sense of without using pennies rather than without money. Pennilessness, dated spelling of pennilessness. Penny pinching, alternative form of penny pinching. Pennyroyal, alternative form of pennyroyal. Pennyroyals, plural of pennyroyal. Pennyroyal, Menthopilegium, a plant of the mint family, formerly much used in various medicinal treatments and as a flea repellent. Pennyroyals, plural of pennyroyal. Penistone, alternative form of penistone. Penistones, plural of penistone. Pennyweed, alternative form of pennyweed. Pennyweight, a unit of mass equal to 24 grains or of a troy ounce. Pennywaiter, a thief who steals jewelry from shops, leaving an imitation of the stolen article in its place.
Invincible.
Pennywaiters, plural of pennywaiter. Pennyweights, plural of pennyweight. Pennywell, a surname. Pennywells, plural of pennywell. Pennywhistle, a six-holed flute-like instrument with a fipple. They have approximately a 2-octave range, sometimes a little higher. Stereotypically, they are made out of tin, but in reality, they come in all sorts of varieties, including tin, brass, nickel, cane, polymer, etc. Pennywhistles, plural of pennywhistle. Pennywise, careful with small amounts of money or over small matters. Pennywort, any of several not closely related plants around the world, generally with round leaves of about the shape and size of a penny. Pennyworth, the amount that can be bought for a penny. Pennyworths, plural of pennyworth. Pennyworts, plural of pennywort. Pinno, penis. Penobscot, one of the sovereign people indigenous to what is now maritime Canada and the northeastern United States, particularly Maine. Penobscot County, one of 16 counties in Maine, United States. County seat, Bangor. Penobscots, plural of Penobscot. Penobsquisite, a monoclinic sphenoidal pale yellow mineral containing boron, calcium, chlorine, hydrogen, iron, and oxygen. Pennicorrectional, relating to penal correction. Penologic, of or relating to penology. Penological, of or relating to penology. Penologically, in terms of penology. Penologies, plural of penology. Penologist, a student of or expert in penology. Penologists, plural of penologists. Penology, study of the processes devised and adopted for the punishment and prevention of crime. Penomboly, an abnormal enlargement of the penis. Penonsal, alternative form of penonsal. Penonsals, plural of penonsal. Penarth, a town and locality on the Nullarbor Plain, South Australia. Penopause, synonym of andropause. Penoplasties, plural of penoplasty. Penoplasty, the surgical enlargement of the penis. Penopubic, relating to the penis and pubis. Pedo, synonym of penis. Penorcan, an old musical instrument of the citron family, with 9 pairs of strings. Penorcans, plural of penorcan. Penorctal, involving the penis and rectum. Peniscrotal, of or relating to the penis and scrotum. Penovaginal, of or pertaining to the penis and vagina. Penal, alternative spelling of pen pal. Penvolt, plural of penpal.
Invincible.
Penpalship, the state of being penpals. Penpalships, plural of penpalship. Penbergum, a small village in Gobi and Fowler Community, Monmouthshire, Wales, previously in Hanover Community, OS Grid Ref SO 3210. Penperson, a person with writing skills. Penpersont, plural of penperson. Penpersonship. Handwriting. Penpoint, the point of a pen writing implement. Penpoints, plural of penpoint. Penbulimab, a humanized monoclonal antibody used to treat cancer. Penpusher, alternative form of penpusher. Penpushers, plural of penpusher. Penrack, a rack to hold pens while not in use. Penracks, plural of penrack. Penrose Seaver, a village and community in the Cynon Valley, Rhondda Cynon Taff Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref ST 0597. Penryn, synonym of Tongarbe Atoll. Penrhyn-Udry, a small town and community with a town council in Gwynedd, Wales OS Grid Ref SH 6138. Penrhysach, a community and small village on the Gower Peninsula, city and county of Swansea, Wales OS Grid Ref S. SS 4987. Federated, a market town and civil parish in West Rutland and Furness District, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District, historically in Cumberland OS Grid Ref NY 5130. Penrod, a surname. Penrose, a surname from Cornish. Penrose diagram, a two-dimensional diagram capturing the causal relations between different points in spacetime. Penrose diagrams, plural of Penrose diagram. Penrose drain, a flexible rubber tube used to prevent the buildup of fluid during surgery. Penrose drains, plural of Penrose drain. Penrose mechanism, synonym of Penrose process. Penrose process, a hypothetical process whereby the ergosphere of a black hole can be used as an energy source due to its angular momentum. Penrose staircase, an impossible loop of endlessly ascending and descending stairs, or an optical illusion appearing to be one. Penrose staircases, plural of Penrose staircase. Penrose stairs, an impossible loop of endlessly ascending and descending stairs, or an optical illusion appearing to depict such a loop. Penrose steps, an impossible loop of endlessly ascending and descending stairs, or an optical illusion appearing to be one. Penrose transform, a complex analog of the radon transform that relates massless fields on spacetime, or more precisely the space of solutions to massless field equations to sheaf cohomology groups on complex projective space. Penrose transform, plural of Penrose transform. Penrose triangle, an optical illusion depicting an impossible solid object made of three straight beams of square cross-section which meet pairwise at right angles at the vertices of the triangle they form.
Invincible.
Penrose triangles, plural of Penrose triangle. Penrose Lucas argument, and arguments based on Gödel's incompleteness theorem, suggesting that the human mind cannot be computed on a Turing machine that works on Peano arithmetic because the latter cannot see the truth value of its Gödel sentence, while a human mind can. Penrosite, an isometric diploidal creamy grayish white mineral containing cobalt, copper, nickel, and selenium. Penrosium, of or relating to Edith Penrose 1914-1996, American-born British economist. Penrhodda, a village in Hutton Parish, Eden District, Cumbria, England, OS grid ref NY 4227. Penrhai, a surname from Welsh. Penrhyn, a town and civil parish with a town council in southern Cornwall, England. To the north of Falmouth, OS grid ref SW 7834. Pens, plural of pen. Pen then, third person singular simple present indicative of pen in. Penda, third person singular simple present indicative of Penna. Pensacola, a city, the county seat of Escambia County, Florida, United States. Pensacola, of or relating to Pensacola in Florida. Pensacolans, plural of Pensacola. Pensarn, a coastal suburb of Abergele, Conwy Borough, County Borough, Wales, OS grid ref SH 9578. Pensadev, Pensaki, a town and unincorporated community therein in Oconto County, Wisconsin, United States. Thence, a surname from German. Penzai,
Here we go.
a fun. Penzais, plural of pensay. Pencil, obsolete form of pencil. Pencils, plural of pencil. Penseroso, a pensive, thoughtful type of person. Penserosos, plural of penseroso. Pensos, plural of Pence. Pensford, a village in Pueblo Parish, served by Pueblo with Pensford Parish Council, in Bath and Northeast Somerset District, Somerset, England, OS grid ref SD 6263. Pensel, plural of Penful. Thetshaw, a suburban village in the metropolitan borough of Sunderland, Tyne and Ware, England, OS grid ref NZ 3253. Fetchet, synonym of penmanship. Penshurst, a village and civil parish in Sevenoaks District, Kent, England, OS grid ref TQ 5243. Pensable, held aloft. Pencil, obsolete form of pencil. Pensile, hanging down, suspended. Pensileness, state or quality of being pensile, pendulousness. Pensility, the state or quality of being pensile, pendulousness. Pencil, obsolete spelling of pencil. Pencils, plural of pencil. Pencils, plural of pencil. Pensilva, a village in St. Ive and Pensilva Parish, East Cornwall, England, OS grid ref SX 2969. Pennsylvania, obsolete form of Pennsylvania. Pension, an annuity paid regularly as benefit due to a retired employee, serviceman, etc. in consideration of past services, originally and chiefly by a government, but also by various private pension schemes. Pension book, a small book of vouchers supplied by the government to pensioners in order to issue weekly payments. Pension books, plural of pension book. Pension fund, a pool of assets forming an independent legal entity that are bought with the contributions to a pension plan for the exclusive purpose of financing pension plan benefits. Pension funds, plural of pension fund. Pension house, a home for the elderly, an old folks' home. Pension houses, plural of pension house. Pension off, to end a contract and give a pension to. Pension plan, an employment benefit in which the employer pays money on a regular basis to an employee after retirement. Pensionable, eligible to receive a pension. Pensionably, so as to be eligible to receive a pension. Pensionaries, plural of pensionary. Pensionary, one who receives a pension, a pensioner. Pension, an Italian boarding house. Pensioned, simple past and past participle of pension. Pensioned off, simple past and past participle of pension off. Pensionee, a person to whom a pension is paid. A pensioner. Pensioneering, campaigning on the basis of the pension benefits that one will introduce. Pensionees, plural of pensionee. Pensioner, someone who lives on a pension, especially the retirement or old age pension. Pensioners, plural of pensioner. Pensionership, the role or status of a pensioner. Pensionerships, plural of pensionership. Pensions, plural of pension. Pension house, alternative form of pension house. Pension houses, plural of pension house. Pensionee, plural of pension. Pensioning, present participle and gerund of pension. Pensioning off, present participle of pension off. Pensionless, having no pension. Pensionaire, someone receiving a pension. Pensionaires, plural of pensionaire. Pension, plural of pension. Pensions off, third person singular simple present indicative of pension off. Pensive, engaged in, involving, or reflecting deep or serious thought. Pensively, in a thoughtful or reflective manner. Pensiveness, a thoughtful or reflective state, especially if sad or melancholic. Pensive, a surname.
Invincible.
Pensons, plural of pension. Pensons Arm, a community and local service district in Labrador, Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Penstaff, an upright plug for the drain of a mash tun. Penstaffs, plural of penstaff. Penstemon, any plant of the genus Penstemon, the beer tongues. Penstemons, plural of penstemon. Penster, a writer. Pensers, plural of penster. Penstock, a sluice or pipe which allows the controlled flow of water from behind a dam, typically routing it to a turbine of a power plant. Penstock, plural of penstock. Penstone, a hamlet in Colebrook Parish, Mid-Devon District, Devon, England, a westward ref SS 7700. Penstroke, a stroke of a pen. Penstrokes, plural of penstroke. Penstil densivirus, any densivirus of the genus Penstil densivirus. Penstil densiviruses, plural of Penstil densivirus. Pensil, a task or imposition set as a school punishment. Pensums, plural of pensum. Pensive. Pennsylvania, archaic form of Pennsylvania. What? A Pentium microprocessor or computer. Pent roof, a sloping roof with a singular surface. Pent roof, plural of pent roof. Penta, alternative spelling of penta. What? Alternative form of penta used before a vowel. Penthouse, alternative form of penthouse. Penthouses, plural of penthouse. Penta, not expressed. Penta, a surname. Penta. Hi. Pentagraphene, an allotrope of carbon similar to graphene, but with a pentagonal rather than a hexagonal tiling pattern. Pentosiddate, any compound, but especially a derivative of a sugar that has 5 acetate groups. Pentosidates, plural of pentosiddate. Pentacetylated, modified by the addition of five acetyl groups. Pentacetylation, modification by the addition of 5 acetyl groups. Pentacylated, acylated in 5 positions. Pentalanine, any alligoptide consisting of 5 allanine residues. Pentalanines, plural of pentalanine. Pentaluminium, 5 atoms of aluminium in a chemical compound. Pentaluminum, pentaluminium. Pentamine, any organic compound having 5 amino groups. Pentamines, plural of pentamine. Pentantimonine, any antimonide containing 5 atoms of antimony per molecule sp5.
Invincible.
Pentantimonides, plural of pentantimonide. Pentarsenic, 5 arsenic atoms or ions in a compound S. Pentazame macrocycle, any macrocycle that has 5 nitrogen atoms in the ring. Pentazame macrocycles, plural of pentazame macrocycle. Pentabamate, a carbamate tranquilizer. Pentabam, supporting 5 frequency bands. Pentobarbital. Misspelling of pentobarbital. Pentabarbitone. Misspelling of pentabarbitone. Pentabasic, containing 5 replaceable hydrogen atoms. Pentabiotic, a veterinary antibiotic related to penicillin. Pentabismuth, 5 bismuth atoms or ions in a compound by. Pentablock, describing a block copolymer composed of 5 different monomers. Pentabodies, plural of pentabody. Pentabody, a pentavalent ligand that attaches to transmembrane proteins. Pentaborane, either of two boranes containing 5 boron atoms, but especially the stable compound B5H9 once proposed as a rocket fuel. Pentaboranes, plural of pentaborane. Pentaborane, the oxyanion of boron B50, any salt containing this anion. Pentaborates, plural of pentaborane. Pentabothropic, relating to or active against 5 species of Bothrops fibers. Pentabrac, a variant of amphibrac that has 5 short syllables. Pentabromide, any bromide containing 5 bromine atoms in each molecule. Pentabromides, plural of pentabromide. Pentabrominophenyl ether, a brominated flame retardant which belongs to the group of polybrominated diphenyl ethers. Pentabrominophenyl oxide, synonym of pentabrominophenyl ether. Pentacalcium, 5 atoms of calcium in a compound. Pentacameral, having 5 chambers, comprising 5 separate parts. Pentacapsular, having 5 capsules. Pentacarbide, any carbide containing 5 carbon atoms per molecule. Pentacarbides, plural of pentacarbide. Pentacarbon dioxide, the linear oxycarbon having 5 carbon atoms. Pentacarbonate, any compound containing 5 carbonate groups in each molecule or unit cell. Pentacarbonates, plural of pentacarbonate. Pentacarbonyl, any metal carbonyl containing 5 carbonyl groups. Pentacarbonyls, plural of pentacarbonyl. Pentacarboxylate, any compound containing 5 carboxylate groups or anions. Pentacarboxylates, plural of pentacarboxylate. Pentacarpylary, having 5 carpels. Pentacarpylate, having 5 carpels. Pentacation, a cation that has 5 positive charges. Pentacation, relating to a pentacation.
Invincible.
Pentacations, plural of pentacation. Pentacene, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, the acene containing 5 fused rings. Pentacenes, plural of pentacene. Pentasphalus, having 5 heads. Pentacerotic, any fish in the family Pentaceratidae. Pentacerotids, plural of pentacerotic. Pentacidate, alternative form of pentacidate. Pentasidates. Plural of pentacidate. Pentachloride, any chloride containing 5 chlorine atoms in each molecule. Pentachlorides, plural of pentachloride. Pentachloro, 5 chlorine atoms in a compound. Pentachloroanisole, a pentachloro derivative of anisole in which the 5 hydrogens of the benzene ring are replaced by chlorine. Pentachlorobenzene, a chlorinated derivative of benzene C6HCl5. Pentachlorobiphenyl, either of 46 isomers of the polychlorinated biphenyl containing 5 chlorine atoms. Pentachlorobiphenyls, plural of pentachloro. Of cyclohexane, but especially 1,1,2,2,3 pentachlorocyclohexane. Pentachlorocyclohexanes, Plural of pentachlorocyclohexane. Pentachlorocyclohexanol. Any pentachlor derivative of cyclohexanol, but especially 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pentachlorocyclohexanol. Pentachloronitrobenzene. A fungicide formerly derived from nitrobenzene. It is an off-white or yellow solid with a musty odor. Pentachlorophenol. A fully chlorinated derivative of phenol that is used as a fungicide and wood preservative. Pentachlorophenols. Plural of pentachlorophenol. Pentachora. Plural of pentachoron. Pentachord. 5 notes pitch classes in a scale. Pentachords. Plural of pentachord. Pentachoron. A 4-dimensional object analogous to a tetrahedron constructed out of 5 tetrahedra. Pentachorons. Plural of pentachoron. Pentachotomies. Plural of pentachotomy. Pentachotomy, the division of one into 5 separate but related parts. Pentachromacy. The quality of having 5 independent channels for conveying color information in the eye. Pentachromat. One whose vision exhibits pentachromacy. One who can distinguish 5 primary colors. Pentachromatic. Relative to pentachromacy. Pentachromats. Plural of pentachromat. Pentachrome. A complex staining procedure that stains various parts of cells different colors. Pentachromes. Plural of pentachrome. Pentachromic. Containing 5 colors. Pantacid. Capable of neutralizing or combining with 5 molecules of a monobasic acid, having 5 hydrogen atoms capable of substitution by acid residues, set of certain complex bases. Pentacle. A flat talisman, almost always star-shaped, made of parchment, sheet metal, or other substance, marked with a magic symbol or symbols used in magical evocation. Pentacles. Plural of pentacle. Pentacoccus. Composed of 5 united carpels with 1 seed in each. Pentacolor. Having 5 colors. Pentacolor. Having 5 colors. Pentacontagon. A 50-sided polygon. Pentacontagons. Plural of pentacontagon. Pentacontahedron. A polyhedron with 50 faces. Pentacontaheptachoron. A 4-dimensional polytope that has 57 cells. Pentacontaheptachoron. Plural of pentacontaheptachoron. Pentacontain. Very many years of the Alpha having go atoms, but especially in pentacontin z. Pentacontains. Plural of pentacontain. Pentaconter. Alternative form of pentaconter. Pentaconters. Plural of pentaconter. Pentacoordinate. Having a coordination number of 5. Pentacoordinated. Coordinated with 5 the same or different ligands. Pentacoordinating. Having 5 coordinate bonds to a metal ion. Pentacoordination. The condition of being pentacoordinate. Pentacopper. 5 atoms of copper in a chemical compound.
Here we go.
Pentacosidiene. Any of very many isomeric forms of an unsaturated aliphatic hydrocarbon having 25 carbon atoms and 2 double bonds. Pentacosidenes. Plural of pentacot. pentacosadiene. Pentacosane. Very many isometric forms of saturated aliphatic heterocarbon having 20 carbon atoms, but especially in pentacosine CCH3 that is found in beeswax. Pentacosanes, plural of pentacosane. Pentacosanoic, of or pertaining to pentacosanoic acid or its derivatives. Pentacosanoic acid, a long-chain saturated fatty acid having 25 carbon atoms. Pentacosanoil, the univalent radical derived from pentacosanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Pentacosine, any of very many isomeric forms of an unsaturated aliphatic hydrocarbon having 25 carbon atoms and one double bond. Pentacosines, plural of pentacosine. Pentacosiomtini, the highest class of citizens in ancient Greece. Pentacovalent, having 5 covalent bonds. Pentachron, plural of pentachron. Pentachronate, a red and purple pigment found in certain crinoids of the genus Pentachrinus. Pentachrinite, any crinoid of the genus Pentachrinites. Pentachrinites, plural of pentachrinite. Pentachrinoid, an immature comma when it is still attached by a stem. Pentachrinoids, plural of pentachrinoid. Pentachron, a solid with 5 summits vertices.
Invincible.
Such as a square pyramid. Pentagrostic, a set of verses arranged so that the name of the subject occurs 5 times, the whole set of verses being divided into 5 different parts from top to bottom. Pentagrostics, plural of pentacrostic. Pentac, a pentactinal structure, one with 5 rays. Pentactin, alternative form of pentactine. Pentactinal, having 5 rays. Pentactine, a pentactinal spicule of a sponge. Pentactines, plural of pentactine. Pentact, plural of pentact. Pentacube, a polycube composed of 5 cubes. Pentacubes, plural of pentacube. Pentacular, of or relating to a pentacle. Pentaculum, pentacle. Pentacuspid, having 5 cusps. Pentacuspide, having 5 cusps. Pentacycle, a 5-wheeled pedal cycle. Pentacycle, plural of pentacycle. Pentacyclic, having 5 rings, especially 5 fused rings as in many triterpenoids. Pentacyclization, formation of a pentacyclic compound. Pentacyclizations, plural of pentacyclization. Pentacyclosquale, a pentacyclic triterpene hydrocarbon hydropiscine formed from squalene. Pentacylindrical, composed of 5 cylinders.
Here we go.
Pentat, synonym of quintet. A group of 5 things, particularly. Pentadactyl, having 5 digits on a limb. Pentadactyl, alternative form of pentadactyl. Pentadactylic, pentadactylic. Pentadactylism, pentadactyly. Pentadactyloid, having the form of, or a structure modified from, a pentadactyl limb, having an underlying structure that is a limb with 5 digits, although these may be fused or only exist in vestigial form. Pentadactylus, pentadactyl. Pentadactyly, the condition of having 5 digits fingers or toes on a limb. Pentathlon, or related to a 5-year period. Pentadec, alternative form of pentadca used before a vowel. Pentadca, 15. Pentadecacopper, 15 atoms of copper in a compound. Pentadecagon, a polygon with 15 sides. Pentadecagonal, having the form of a pentadecagon. Pentadecagons, plural of pentadecagon. Pentadecahedral, in the form of a pentadecahedron. Pentadecahedron, a polyhedron with 15 faces. Pentadecahydrate, a hydrate containing 15 molecules of water per molecule or unit cell. Pentadecahydrates, plural of pentadecahydrate. Pentadecamer, an oligomer having 15 subunits. Pentadecameric, of or pertaining to a pentadecamer.
Invincible.
Pentadecamers, plural of pentadecamer. Pentadecanol, the aliphatic aldehyde has 15 carbon atoms. Pentadecane, any of very many isomeric aliphatic codecodes having 15 carbon atoms. There's basically in pentadecanes. Pentadecanes, plural of pentadecane. Pentadecano, any salt or ester of pentadecanoic acid. Pentadecanos, plural of pentadecanote. Pentadecanoic, of or pertaining to pentadecanoic acid or its derivatives. Pentadecanoic acid, the aliphatic carboxylic acid having 15 carbon atoms. Pentadecanoin, any glyceride of pentadecanoic acid. Pentadecamal, a saturated aliphatic alcohol that has 15 carbon atoms, but especially one pentadecanon. Pentadecanon, any of several isomeric aliphatic ketones having 15 carbon atoms. Pentadecanon, plural of pentadecanon. Pentadecanoil, the univalent radical derived from pentadecanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Pentadecaoxide, any oxide containing 15 atoms of oxygen per molecule of. Pentadecaptide, an oligopeptide composed on 15 amino acid residues. Pentadecaptides, plural of pentadecaptide. Pentadecapsyllabic, synonym of quindicsyllabic. Pentadecathlon, a sporting event consisting of 15 different sports or contests. Pentadecathlons, plural of pentadecathlon. Pentadecatoic acid, an acid related to pentadecane. Pentadecene, any alkene that has 15 carbon atoms and one double bond, but especially one pentadecene or cis-7 pentadecene. Pentadecenes, plural of pentadecene. Pentadecenote, any salt or ester of pentadecenoic acid. Pentadecenotes, plural of pentadecenote. Pentadecenoic, relating to pentadecenoic acid or its derivatives. Pentadecenoic acid, any aliphatic carboxylic acid having 15 carbon atoms and one double bond. Pentadecenile, the univalent radical derived from pentadecenoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Pentadecimal, based on the number 15, using the digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, and E. Pentadecimals, plural of pentadecimal. Pentadecil, any of very many isomeric univalent hydrocarbon radicals, CH, formally derived from pentadecane by the loss of a hydrogen atom. Pentadecilic, relating to the pentadecil radical. Pentadecils, plural of pentadecil. Pentadecine, any alkane that is 15 carbon
Invincible.
atoms. Pentadelphys, of a flower or plant, having its stamens fused together at least partly by the filaments so that they form 5 separate groups, some of which may contain a single stamen. Pentadelphy, presence of pentadelphous stamen. Pentadentate, forming 5 separate chemical bonds to a coordinating metal ion. Pentadeuterate, deuterated in 5 positions, or with 5 atoms of deuterium. Pentadiagonal, in which the only non-zero entries are on the main diagonal, and the first 2 diagonals above and below it. Pentad, or relating to a pentad. Pentadecity, the papillary synthetic. Pentadiene, either of 2 isomeric dienes derived from pentane. Pentadienes, plural of pentadiene. Pentadienote, any salt or ester of pentadienoic acid. Pentadienotes, plural of pentadienote. Pentadienoic, of or pertaining to pentadienoic acid or its derivatives. Pentadienoic acid, the unsaturated elevated bacillic acid CH equals CH equals CHU. Pentadienoic acids, plural of pentadienoic acid. Pentadienone, any aliphatic ketone that has 5 carbon atoms and 2 double bonds. Pentadienones, plural of pentadienone. Pentadienion, any univalent radical or ion derived from a pentadiene. Pentadienyls, plural of pentadienyl.
Here we go.
Pentadin, a sweet-tasting protein found in climbing shrub Pentadiplandra brasina. Pentadodecahedron, a regular dodecahedron having 12 pentagonal faces. Pentadodecahedrons, plural of pentadodecahedron. Pentadratron, an ancient Cyrenaic coin that was worth 5 drachmas. Pentadrachma, alternative form of pentadrachma. Pentadrachmi, plural of pentadrachma. Pentadrachmi, plural of pentadrachma. Pentadrachmas, plural of pentadrachma. Pentadrachms, plural of pentadrachma. Pentans, plural of pentad. Pentene, any compound having 5 carbon-carbon double bonds. Pentenes, plural of pentene. Pentenoic, relating to any pentenoic acid or its derivatives. Pentenoic acid, any polyunsaturated fatty acid that has 5 double bonds. Pentenoic acids, plural of pentenoic acid. Pentenoics, plural of pentenoic. Penterythritol, The polyhydric alcohol 2,2-bis hydroxymethyl 1,3-propanediol CCH2OH. Pentaerythritol tetranitrate, a potent, water-soluble high explosive prepared by nitration of pentaerythritol. Pentaerythritols, plural of pentaerythritol. Pentaerythritol, the tetravalent radical derived from pentaerythritol. Pentaerythritols, plural of pentaerythritol. Pentethylacetophenone, a chemical compound, CHO. Pentethylhexamine, the Pentaflag, divided or split into 5 parts. Pentaflag, a fractal formed by arranging clusters of pentagons around a central pentagon. Pentaflags, plural of pentaflag. Pentafluoride, any fluoride containing 5 fluorine atoms in each molecule. Pentafluorides, plural of pentafluoride. Pentafluoro, 5 fluorine atoms in a molecule. Pentafluorobenzoic, used to name the pentafluoro derivatives of benzoic acid. Pentafluorobenzoyl, the 2,3,4,5,6 pentafluoro derivative of the benzoyl radical. Pentafluorobenzoyls, plural of pentafluorobenzoyl. Pentafluorobenzyl, a form of the benzyl radical in which each of the hydrogen atoms of the benzene ring has been replaced by fluorine. Pentafluoroethane, a refrigerant and fire suppression agent with the chemical formula CF3CHF2. Pentafluorophile, any pentafluoro derivative of an ethyl group. Pentafluorophiles, plural of pentafluorophile. Pentafluorophenol, a derivative of phenol in which the 5 hydrogen atoms have been replaced by those of fluorine C6F5OH. Pentafluorophenyl, a phenyl group in which the 5 hydrogen atoms have been replaced by those of fluorine C6F. Pentafluoropyridine, the fully fluorinated derivative of pyridine. It is used in the synthesis of various heterocyclic compounds. Pentafluoropyridines, plural of pentafluoropyridine. Pentafluoros, plural of pentafluoro. Pentafluorostyrene, a derivative of styrene in which each hydrogen of the benzene ring has been replaced by fluorine. It is used to make specialized polymers. Pentafluorosulfonyl, any pentafluoro derivative of a sulfonyl radical. Pentafluorosulfonyls, plural of pentafluorosulfonyl. Pentafluorphenyl, misspelling of pentafluorphenyl. Pentaformylgidixin, yetaformate. Pentafunctional, that has 5 functions. Pentafunctionalized, having 5 functional groups. Bifurcation, a division into 5 branches. Pentafusi, a synthetic polypeptide intended as a treatment of HIV infection. Pentagalacturonate, a salt or ester of pentagalacturonic acid. Pentagalacturonates, plural of pentagalacturonate. Pentagalacturonic, relating to pentagalacturonic acid and its derivatives. Pentagalacturonic acid, a breakdown product of polygalacturonic acid pectic acid containing 5 galacturonic acid units. Pentagallel, 5 galleyl groups in a compound. Pentagalleyl glucose, the ester of glucose with 5 molecules of gallic acid. Pentagamous, someone who has 5 spouses at the same time. Pentagamous, plural of pentagamous. Pentagamy, the state of having 5 spouses simultaneously. Pentagastrin, a synthetic polypeptide that has effects like gastrin, given parenterally. Pentagastrins, plural of pentagastrin. Pentagenarian, a person between 50 and 59 years old. Pentagenarians, plural of pentagenarian. Pentaglot, in 5 languages. Pentaglucoside, a glucoside containing 5 glucose units. Pentaglucosides, plural of pentaglucoside. Pentaglutamate, any compound, typically an ester that has 5 glutamate groups. Pentaglutamates, plural of pentaglutamate. Pentaglycine, an oligopeptide or section of a protein consisting of 5 glycine amino acids. Pentaglycines, plural of pentaglycine. Pentaglycosylceramide, a glycosylceramide in which the sugar is a pentasaccharide. Pentaglycosylceramides, plural of pentaglycosylceramide. Pentagon, the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense. Pentagonal, of, relating to, or shaped like a pentagon. Pentagonal prism, a prism with a pentagonal base. Pentagonal prisms, plural of pentagonal prism. Pentagonally, in the form of a pentagon with 5 angles. Pentagonals, plural of pentagonal. Pentagamese, the jargon used by the United States Department of Defense. Pentagonism, in leftist political thought, a stage beyond imperialism embodied by the United States. Pentagonist, related to pentagonism. Pentagonite, a silicate of calcium and vanadium found in basalts and tuffs. Pentagonohedron, any polyhedron that has pentagonal faces. Pentagonohedrons, plural of pentagonohedron. Pentagonoid, approximately pentagonal. Pentagonist, obsolete form of pentagonal. Pentagons, plural of pentagon. Pentagram, synonym of the pentagon. Pentagrammatic, pentagrammic. Pentagram, alternative form of pentagram. Pentagrams, plural of pentagram. Pentagrammic, being or pertaining to a pentagram. Pentagrams, plural of pentagram. Pentagraph, a device used in surveying composed of 4 flat, straight brass rules, 2 of which are long and are connected by a double pivot at the end to create a V shape, and 2 of which are short and joined by a double pivot to create another V shape pointed away from the first, with the other ends of the short rules connected at the halfway mark of the long rules so that the entire figure creates a parallelogram. Pentagraphene, alternative form of pentagraphene. Pentagraphs, plural of pentagraph. Pentagrid, a tiling of the hyperbolic plane with regular pentagons. Pentagrid converter, a compound thermionic valve used in superheterodyne radio receivers. Pentagrids, plural of pentagrid. Pentaguanine, 5 consecutive guanine residues in a protein or peptide. Pentagonous, having 5 styles or pistils. Pentahalide, any halide containing 5 halogen atoms. Pentahalides, plural of pentahalide. Pentahedra, plural of pentahedron. Pentahedral, relating to a pentahedron. Pentahedrally, in pentahedral form. Pentahedrical, obsolete form of pentahedral. Pentahedron, a polyhedron with 5 faces. Pentahedrons, plural of pentahedron. Pentahelicene, the helicene having 5 benzene rings fused into a flat spiral. Pentahelicenes, plural of pentahelicene. Pentahex, a polyhex composed of 5 hexagons. Pentahexes, plural of pentahex. Pentahistidine, 5 consecutive histidine amino acids in a peptide or protein. The equivalent repeats in a nucleic acid or gene. Pentahydrate, a hydrate whose solid contains 5 molecules of water of crystallization per molecule or per unit cell. Pentahydrated, combined with 5 molecules of water. Pentahydrates, plural of pentahydrate. Pentahydrate, having 5 hydroxy groups. Pentahydride, any hydride containing 5 atoms of hydrogen per molecule. Pentahydrides, plural of pentahydride. Pentahydride, an evaporite consisting of magnesium sulfate pentahydrate with the chemical formula MgSO5H2O. Pentahydroboride, a basic calcium borate found in skarn minerals. Pentahydrocalcite, a pentahydrated form of calcite. Pentahydroxide, any hydroxide having 5 hydroxyl groups. Pentahydroxides, plural of pentahydroxide. Pentahydroxy, 5 hydroxy groups in a molecule. Pentahydroxyflavone, any flavone with 5 hydroxyl groups. Pental, a species of Trichotillozircus loei of Borneo with a very long quill-shaped tail which is scaly at the base and plumose at the tip. Pentales, plural of pental. Pentaiodide, Pentaiodides, plural of pentaiodide. Pentadene, 5 atoms or ANs in a compound feed. Pentacadecahedra, plural of pentacadecahedron. Pentacadecahedral, in the form of a pentacadecahedron. Pentacadecahedron, synonym of pentadecahedron. Pentacadecahedrons, plural of pentacadecahedron. Pentacadide, a polyketide composed of 5 ketide monomers. Pentacadides, plural of pentaketide. Pentakes, having 5 identical units. Pentakes dodecahedron. Plural of pentakes dodecahedron. Pentakes dodecahedron, a Catalan solid equivalent to a dodecahedron with a pentagonal pyramid covering each face. Pentakes, a variant of penta used for multiplication with a second numerical prefix. Pentachysphosphate, a compound having 5 simple phosphate groups. Pentachysphosphate, plural of pentachysphosphate. Pentacosium-dimi, alternative form of pentacosium-dimi. Pentyl, sodium thiopentyl, a common anesthetic. Pentalamella, having 5 layers. Pentalemide, an antifungal drug. Pentalamina, having 5 layers. Pentalateral, a decagon whose opposite sides are parallel. Pentalaterals, plural of pentalateral. Pentalaire, having 5 layers. Pentala, 5 atoms of lead in a chemical compound.
Here we go.
Pentelma, an argument analogous to a dilemma, but involving 5 alternatives. Pentelmas, plural of pentelma. Pentylene, the aromatic bicyclic hydrocarbon consisting of 2 fused cyclopentadiene rings. Pentylene, a triquinine sesquiterpene related to pentalenic acid. Pentalenes, plural of pentalene. Pentanelactone, a sesquiterpene lactone isolated from some Streptomyces species that shows antibiotic activity. Pentanelactones, plural of pentanelactone. Pentalingual, written in or otherwise expressed through 5 languages. Pentalinguals, plural of pentalingual. Pentallelic, composed of 5 alleles. Pentalabe, having 5 lobes. Pentalobe, a tamper-proof screw whose drive has 5 rounded edges. Pentalobe, having 5 lobes. Pentalobular, having 5 lobules. Pentalogies, plural of pentalogy. Pentalogies of Fallout, plural of pentalogy of Fallout. Pentalar, a series of 5 statements. Pentalogs, plural of pentalog. Pentalogy, a set of 5 works of art that are connected, and that can be seen either as a single work or as 5 individual works. Pentalogy of Fallout, a congenital heart defect in which a tetralogy of Fallout presents with an additional patent foramen ovale or atrial septal defect. Pentalongan, a pure nanothalquinone antibiotic isolated from the East African medicinal plant Pentas longiflora. Pentaloop, a loop of 5 nucleates in a nucleic acid. Pentaloops, plural of pentaloop. Pentalophodont, having 5 ridges. Pentalophodonty, the condition of being pentalophodont. Pentalpha, a pentagram. Pentalphus, plural of pentalpha. Pentaluminium, pentaluminium. Pentaluminum, pentaluminium. Pentalysine, an oligopeptide composed of 5 lysine amino acids. Pentamagnesium, 5 magnesium atoms in a molecule. Pentamanganese, 5 atoms of manganese in a chemical compound. Pentamannose, a pentasaccharide composed of 5 mannose units. Pentamannoses, plural of pentamannose. Pentamannocell, 5 mannocell groups in a compound. Pentamidine, misspelling of pentamidine. Pentamer, an oligomer having 5 subunits. Pentameral, 5-fold of a symmetry group. Pentamerally, in a pentameral manner. Pentamercury, 5 murky atoms or ions in a compound Hg. Pentameric, of or pertaining to
Here we go.
a pentamer. Pentamerid, any brachiopod of the genus Pentamerus. Pentameri, any distinct brachiopa of the order Pentarida. Pentamerides, plural of pentameri. Pentamerism, 5-part radial symmetry. Pentamerization, the formation of a pentamer. Pentamerize, to polymerize to form a pentamer. Pentamerize, simple past and past participle of pentamerize. Pentamerizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of pentamerize. Pentamerizing, present participle and gerund of pentamerize. Pentamoi, any brachiopod of the family Pentaridae, known only as fossils. Pentameroids, plural of pentameroi. Pentamerous, in 5 parts, made up of 5 parts. Pentamerously, in a pentamerous manner. Pentamers, plural of pentamer. Pentamery, the condition of being pentameric. Pentameter, a line in a poem having 5 metrical feet. Pentameters, plural of pentameter. Pentamethyl, 5 methyl groups in a molecule. Pentamethylbenzene, an aromatic hydrocarbon, C6HCH, obtained by methylation of xylene. Pentamethylbenzenes, plural of pentamethylbenzene. Pentamethylcyclopentadiene, the derivative of cyclopentadiene 1,2,3,4,5-pentamethylcyclopentadiene that is used in organic synthesis. Pentamethylcyclopentadienes, plural of pentamethylcyclopentadiene. Pentamethylcyclopentadientyl, the cation derived from pentamethylcyclopentadiene. Pentamethylcyclopentadienyls, plural of pentamethylcyclopentadienyl. Pentamethylene, 5 methylene groups in a molecule. Pentamethylnadiamine, padaverine. Pentamethylnadiamines, plural of pentamethylnadiamine. Pentamethylines, plural of pentamethylene. Pentamethylnitrazole, pentylnitrazole. Pentameter, alternative form of pentameter. Pentameters, plural of pentameter. Pentametric, relating to or exhibiting pentameter. Pentametrically, in pentameter. Pentametrist, one who writes in pentameter. Pentametrist, plural of pentametrist. Pentamidine, a synthetic antibiotic drug used chiefly in the form of its salt CHN4OS2, especially to treat protozoal infections such as leishmaniasis and to prevent pneumocystis pneumonia. Pentamidine, plural of pentamidine. Pentamillionaire, a person whose wealth amounts to $5 million or other currency unit. Pentamillionaires, plural of pentamillionaire. Pentamine, the quaternary ammonium compound methylaminodiethylene bis ethyl diethylammonium bromide that blocks the activity of ganglions. Pentamirror, a system of 3 not 5 mirrors used as a cheaper substitute to a pentaprism in the viewfinders of some single lens reflex cameras. Pentamirrors, plural of pentamirror. Pentamolybdate, the polymeric anion composed of Mo5O2 clusters, any salt containing this anion. Pentamolybdates, plural of pentamolybdate. Pentamorate, having 5 mori. Pentamorph, a polymorph that has 5 forms. Pentamorphic, having 5 distinct forms. Pentamorphone, 14 beta pentylaminoamorphinon, a senesynthetic opiate derivative and analgesic. Pentamorphs, plural of pentamorph. Pentamutation, a group of 5 mutations. Pentanol, an alkyl aldehyde with molecular formula C5HO used in flavorings, resin chemistry, and rubber accelerators. Pentanaldehyde, pentanol. Pentaneric, composed of 5 components or elements used to refer to alloys, semiconductors, or solid chemical compounds. Pentandr, any plant of the former class Pentandria, having 5 stamens. Pentanders, plural of pentandr. Pentandrium, of or relating to the class Pentandria, having 5 stamens. Pentandrous, of or relating to the lineage
Invincible.
class Pentandria, having 5 stamens. Phenting, an aliphatic hydrocarbon of chemical formula C5H, either of the 3 isomers N-pentane, methylbutane isopentane, and dimethylpropane neopentane, volatile liquids under normal conditions. Pentanediol, Ne of several isomeric diols derived from pentane. Pentanediols, plural of pentanediol. Pentanediene, either of 2 isomeric aliphatic diketones 2,3-pentanediene, 2,4-pentanediene derived from pentane. Pentanediens, plural of pentanediene. Pentanediol, any of many isomeric didiols derived from pentane, but especially one pentadiol that has several industrial applications. Pentanediols, plural of pentanediol. Phentanes, plural of pentane. Pentanurol, a mixture of the drugs meprobamate and penterythritol tetranitrate used to manage anxiety disorders. Pentangle, a pentagram. Pentangols, plural of pentangle. Pentangular, having 5 corners or angles. Pentangularity, the quality of being pentangular. Pentangularly, in a pentangular manner. Pentanidium, any of a class of catalytic bicyclic heterocyclic cations. Pentanidioms, plural of pentanidium. Pentanitride, any nitride containing 5 nitrogen atoms. Pentanitrides, plural of pentanitride. Pentanote, any salt or ester of pentanoic acid.
Here we go.
Pentanotes, plural of pentanote. Pentanoic, of or pertaining to pentanoic acid or its derivatives. Pentanoic acid, valeric acid. Pentanol, any of several isomers of the alcohol C5HOH, the principal constituents of fusel oil. Pentanols, plural of pentanol. Pentanon, any of 3 organic compounds containing 5 carbons and a ketone functional group. Pentanons, plural of pentanon. Pentanoxymethyl, an alkoxymethyl radical in which R is a pentyl group. Pentanol, a univalent radical derived from pentanoic acid. Pentanuclear, having 5 nuclei. Pentanucleotide, a codon containing 5 nucleotides. Pentanucleotides, plural of pentanucleotide. Pentanucleotidic, relating to or composed of pentanucleotides. Pentose, alternative form of pentose. Pentoses, plural of pentose. Pentoxide, alternative form of pentoxide. Pentoxides, plural of pentoxide. Pentoxo, a chemical compound with 5 oxygen atoms with double bonds. Pentoxylene, the unstable allotrope of oxygen O composed of a ring of 5 atoms. Pentapalladium, 5 palladium atoms or ions in a compound PD. Pentaptal, using 5 legs in reality, 4 legs and a tail in order to walk. Pentapeptidase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a pentapeptide. Pentapeptidases, plural of pentapeptidase. Pentapeptide, an oligopeptide formed from 5 amino acids. Pentapeptides, plural of pentapeptide. Pentapeptidic, relating to or composed of pentapeptides. Pentapetalous, having 5 petals. Pentaphene, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon with 5 fused benzene rings. Pentaphenes, plural of pentaphene. Pentaphenyl, 5 phenyl radicals in a molecule. Pentaciliate, love of the number 5. Pentaphonic, composed of 5 notes. Pentaphosphoferrocene, any of a series of compounds analogous to ferrocenes in which a ring of 5 phosphorus atoms is bound to an iron atom. Pentaphosphoferrocenes, plural of pentaphosphoferrocene. Pentaphosphate, a compound having 5 phosphate groups. Pentaphosphates, plural of pentaphosphate. Pentaphosphide, any phosphide containing 5 phosphorus atoms. Pentaphosphides, plural of pentaphosphide. Pentaphosphorus, 5 atoms of phosphorus in a compound. Pentaphosphorylated, phosphorylated with 5 units of phosphoric acid. Pentaphon, a sequence of 5 vowels pronounced as or almost as a single syllable. Pentaphons, plural of pentaphon. Pentaphylin, cinquefoil. Pentaphyllus, having 5 leaves or leaflets. Pentaphyrin, a heterocycle that is a pentapyrolic form of porphyrin. Pentaphyrin, plural of pentaphyrin. Pentaplex, having 5 parts or functions. Pentaplicate, made 5 times as much, 5-fold. Pentaplicates, plural of pentaplicate. Pentaploid, that has 5 haploid sets of chromosomes. Pentaploid, plural of pentaploid. Pentaploidy, the condition of being pentaploid. Pentapod, an organism or machine with 5 legs. Pentapodes, plural of pentapody. Pentapods, plural of pentapod. Pentapody, a measure, verse, or series consisting of 5 feet. Pentapolis, plural of pentapolis. Pentapolis, a geographic and / or institutional grouping of 5 cities. Pentapolises, plural of pentapolis. Pentapolitan, of or relating to the ancient Pentapolis of Cyrenaica in northern Africa. Pentaporphyrin, a complex of 5 porphyrin groups. Pentaporphyrins, plural of pentaporphyrin. Pentapotamia, a geographical region in South Asia politically divided between India and Pakistan. Pentapotamia, the Punjabi language. Pentapotassium, 5 potassium ions in a compound. Pentaprism, a 5-sided prism used in the viewfinder of most single-lens reflex cameras. Pentaprismatic, in the form of a pentaprism. Pentaprismo, compounds having 10 atoms bound into a pentagonal prism. Pentaprisms, plural of pentaprism. Pentapterous, having 5 wings. Pentaptos, a noun having 5 cases. Pentaptotes, plural of pentaptote. Pentaptych, a 5-part polyptych, a picture or combination of pictures consisting of a centerpiece and double folding doors or wings, as for an altarpiece. Pentaptych, plural of pentaptych. Pentapyrimidine, a sequence of 5 pyrimidines in a nucleic acid. Pentapyrimidines, plural of pentapyrimidine. Pentapyrrolic, composed of 5 pyrrole rings rather than the usual 4. Pentaquadrupole, 5 quadrupoles typically in a mass spectrum.
Here we go.
Pentaquark, any of a class of subatomic particles previously hypothetical, since detected, subject to confirmation, consisting of a group of 5 quarks compared to 3 quarks in normal baryons and 2 in mesons, or more specifically 4 quarks and 1 antiquark symbol theta. Pentaquarks, plural of pentaquark. Pentaquin, an 8-aminoquinoline derivative used to treat malaria. Pentaquine, alternative form of pentaquin. Pentaradial, radiating outward in 5 directions. Pentaradiality, pentaradial symmetry. Pentaradially, in a pentaradial manner. Pentaradiate, having 5 rays. Pentarch, a member of a pentarchy. Pentarchy, relating to a pentarchy or a pentarch. Pentarchicome. Pentarchic. Pentarchies, plural of pentarchy. Pentarchs, plural of pentarch. Pentarchy, model of church organization historically championed in the Eastern Orthodox Church. Penterpene, a pattern of 5 repeats in a nucleic acid or protein, especially a prion. Penterpes, plural of penterpes. Pentersistence, the condition of being pentasistent. Pentersistent, resistant to 5 different drugs. Typically to antibiotics. Pentaribonucleotide, an oligonucleotide containing 5 nucleotide units. Pentaribonucleotides, plural of pentaribonucleotide. Pentarsic, having 5 stresses on each line of verse. Pentas, plural of penta. Pentasaccharide, any oligosaccharide having 5 sugar residues. Pentasaccharides, plural of pentasaccharide. Pentasectable, able to be divided into 5 equal angles using a compass and straightedge. Pentaselenide, 5 selenide ions in a compound C. Pentaselenides, plural of pentaselenide. Pentaspolus, having 5 sepals. Pentasialic, composed of 5 sialic acid moieties. Pentasyl, any of a family of silicate structures composed of regular 3-dimensional pentagonal arrangements of atoms. Pentasilicate, 5 silicate ions or groups in a compound. Pentasiloxane, any siloxane having 5 CO groups. Pentasiloxanes, plural of pentasiloxane. Pentasyls, plural of pentasyl. Pentasilver, 5 silver atoms or ions in a compound ag. Pentasodium, 5 sodium atoms or ions in a compound. Pentasolic, misspelling of pentastone. Pentasomic, having 5 copies of a particular chromosome. Pentasemy, the quality of being pentasemic. Pentaspan, synonym of pentastar. Pentaspanin, a protein associated with integrin. Pentaspermous, containing or bearing 5 seeds. Pentaspheric, alternative form of pentaspherical. Pentaspherical, relating to the pentasphere. Pentastarch, a hydroxyethyl starch with 5 hydroxyethyl groups out of each 11 hydroxyls. Pentastarches, plural of pentastarch. Pentasternum, the 3rd sclerite of a segment sternal complex. Pentastage, any composition consisting of 5 verses. Pentastiches, having or arranged in 5 vertical ranks. Pentastich, plural of pentastich. Pentastome, any tongueworm of the subclass Pentastomata. Pentastomes, plural of pentastome. Pentastomiasis, disease caused by pentastomata parasites. Pentastomid, any member of the pentastomata, an enigmatic group of parasitic invertebrates. Pentastomidosis, any disease associated with the presence of pentastomata. Pentastomids, plural of pentastomid. Pentastrontium, 5 strontium atoms or ions in a compound SR. Pentastyle, a portico with 5 columns. Pentastyles, plural of pentastyle. Pentasubstituted, having 5 substituents. Pentasulfate, any compound containing 5 sulfate groups or ions.
Invincible.
Pentasulfates, plural of pentasulfate. Pentasulfide, alternative spelling of pentasulfide. Pentasulfides, plural of pentasulfide. Pentasulfide, any sulfide containing 5 sulfur atoms in each molecule. Pentasulfides, plural of pentasulfide. Pentasyllabic, having 5 syllables. Pentasyllabics, plural of pentasyllabic. Pentasyllable, a pentasyllabic word. Pentasyllables, plural of pentasyllable. Pentate, to perform pentation. Pentator, simple past and past participle of pentate. Pentatelluri, any compound having 5 tellurate ions. Pentatellurides. Plural of pentatelluri. Pentates, third person singular. Simple present indicative of pentate. Pentateuch, the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Pentateuchal, alternative letter case form of pentateuchal. Pentathionic, any salt of pentathionic acid. Pentathionates, plural of pentathionic. Pentathionic acid, the basic acid HSO3S3SO3H. Pentadiaphene, an oligomer of thiophene containing 5 units that is used to image protein aggregates. Pentadiaphenes, plural of pentathiaphene. Pentathlon, plural of pentathlon. Pentathlete, an athlete who competes in the pentathlon. Pentathletes, plural of pentathlete. Pentalloy, plural of pentathlete. Pentathlon, an ancient athletics discipline featuring 5 events: stadion, wrestling, long jump, javelin, and discus. Pentathlons, plural of pentathlon. Pentathlons, a pentathlete. Pentathlon, pentathlon. Pentating, present participle and gerund of pentate. Pentation, the arithmetic operation of repeated titration. Pentational, relating to pentation. Pentations, plural of pentation. Pentatomic, having 5 atoms in each molecule. Pentatomic, any shield bug in the family Pentatomidae. Pentatomids, plural of Pentatomic. Pentatomi, relating to the pentatomids. Pentatomoi, any of the superfamily Pentatomoidea of true bugs. Pentatomoids, plural of pentatomoi. Pentatomomorph, any insect of the infroder Pentatomomorpha. Pentatomomorphs, plural of pentatomomorph. Pentatone, an augmented 6. Pentatones, plural of pentatone. Pentatonic, based on 5 tones. Pentatonic scale, a scale having 5 notes per octave. Pentatonic scales. Plural of pentatonic scale. Pentatonically, in a pentatonic manner, using a pentatonic scale. Pentatonicism, the condition of being pentatonic. Pentatonics, plural of pentatonic. Pentatonism, pentatonicism. Pentatope. Synonym of pentahedron. Pentatope number. A number in the fifth cell of any row of Pascal's triangle starting with the 5-term row 1, 4, 6, 4, 1 either from left to right or from right to left. Pentatope numbers. Plural of pentatope number. Pentatopes. Plural of pentatope. Pentatria contain. A very many is the elevated having yarded etos but especially and pentavicod z. Pentatria contains. Plural of pentatria contain. Pentatria contenoic, of or pertaining to pentatria contenoic acid or its derivatives, seraplastic. Pentatria contenoic acid, any saturated fatty acid that has 35 carbon atoms. Pentatricontain. Pentatria contain. Pentatricontains. Plural of pentatricontain. Pentatricoptide, a polypeptide motif containing 35 amino acid units. Pentatricoptides, plural of pentatricoptide. Pentatriene, any of several isomeric unsaturated aliphatic hydrocarbons having 5 carbon atoms and 3 double bonds. Pentatrienes, plural of pentatriene. Pentaranyl, 5 uranyl ions or groups in a compound. Pentavalence, the condition of being pentavalent. Pentavalency, alternative form of pentavalence. Pentavalent, having an atomic valence of 5. Pentavalently, in a pentavalent manner. Pentavigesimal, quinarivigesimal based upon both the numbers 5 and 20. Pentexane, alternative form of pentrexane. Pentexens, plural of pentexane. Pentite, alternative spelling of piente. Pentazinc, 5 zinc atoms or ions in a compound CN. Pentazocine, a synthetic compound that is a potent non-addictive analgesic, often given during childbirth. Pentazocines. Plural of pentazocine. Pentazole, a Chen-5, the 5-membered homocyclic compound containing 5 nitrogen atoms and 2 double bonds. Pentazoles, plural of pentazole. Pentacontidrachum, an ancient Cyrenaic coin worth 50 drachmas. Pentacontidrachums, plural of pentacontidrachum. Pentacontalitron, a large gold coin of ancient Sicily worth 50 litras. Pentaconter, a Gala-type Grecian vessel with 50 oars. Pentaconters, plural of
Invincible.
Pentaconter. Pentecost, synonym of Shavuot, a Jewish harvest festival which falls on the 6th day of Sivan in the spring, 50 days after the 2nd day of the Passover when the Omer sheaf of barley is offered, a ceremony held on that day to commemorate the giving of the Torah first 5 books of the Hebrew scriptures to Moses and the Israelites on Mount Sinai. Pentecost Island, one of the islands of Vanuatu. Pentecost Monday, the Monday after Pentecost. Whit Monday. Pentecostal, of or relating to Pentecost. Pentecostalism, a religious movement that emphasizes the Holy Spirit and is known for speaking in tongues. Pentecostalisms, plural of Pentecostalism. Pentecostalists, of or pertaining to Pentecostalism. Pentecostalists, plural of Pentecostalists. Pentecostal, in a Pentecostal way. Pentecostals, plural of Pentecostal. Pentecostaria, plural of Pentecostarian. Pentecostarian, a liturgical book for the Paschal season, used by the Eastern Orthodox and Eastern Catholic churches that follow the Byzantine Rite. Pentecoster, an officer who commands 50 men, particularly historical in the Spartan army. Pentecosters, plural of Pentecoster. Pentecostes, plural of Pentecost. Pentecosts, plural of Pentecost. Pentecosti, a troop of 50 soldiers in the Spartan army. Pentecostes, plural of Pentecosti.
Here we go.
Pentagraph, archaic form of pantograph. Pentagraphs, plural of pentagraph. Pentecostes, a group of 50 men in the ancient Greek army. Pentel, a non-permanent marker pen. Pentel pen, marker, felt tip pen. Pentel pens, plural of pentel pen. Pentella, of war relating to Mount Pentelicus Penteliko Mountain, near Athens, famous for its fine white marble quarries. Pentelic marble, a white marble with a uniform, faint yellow tint, quarried on Mount Pentelicus near Athens. Pentelicon, Pentella. Pentelicon, synonym of Mount Pentelicus. Pendles, plural of pental. That, a chemical derivative of pentene where the following letter is a vowel, for example all, 1. Phentene, any of several isomeric alkenes having 5 carbon atoms and 1 double bond. Pentenes, plural of pentene. Pentennial, synonym of quinquennial, occurring every 5 years. Pentanote, any salt or ester of a pentanoic acid. Pentanotes, plural of pentanote. Pentanoic acid, any aliphatic carboxylic acid that has 5 carbon atoms and 1 double bond. Pentanoic acids, plural of pentanoic acid. Pentanol, any of several isomeric derivatives of pentanol having a single carbon-carbon double bond. Pentanols, plural of pentanol. Pentanon, either of 3 isomeric aliphatic ketones that have 5 carbon atoms and 1 double bond. Pentanons, plural of pentanol. Pentanol, any radical derived from a pentene. Pentaract, a 5-dimensional hypercube. Pentaracts, plural of pentaract. Pentar, a pentarene, quinquerine. Pentarene, a quinquerine, a pentar. Pentarenes, plural of pentarene. Penters, plural of pentar. Pentest, alternative spelling of pentest. Pentested, simple past and past participle of pentas. Pendaster, someone who performs a penetration test. Pentesters, plural of pentester. Pentesting, the act of conducting a pen test. Pentists, plural of pentists. Pentat, synonym of quintat. Pentatate, any salt or ester of pentatic acid. Pentatates, plural of pentatate. Pentateric, quinquet. Pentatic acid, diethylene triamine pentacetic acid DTPA, a polyaminocarboxylic acid consisting of a diethylnatriamine backbone modified with 5 carboxylentyl groups, used as a chelating agent to treat radioactive contamination. Pentatrazole, pentanetitrazole, pentadete, a modified pentatic acid attached to a peptide segment. Pendats, plural of pentet. Pentuin, a coastal village in Pentuin Valley Parish, Cornwall, England OS RIDREF SX 0147. Pentuin Valley, a civil parish south of St. Austell, Cornwall, England. Pendalay, any mite of the family Penthalade. Pendalades, plural of penthalade. Penthamimer, synonym of penthamimerus. Penthamimer, a metrical unit equal to half of a pentameter. Penthamimeral, relating to a penthamimer. Penthamimerus, a prisal group of 2.5 feet. Penthamimers, plural of penthamimer. Penthamems, plural of penthamim. Penthinate, a particular antimuscarinic drug. Pentapia, a broad-spectrum carboxamide fungicide. Penthos, sorrow, grief, mourning, or sadness. Penthouse, a structure or annex, especially one with a sloping roof extending from the side of a building, sometimes as protection from the weather. Penthouse, furnished with a penthouse or exterior building. Penthouse-like, resembling or characteristic of a penthouse. Penthouses, plural of penthouse. Penthausen, present participle and gerund of penthouse. Pentarachloral, a sedative and hypnotic drug. Penthrit, alternative form of penthrite pentaerythritol tetranitrate. Penthrite, pentaerythritol tetranitrate. Enthusiasm for writing.
Invincible.
Alternative form of penta. Penchant, a pallian made up of 5 triangles. Penchantment, plural of penchiament. That 5-fold. Or 5-membered. Pentais, an extension of a building's roof and the protected area beneath. Pentais, having a pentais. Pentaises, plural of pentais. Penticton, a city near Medin, Valley of the Zodiac of British Columbia, Canada. Penephili, a particular vasodilator. Pensile, any of the 4 points that divide an ordered distribution into 5 parts, each containing a fifth 20% of the population, used commonly for income distributions. Pentiles, plural of pentile. Petal, a tessellation of the plane consisting of irregular pentagons. Pentamol, using a base of 5, quinary. Pentamols, plural of pentamol. Pentament, synonym of pentamento. Pentimenti, plural of pentimento. Pentimento, the presence of traces of a previous work in an artistic or literary work, especially painting an image which has been painted over but is still detectable. Pentimento, bearing a pentimento. Pentiments, plural of pentiment. Pentina, a fixed verse form consisting of 5 stanzas of 5 lines each, normally followed by a 2-line envoi.
Here we go.
Pendinas, plural of pentina. Pentene, any of several isomeric acetylenes having 5 carbon atoms and 1 triple bond. Pentinene, pentine. Pentenes, plural of pentene. Pendidae, alternative form of pentaidae. Pendidaes, plural of pentaidae. Pendiophonae, the ketin C sig H5 co CHCH3 butyl-phenyl ketone. Fetter, a community and small village in Gwynedd, Wales, OS grid ref SH 5767. Pentais, alternative form of pentais. Pentais is plural of pentais. Pentiti, plural of pentito. Pentito, a criminal who cooperates with police or government authorities and testifies against or provides harmful information on fellow criminals. A turncoat or informant, usually a former mafioso. Pentatol, any sugar alcohol having 5 carbon atoms. Pentatols, plural of pentatol. Pentium, a CPU chip designed and manufactured by Intel, successor to the 486 chip introduced in 1993. Pentium, plural of pentim. Pentland, a surname from Middle English. Pentlandite, a mixed iron and nickel sulfide mineral with the chemical formula Fe(Ni)S8, the major ore of nickel. Pentlandites, plural of pentlandite. Pentland,
Invincible.
Didic, of or relating to the mineral pentlandite. Penny, a village and civil parish in King's Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England, OS grid ref TF 7213. Pentobarbital, a narcotic and sedative barbiturate drug trademark Nembutal formerly used to relieve insomnia. Pentabarbitals, plural of pentabarbital. Pentabarbital, misspelling of pentabarbital. Pentabarbitone, pentabarbital sodium salt. Pentabarbitones, plural of pentabarbitone. Pentacin, a particular bacteriacin produced by the bacterium Lactobacillus pentas. Pentode, a thermionic valve similar to a tetrode with the addition of a third grid, the suppressor grid to reduce the secondary emission effect, with slash is used in high-quality audio and radio products. Pentodes, plural of pentode. Pentafuranose, the furanose form of a pentose. Pentafuranoses, plural of pentafuranose. Pentafuranocide, the furanoside form of a pentose. Pentafuranosides, plural of pentafuranocide. Pentoic acid, valeric acid. Pensol, any organic compound having 5-hydroxy functional groups. Pentalinium, a ganglionic blocking agent that acts as a nicotinic acetylcholine receptor antagonist and is used as an antihypertensive drug. Pentalite, a composite high
Here we go.
explosive used for military and civilian purposes. Pentalt, plural of pental. Pentomic, pertaining to or exhibiting the concept of structuring a division military formation such that it has 5 subordinate parts. Pentamino, a polyamino made up of 5 square units. When packing pentaminos into 3-dimensional shapes, the square units commonly are expanded into cubes instead of being flattened. Pentaminos, plural of pentamino. Penton, a surname. Penton Grafton, a small village and civil parish in Test Valley District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 3247. Pentanol, relating to a penton. Pentane, any salt or ester of a pentonic acid. Pentanates, plural of pentanate. Fentone, Valine. Pentones, plural of pentone. Pentonic acid, any aldonic acid having 5 carbon atoms. Pentonic acids, plural of pentonic acid. Pentons, plural of penton. Pentop, an electronic pen-like device intended as an educational computer for use with attachable cartridges and special digital paper. Pentoprol, particular AZ inhibitor. Pentops, plural of pentop. Pentor, a barangay of Dinalupihan, Baton, Philippines. Pentarex, Fenpenterman. Pentacetaceous, relating to or containing pentoses.
Invincible.
Pentazelin, impertorin. Pentacin, any polysaccharide composed of pentoses. Pentacin polysulfate, an oral medication for the treatment of interstitial cystitis. Pentasane, alternative form of pentacin. Pentasane, plural of pentasane. Pentacin polysulfate, alternative form of pentacin polysulfate. Pentacins, plural of pentacin. Pentos, a sugar or saccharide. Containing 5 carbon atoms. Pentose phosphate pathway, a metabolic pathway parallel to glycolysis that generates NADP and pentoses as well as ribose 5-phosphate, the last one a precursor for the synthesis of nucleotides. Pentoses, plural of pentose. Pentaside, any glycoside derived from a pentose. Pentasides, plural of pentaside. Pentacidine, a biomarker for advanced glycation end products. Pentostatin, a particular drug isolated from Streptomyces antibioticus, used in chemotherapy. Pentaguria, the presence of pentose sugars in the urine, especially the presence of abnormally high levels of xylulose in the urine. Pentagurias, plural of pentaguria. Pentacell, a univalent radical derived from a pentose. Pentacels, plural of pentacell. Pentacyltransferase, any glycosyltransferase that catalyzes the transfer of a pentose.
Here we go.
Pentacyltransferases, plural of pentacyltransferase. Pentacyl, thiopental. Pentixazone, the herbicide 3,4,4,05 cyclopentaloxy-2-fluorophene IL-5 isopropylidine 1,3-oxazolidine 2,4-dione. Pentoxide, any oxide containing 5 oxygen atoms in each molecule. Pentoxides, plural of pentoxide. Pentoxyphiline, a xanthine derivative used to treat vascular dementia and intermittent claudication resulting from obstructed arteries in the limbs. Pentoxyphiline, misspelling of pentoxyphiline. Pentoxyphiline, misspelling of pentoxyphiline. Pentoxyl, the pyrimidine 5-hydroxymethyl-4-methyluresyl. Pentoxyvrine, a cough suppressant. Pentry, a village in Anglesey, Wales. Pentrixin, any of a family of proteins characterized by calcium-dependent ligand binding. Pentrixin, plural of pentrixin. Pentor, a number of places in Wales. Penterburwa, a village in Anfihangel Ysgiffiog community, Anglesey, Wales, West Grid Ref SH 4772. Penterseed WRT, a village in Nangeller community, Northwest Carmarthenshire, Wales, West Grid Ref SN 3838. Pentry, a surname from Cornish. Pentreba, a hamlet in Carmarthenshire, Wales, West Grid Ref SN 8233. Pentrafella, a number of places in Wales.
Invincible.
Pentramiddle, or relating to pentramites. Pentramite, any member of species of pentramites. Pentramites, plural of pentramite. Pentridge, a village in Sixpenny Handley and Pentridge Parish, Northeast Dorset, England, West Grid Ref SU 0317. Pentrit, alternative form of penthrite pentaerythritol tetranitrate. Bentride, the explosive pentaerythritol tetranitrate. Pentroof, alternative form of pentroof. Pentroofs, plural of pentroof. Pentroff, at penstock. Pentroff, plural of pentra. Pence, plural of pen. Penstemon, alternative form of penstemon. Penstemons, plural of penstemon. Penstock, alternative form of penstock. Penstocks, plural of penstock. Pentuple, synonym of quintuple in its various senses. Pentuple, simple past and past participle of pentuple. Pentuples, third person singular simple present indicative of pentuple. Pentuplet, synonym of quintet, a group of 5, particularly musicians. Pentuplet, plural of pentuplet. Pentuplicate, synonym of quintuplicate. Pentuplicates, plural of pentuplicate. Pentupling, present participle and gerund pentuple. Penturban, pertaining to or located in Penturbia. Penturbia, small towns that lie beyond city suburbs, Utica. Collectively. Penties. Penzyl, any of several isomeric univalent hydrocarbon radicals, C5H, formerly derived from pentane by the loss of a hydrogen atom. Pentylamine, any of several isomeric amides derived from a pentane, but especially the periamide CHCHNH2. Pentylamine, plural of pentylamine. Pentylnitrazole, a drug formerly used as a circulatory and respiratory stimulant. Pentylnitrazole, alternative spelling of pentylnitrazole. Pentylnitrazoles, plural of pentylnitrazole. Pentylic, pertaining to, derived from, or containing. Pentile. Pentiles, plural of pentile. Pentyne, any of several isomeric alkynes having 5 carbon atoms and 1 triple bond. Pentynes, plural of pentyne. Pentanote, any salt or ester of a pentanoic acid. Pentanotes, plural of pentanote. Pentanoic, relating to a pentanoic acid or its derivatives. Pentanoic acid, any of 3 isomeric aliphatic carboxylic acids having 5 carbon atoms and a triple bond. Pentanoic acids, plural of pentanoic acid. Pentanone, a univalent radical derived from a pentyne. Pentanyls, plural of pentanyl.
Invincible.
Penday, a village and community within the city of Cardiff, Wales, OS grid ref ST 1082. Pence, a surname. Pences, plural of pence. Fetich, a fudge made from brown sugar, butter, milk, and often nuts. Faci, alternative form of pennech. Penachal, alternative form of penachal. Penaca, alternative form of penachal. Penuelas, a town and municipality in Puerto Rico. Penuconda, a town in Andhra Pradesh, India. Penult, the next to last syllable of a word. Penultima, the next to last syllable in a word. Penultima law, alternative spelling of penultima law. Penultimus, plural of penultima. Penultimata, plural of penultimatum. Penultimate, next to last, second to last, immediately preceding the end of a sequence, list, etc. Penultimately, next to the last in order. Penultimates, plural of penultimate. Penultimatum, a statement of terms or conditions made by one party to another, commonly expressed as an ultimatum in hopes of compelling immediate compliance with demands, but that then is superseded by more negotiation instead of actual dire consequences. Penultimatums, plural of penultimatum. Penult, plural of penult. Penumbra, a partially shaded area around the edges of the shadow, especially an eclipse. Penumbra, plural of penumbra. Penumbral, of or pertaining to the penumbra. Penumbrally, in a penumbral manner. Penumbrous, plural of penumbra. Penumbrous, partially shaded. Penanuri, a surname from Spanish. Penanuris, plural of penanuri. Peta, the stage during the process of handwriting after a pen lift event, where the pen's tip hovers above the writing pad before a pen down landing. Penups, plural of penup. Penury, obsolete form of penury. Penuries, plural of penury. Penuria, miserly, excessively cheap. Penuriously, in a penurious manner. Penuriousness, the quality of being penurious. Penurities, plural of penurity. Penurity, penury. Penury, extreme want. poverty, destitution. Haudenosaunee, a proposed grouping of language families that includes many Native American languages of Western North America, predominantly spoken at one time in Washington, Oregon, and California. Haudenosaunee, a linguist who specializes in studying Penutian languages, chiefly one who believes in the validity of such a grouping. Haudenosaunee, plural of Penutianus.
Invincible.
Penwethers, a hamlet in Key Parish, near Truro, Cornwall, England, West Rid Ref SW 8043. Penall, a surname. Penwells, plural of Penwell. Penweber, a cloth or other material for wiping off or cleaning ink from a pen. Penwebers, plural of penweber. Penwoman, a female writer. Penwomanship, a woman's skill in handwriting. Penwoman, plural of penwoman. Penwood, a settlement in Highclere Parish, Basingstoke, and Dean District, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SU 4461. Penor, artwork made with a pen. Penwortham, a town and civil parish in South Ribble District, near Preston, Lancashire, England OS Grid Ref Approx SD 5228. It appears on maps as Higher Penwortham, Lower Penwortham, and Penwortham Lane. Penalt, a hamlet formerly a village in Tawchaf Community, Powys, Wales OS Grid Ref SN 8515. Then, obsolete form of penny. Pennybontower, a village in Penwy-Bontower Community, Powys, Wales, historically in Montgomeryshire OS Grid Ref SJ 0824. Penetharan, a community and electoral ward in Merthyr Tydfil Borough County Borough, Wales. Penaford, a village and community in Flintshire, Wales OS Grid Ref SJ 3061. Penegray, a suburban village in Penwy-Greg Community, Rhondda Cynon Taff Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SS 9991. Penegros, a village in Anlethy Community, Gwynedd, Wales OS Grid Ref SH 4753. Penylan, a district and community in the east of Cardiff, Wales. Penial, a suburb of Caerphilly in Penyal, Tresynid, and Enniglyn Community, Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SD 1488. Penyal, Tresynid, and Enniglyn, a community civil parish in Caerphilly, Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales. Venla, an oblast of Russia. Penance, a coastal town, port, and civil parish with a town council in Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 4730. Pendas, plural of Penza. Pensionite, a hexagonal trapezohedral grayish-white mineral containing copper, gold, selenium, silver, and sulfur. Initialism of polyethylene oxide. Heo, abbreviation of peoples. Hooray, a lowly person, a peasant or serf, a laborer who is obliged to do menial work. Peonet, the state of being a peon, the system of paying back debt through servitude and labor, or, loosely, any system of involuntary servitude. Peonages, plural of peonage. Pens, plural of peon. Peonidin, an anthocyanidin responsible for the purplish-red hue of the peony and other flowers. Peonidins, plural of peonidin. Theon is plural of peony. Penaflorin, alternative form of peoniflorin. Pina, archaic form of peonine. Phenine, alternative form of peonine. Pena is a peonization, the process of peonizing. Theonize, to reduce to the status of peon. Theonize, simple past and past participle of peonize. Theonize as third person singular simple present indicative of peonize. Peonizing, present participle and gerund of peonize. Plural of peon. Then a flowering plant of the genus Peonia with large fragrant flowers. Peonoli, resembling or characteristic of a peony. Hera, abbreviation of peoples. Hero, plural of person, a body of persons considered generally or collectively, a group of two or more persons. People, carrier, a car or minivan designed for spaciousness. People carriers, plural of people carrier. People from Porlock, plural of person from Porlock. People having ordinary skill in the art. Plural of person having ordinary skill in the art. People in the street. Plural of person in the street. People journalism. Journalism taking for its subject the lives of celebrities rather than traditional news and current affairs. People meter. Alternative form of peoplometer. People meters. Plural of people meter. People mountain, people sea. Crowded or jammed. Packed with people. People mover, a fully automated, grade-separated mass transit system, typically serving a small area such as an airport. People movers, plural of people mover. People of God, Israelites. People of interest, plural of person of interest. People of ordinary skill in the art, plural of person of ordinary skill in the art. People of the book, non-Muslims who adhere to an Abrahamic religion. People, plural of people person. People person, one who interacts skillfully with other people and who receives satisfaction from such interaction. People persons, plural of people person. People pleaser, an obsequious, subservient person, especially in a workplace. People pleasers, plural of people pleaser. Hipopod, a mobile cabin that attaches to an aircraft or helicopter. Hippopods, plural of hippopod. People power, a driving force that is exercised through the public demonstration of popular opinion. People sit on chairs, when a common occurrence in media is misbelieved to be a trope. People scales, skills in dealing with or managing people.
Invincible.
People smuggler, a person who engages in people smuggling. People smugglers, plural of people smuggler. People smuggling, the illegal transportation of a person or persons across. cross an international border, human smuggling. People sniffer, any of a series of devices used to detect concealed enemy soldiers by traces of effluents such as sweat and urine. People sniffers. Plural of people sniffer. People that live in glass houses should not throw stones. Alternative form of people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. People that live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Alternative form of people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. People watching. Alternative form of people watching. People who have, get. Alternative form of those that have, get. People who have, get more. Alternative form of those that have, get. People who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Alternative form of people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. One should not criticize others if one has similar weaknesses. Hails! Considered to be of, from, or in tune with the common people rather than from a ruling elite. People's armies. Plural of people's army. People's army. A communist-based military organization often linked to a communist political party. The armed forces of a communist state. People's commune. An administrative level in rural areas of the People's Republic of China from 1958 to 1983. People's communes. Plural of people's commune. People's democracies. Plural of people's democracy. People's democracy. A theoretical concept within Marxism-Leninism and a form of government in communist states which developed after World War Roman II and in theory allowed for a multi-class, multi-party democracy on the pathway to socialism rather than a pure proletarian dictatorship. People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Official name of Algeria, a country in North Africa. People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, a former country in East Africa, a communist government that existed in Ethiopia from 1987 to 1991. People's Democratic Republic of Korea, alternative form of Democratic People's Republic of Korea. People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, official name of South Yemen, a former country in West Asia on the Arabian Peninsula. People's Detailing, a form of sentimental modernist suburban architecture of the mid-20th century. People's House, a leisure and cultural center built with the intention of making art and cultural appreciation available to the working classes. People's Houses, plural of People's House. People's Korea, North Korea. People's Liberation Army, People's Liberation Army Ground Force, the army branch of the military arm of the People's Republic of China. People's Mic, clipping of People's Microphone. People's Microphone, synonym of human microphone.
Invincible.
People's Palace, an institution for the amusement, recreation, and association of working class people. People's Palaces, plural of People's Palace. People's Party, any of the particular people's political parties. People's Party, a political party, its designation normally reflecting a focus on people. People's Princess, a nickname for Diana, Princess of Wales 1961-1997. People's Republic, alternative lettercase, form of People's Republic. People's Republic, a self designation of states with Marxist-Leninist governments. People's Republic of Albania, former official name of Albania, a country in Southeast Europe, used from 1946 to 1976 when it was a one-party Marxist-Leninist state. In 1976, it adopted the official name of People's Socialist Republic of Albania. People's Republic of Angola, former official name of Angola, a country in southern Africa, used from 1975 to 1992 when it was a one-party, self-declared socialist state. People's Republic of Bangladesh, official name of Bangladesh, a country in South Asia. People's Republic of Benin, former official name of Benin, a country in West Africa, used from 1975 to 1990 when it was a one-party Marxist-Leninist state. People's Republic of Bulgaria, former official name of Bulgaria, a country in Eastern Europe, used from 1946 to 1990 when it was a one-party Marxist-Leninist state. People's Republic of Canada, derogatory name for Canada, a country in North America, implying that it has communist or socialist leanings. People's Republic of China, official name of China, a country in East Asia. People's Republic of Kampuchea, former official name of Cambodia, a country in Southeast Asia, used from 1979 to 1989 after the Khmer Rouge was ejected, when it was a one-party Marxist-Leninist state and a satellite state of Vietnam. People's Republic of Mozambique, former official name of Mozambique, a country in East Africa and Southern Africa, used from 1975 to 1990 when it was a one-party Marxist-Leninist state. People's Republic of the Congo, former official name of the Republic of the Congo, a country in Central Africa, used from 1969 to 1992 when it was a Marxist-Leninist state. People's Republics, plural of People's Republic. People's Republics, plural of People's Republic. People's Socialist Republic of Albania, former official name of Albania, a country in Southeast Europe, used from 1976 to 1991 when it was a one-party Marxist-Leninist state. Previously, the name People's Republic of Albania was used. People's War, a Maoist military strategy where the basic concept is to maintain the support of the population and draw the enemy deep into the countryside where the population will bleed and drive through a mix of mobile warfare and guerrilla warfare. People's Warden, a type of church warden elected annually by the congregation as a whole. People's Wardens, plural of People's Warden. People's Warrior, synonym of Maoist. People's Warriors, plural of People's Warrior. People's Wars, plural of People's War. People Carrier, alternative spelling of People Carrier. People Carriers, plural of People Carrier. People First Language, language that refers to people with disabilities by saying people first. For example, people with disabilities, instead of adjectives disabled people and copulas he is disabled, that would give primacy to the disability. People plural of people person. People person, alternative form of people person. People persons, plural of people person. People pleaser, alternative form of people pleaser. People pleasers, plural of people pleaser. Hippopod, alternative form of people pod. People pods, plural of people pod. People smuggler, alternative form of people smuggler. People smugglers, plural of people smuggler. People smuggling, alternative form of people smuggling. People watch, to observe people and their behavior as a recreational activity. People watch. Simple past and past participle of people watch. People watches. Third person singular simple present indicative of people watch. People watching. Present participle of people watch. Hail. Simple past and past participle of people. Peopled out. Tired of being around or dealing with other people. Peopledom. The realm or sphere of people. Peoplehood. The collective sense of being part of a distinct people. Peoplehoods. Plural of peoplehood. Peoples. To adapt to the needs or norms of people. Peoples. Simple past and past participle of peoples. Peoples. Third person singular simple present indicative of peoples. Peoples. Present participle and gerund of peoples. People a kind. People as a whole. Humanity. Humankind. A gender-neutral alternative to mankind. Peopleless. Having no people. Uninhabited. Peoplelessness. Lack of people. Peoplemeter. A device installed in a household to track which occupants watch which television shows for the purpose of measuring viewing habits in the population. Peoplemeters. Plural of peoplemeter. Peopleness. The quality of being a person or people. Communal social identity. Peopler. A settler or colonizer. Peoplers. Plural of peopler. Hills. A surname. Hilton. A village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref so 9350. Fifthware. People regarded as a resource. Human resources. People watching. The act or habit of observing people and their behavior as a recreational activity. Hifley. Crowded or bustling with many people. Hifley. Present participle and gerund of people. Hifley. Common, vulgar.
Invincible.
Hippolize. Alternative form of peoples. Hippolize. Simple past and past participle of peopleized. Hippolize as third person singular simple present indicative of peopleize. Peopleizing, present participle and gerund of peopleize. Yes, alternative spelling of peeps. PRE is Nada, a rural community of Chimbarongo culture, Chabua Province, O'Higgins Region, Chile. Pioya, a number of places in the United States. Peoria County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Peoria. Peorian, a native or inhabitant of Peoria, Illinois. Peorians, plural of Peorian. Peorias, plural of Peoria. Plural of Peoria. Yes, alternative form of Piat. Good. Side locks worn by Hasidic and Orthodox male Jews. Pedilomania, a nervous tic resembling masturbation, consisting of constant pulling of the penis. Padamis, plural of Theotomy. Pedami, the removal of the penis. Pedis, acronym of President-elect of the United States. Owen Ferrier, a civil parish in Cheshire, East Cheshire, England. Hoa Superior, a former civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England, now included in Hova Superior and Snelson. Hova Superior and Snelson, a civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. The sound of the gun or similar weapon firing. The initialism of post-exposure prophylaxis. To inject with energy and enthusiasm. Pep in one's step, a confident, happy, energetic, or enthusiastic mood or manner. Pep pill, synonym of party pill. Pep pills, plural of pep pill. Pep rallies, plural of pep rally. Pep rally, an extracurricular school activity in which students gather to express support for the school sports team before a game. Pep squad, an organized squad of cheerleaders. Pep squads, plural of pep squad. PAP syndrome, synonym of poems syndrome. Pep talk, a rallying speech made to instill enthusiasm and boost confidence. Pep talks, plural of pep talk. Pep to refresh, enliven, or restore. Pepastic, as supurative. Pepastics, plural of pepastic. Pepa, alternative form of peepaw, synonym of pawpaw. Pepas, plural of peppaw. Pep, initialism of Prince Edward Island Provincial Court. Pepsid, genericized trademark of famotidine. Hachise, a lipopeptide based on the intracellular loops of cell surface receptors. Peptusins, plural of peptusin. Peppa, an image or depiction of the Pepe the Frog character. Pepel, a coastal town Sierra Leone. Pepe laugh, an emoticon of Pepe the Frog laughing. Pepeliton, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Pepper, a surname. Pepper Harrow, a small village and civil parish without a council in Waverley District, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9344. Pepperin, a volcanic tufa found in the Alban Hills near Rome. Peppery, alternative form of pepperino. Pepperians, plural of pepperine. Pepperino, a light, porous volcanic rock composed of small grains of sand, etc. Pepperinos, plural of pepperino. Pepperite, a type of volcaniclastic rock consisting of sedimentary rock that contains fragments of younger igneous material and is formed when magma comes into contact with wet sediments. Pepperdew, a kind of dough-based confectionery eaten during Sinterklaas celebrations, typically softer and larger than a cruenu. Peppernoots, plural of peppernoot. Peperomia, any plant of the genus Peperomia, some of which are popular houseplants. Peperomias, plural of peperomia. Peperoncini, a spicy variety of pepper used in Greek and Italian cuisine. Peperoncino, a variety of the pepper capsicum annuum. Peppers, plural of pepper. Pepes, plural of pepe. That alternative form of PEPIT. PEPFAR, acronym of President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. Pepful, full of pep, lively, energetic. Petit, a surname possibly from French Pepin. Pepin County, the smallest of the 72 counties in Wisconsin, United States. County seat, Durham. Pepino, synonym of pepino melon. Pepino melon is South American plant in the nightshade family Solanaceae, cultivated for its melon-like fruit, Solanum muricatum. Pepino melons, plural of pepino melon. Pepinos, plural of pepino. Pepinster, a municipality in the province of Liege, Wallonia, Belgium. Pepita, a barangay of Balangalang, Leyte, Philippines. Pepitas, plural of pepita. Pepito, a sandwich of Spanish origin and popular in Latin America, made with beef, pork, or chicken. Pepitone, a surname. Pepitones, plural of pepitone. Pepitos, plural of pepito. Bevel, plural of peplum. Petal, obsolete spelling of people. Pepler, a surname. Pepless, without pep. Peplessness, absence of pep. Peply, plural of pepless. Peplins, a surname. Peplinskis, plural of Peplinsky. Peplo, a surname. Pepli, plural of Peplos. Peplimer, how a virus is attached to cells, spike. Peplimers, plural of Peplimer. Peplomycin, Abliomycin and Vieta. Peplos, an ancient Greek garment worn by women, formed of a tubular piece of cloth which is folded back upon itself halfway down until the top of the tube is worn around the waist and the bottom covers the legs down to the ankles. The open top is then worn over the shoulders and draped in folds down to the waist. Peplos, wearing a peplos. Peploses, plural of peplos. Peplosphere, the lower layer of the atmosphere that is in direct contact with the ground. Peploe, a hamlet in Hodnet Parish, Shropshire, England. Westwood Ref SJ 6324. Bevel, a peplos, an ancient Greek garment formed of a tubular piece of cloth folded back upon itself halfway down so that the top of the tube is worn around the waist and the bottom covers the legs down to the ankles. The open top is then worn over the shoulders and draped in folds down to the waist. Compare the Roman palla. Peplum, furnished with a peplum. Peplums, plural of peplum. Peples, an upper garment worn by women in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Pepluses, plural of peplus. Piddle, a fruit of plants of the gourd family Cucurbidaceae, possessing a hard rind and producing many seeds in a single central pulpy chamber. Pepinida, synonym of pepo. Pepinidas, plural of pepinida. Peponium, any of the plants of the genus Peponium. Peponiums, plural of Peponium. Pidos, plural of pepo. Pepedu, a kind of sweet pepper, cultivar of Capsicum baccata. Pepedus, plural of pepedu. Pepper, a surname. Peppers, plural of pepper. Pet, simple past and past participle of pep. Pepta, simple past and past participle of pep up. Pepper, a surname originating as an occupation for a seller of pepper. Pepper and salt, alternative form of pepper and salt. Pepper ball, a projectile filled with irritating powder similar to pepper spray. Pepper balls, plural of pepper ball. Pepper cake, a spiced cake made with rye flour, dark brown sugar, and spices like cloves, cinnamon, ginger, and nutmeg. Pepper cakes, plural of pepper cake. Pepper coast, a coastal area of Western Africa between Cape Mesurado and Cape Palmas, enclosing the present Republic of Liberia. Pepper disease, synonym of pebrine. Pepper dulse, a pungent edible seaweed, Osmandia pinidifida. Pepper dulces, plural of pepper dulse. Pepper gas, synonym of pepper spray. Pepper gases, plural of pepper gas. Pepper gel, a kind of pepper spray in the form of a gel. Pepper gels, plural of pepper gel. Pepper jack, a cheese derived from Monterey Jack with the addition of spicy hot peppers. Pepper jelly, a condiment made with peppers, vinegar, sugar, salt, and fruit pectin. Peppermill, a small handheld grinder containing a supply of peppercorns for grinding fresh at the table or in the kitchen. Peppermill, plural of peppermill. Peppernut, alternative form of peppernut, edible seed of the pepperwood tree. Peppernuts, plural of peppernut. Pepper pot, a soup made of tripe, vegetables, and dumplings seasoned with pepper. Pepper pots, plural of pepper pot. Pepper roulette, a game in which players select and eat a pepper from an assortment including at least one very hot and spicy pepper. Pepper sauce, synonym of hot sauce. Pepper sauces, plural of pepper sauce. Pepper shaker, a small container designed to hold pepper and facilitate sprinkling it on food for seasoning purposes. Pepper shakers, plural of pepper shaker. Pepper spray, a non-lethal chemical agent derived from peppers used in riot control and personal self-defense. Pepper spray, simple past and past participle of pepper spray. Pepper spraying, present participle and gerund of pepper spray. Pepper sprays, plural of pepper spray. Pepper squash, synonym of acorn squash. Pepper squashes, plural of pepper squash. Pepper steak, a steak served with pepper sauce. Pepper steaks, plural of pepper steak. Pepper syndrome, synonym of Cohen syndrome. Pepper tree, New Zealand native shrubs Pseudowintura axillaris and Pseudowintura colorata with leaves often having large red blotches and are used for traditional medicines, and whose flowers are greenish yellow and its fruit is orange red or black. Pepper trees, plural of pepper tree. Pepper to increase in energy, to excite someone. Pepper vine, Nicemias arborea, a climbing plant of the southeastern U.S. Pepper weevil, a beetle of species Antinomys eugenii. Pepper weevils, plural of pepper weevil. Pepper's ghost, an illusionary technique used in theaters, at fun fairs, etc. that uses a plate glass and special lighting techniques to make objects seem to appear or disappear. Pepper's ghosts, plural of pepper's ghost. Pepper and salt, of a feeling, intense, spirited, or vigorous. Pepper gas, synonym of pepper spray. Pepper gases, plural of pepper gas. Pepper gingerbread, synonym of pepper cake. Pepper gingerbreads, plural of pepper gingerbread. Pepper pot, alternative form of pepper pot. Pepper pots, plural of pepper pot. Pepper potted, simple past and past participle of pepper pot. Pepper potting, present participle and gerund of pepper pot. Pepper spray, alternative form of pepper spray. Pepper spray, simple past and past participle of pepper spray. Pepper spraying, present participle and gerund of pepper spray. Pepper sprays, plural of pepper spray. Pepperay, alternative form of pepperade. Pepperberries, plural of pepperberry. Pepperberry, a large Australian laurel, species Cryptocarya obovata. Pepperbox, a pepper shaker. Pepper boxes, plural of pepper box. Pepperran, a kind of fungus, Buntastillego fetida. Pepperbush, any shrub of the genus Clefra. Pepper bushes, plural of pepperbush. Peppercorn, a surname. Peppercorn rent, a nominal rent originally of a single peppercorn. Peppercorn rents, plural of peppercorn rent. Peppercorns, plural of peppercorn. Peppercorny, resembling or full of peppercorns. Peppergrass. Pepperwort, peppergrass. Pepper, seasoned with pepper. Peppered moth, a light-colored species of night-flying moth. Biston bichularia. Peppered moths, plural of peppered moth. Peppers up, simple past and past participle of pepper up. Pepperer, a grocer. Pepperers,
Here we go.
plural of pepperer. Pepperette, an adulterant added to ground peppercorns, made from ground olive pits. Pepperettes, plural of pepperette. Peppergrass, any of the pungent herbs of the cruciferous genus Lepidium, especially the garden peppergrass or garden cress, Lepidium sativum, pepperwort. Peppergrasses, plural of peppergrass. Pepperidge, Nyssa sylvatica, a medium-sized deciduous tree of North America. Pepperidge Farm remembers, used to nostalgically reminisce or recall a happier time in the past. Pepperidges, plural of pepperidge. Peppery, comparative form of peppery, more peppery. Pepperiest, superlative form of peppery, most peppery. Pepperily, in a peppery manner. Pepperiness, the quality of being peppered. Peppering, present participle and gerund of pepper. Peppering up, present participle and gerund of pepper up. Pepperings, plural of peppering. Pepperish, synonym of peppery resembling or characteristic of pepper, the spice. Pepperishly, in a pepperish manner. Pepulous, without pepper the condiment. Pepperlike, resembling pepper the vegetable or spice or some aspect of it. Peppery. Peppermill, alternative. Form of peppermill.
Invincible.
Peppermills, plural of peppermill. Peppermint, a hybrid herb of the mint family Menthotimes piperita, formed by crossing watermint and spearmint, which has a high menthol content and a sharp flavor and is used in cooking, especially in herb teas and in confections. Peppermint bark, a chocolate confection containing peppermint candy pieces. Peppermint drop, a confectionery flavored with peppermint. Peppermint drops, plural of peppermint drop. Peppermint geranium, a sprawling, shade-loving species of geranium with velvety leaves that smell like peppermint. Pelargonium tomentosa. Peppermint geraniums, plural of peppermint geranium. Peppermint oil, oil derived from the leaves of the peppermint plant Menthotimes piperita, which is used for a number of purposes. Peppermint shrimp, Lismata werdemei, a species of shrimp found in the Atlantic Ocean, distinctive for the bright red stripes on its otherwise translucent body. Peppermint shrimps, plural of peppermint shrimp. Peppermint stick, synonym of candy cane. Peppermint sticks, plural of peppermint stick. Peppermint tree, any of several species of eucalypt which yield an essential oil that smells of peppermint, especially a member of the stringy bark group. Peppermint trees, plural of peppermint tree. Peppermintini, a kind of martini cocktail made with peppermint. Peppermintinas, plural of peppermintini. Peppermint fly, resembling or characteristic of peppermint. Peppermints, plural of peppermint. Pepperminty, resembling or characteristic of peppermint. Peppernut, the edible fruit of a pepperwood tree, California laurel.
Here we go.
Peppernuts, plural of peppernut. Peperoncini, plural of peperoncino. Peperoncino, alternative form of peperoncino. Pepperoni, a spicy salami-style Italian-American sausage made from cured pork and beef seasoned with pepper. Pepperoni nipple, a nipple with a very large areola. Pepperoni nipples, plural of pepperoni nipple. Pepperoni roll, a soft white bread roll with pepperoni baked in the middle, popular around West Virginia. Pepperoni rolls, plural of pepperoni roll. Pepperoni, flavored with pepperoni. Pepperonis, plural of pepperoni. Pepper tot, alternative spelling of pepper pot. Pepper pot soup, a spicy Jamaican soup with meat and vegetables. Pepper pot soups, plural of pepper pot soup. Pepper pots, plural of pepper pot. Peppers, plural of pepper. Peppers up, third person singular simple present indicative of pepper up. Pepper shaker, alternative spelling of pepper shaker. Pepper shakers, plural of pepper shaker. Pepper shrike, any viral of the genus Cyclarhis of Central and South America. Pepper shrikes, plural of pepper shrike. Pepper tree, alternative form of pepper tree. Pepper trees, plural of pepper tree. Pepperweed, broad-leaved pepperweed, ditender, Dittany lepidium latifolium. Pepperwood, California laurel. Pepperwoods, plural of pepperwood. Pepperwort, any of several species of perennial plant in the genus Lepidium, originally specifically ditender, species Lepidium latifolium, which is the member of the mustard and cabbage family. Pepperworts, plural of pepperwort. Peppery, resembling or characteristic of pepper, especially in having a spicy taste. Have that surname. That's plural of pepiat. Pepe, comparative form of peppy, more peppy. Peppers, plural of peppier. Pettis, plural of peppy. This, superlative form of peppy, most peppy. Peppily, in a peppy manner. Pettit, archaic form of pippin type of apple. Peppiness, the quality of being peppy. Pepping, present participle and gerund of pep. Pepping up, present participle and gerund of pep up. Heavens, plural of peppin. Heaven, a surname. Devil, a surname. Pepler, a surname from German. Peplers, plural of pepler. Pebbles, plural of pebble. That it, full of pep, energetic, cheerful, and vigorous, bouncy. Pep, plural of PAP. Peps, plural of pep. Peps in one step. Plural of pep in one step. Peps in one steps. Plural of pep in one step. Pepsup, third person singular simple present indicative of pep up. Pepsi, a brand of carbonated cola, non-alcoholic drink produced by the company PepsiCo. Pepsi Challenge, a comparison between two unlabeled products. Pepsi Challenges, plural of Pepsi Challenge. Pepsi Paradox, the statistical and psychological observation that a person is prone to prefer Coca-Cola over Pepsi when they have labels, but prone to prefer Pepsi over Coca-Cola when they are unlabeled. Pepsidase, misspelling of peptidase. Pepsin, a digestive enzyme that chemically digests or breaks down proteins into shorter chains of amino acids. Pepsinated, treated with pepsin. Pepsine, dated form of pepsin. Pepsines, plural of pepsine. Pepsin hydrochloric, only used in pepsin hydrochloric acid. Pepsin hydrochloric acid, a hypothetical acid supposed to be formed when pepsin and dilute hydrochloric acid are mixed together. Pepsiniferous, yielding or conveying pepsin. Pepsinized, alternative form of pepsinized. Pepsinization, treatment with pepsin. Pepsinized, treated with pepsin. Pepsinogen, a zymogen that is converted into pepsin by the hydrochloric acid in the stomach. Pepsinogenic, producing pepsin. Pepsinogenous, producing pepsin. Pepsinogens, plural of pepsinogen. Pepsinolysis, the lysis of proteins by means of pepsin. Pepsins, plural of pepsin. Pepsis, plural of Pepsi. Hepstatine, a hexapeptide containing the unusual amino acid statine that acts as a potent inhibitor of the spartyl proteases. Hepstatine, plural of hepstatine. That's of low quality, worthless. Heptidatic, a linear amphipathic peptide produced by fungi of the genus Trichoderma. Heptaball, any of a group of oligopeptides produced by some fungi that contain alpha-aminoisobutyric acid and terminate in a hydroxyl group. Heptaballs, plural of heptaball. Heptase, a form of pepsin obtained from malt. Heptases, plural of heptase. Heptabodies, plural of heptabody. Heptabody, a material containing peptides that act somewhat like antibodies. That of pertaining to, capable of, or aiding digestion. Peptic ulcer, an ulcer of an area of the gastrointestinal tract. Peptic ulcers, plural of peptic ulcer. Peptical, dated form of peptic. Pepticity, eupepsia, good digestion. Peptics, plural of peptic.
Here we go.
Peptid, archaic form of peptide. Peptidal, relating to or composed of one or more peptides. Peptase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of peptides into amino acids, a protease. Peptidases, plural of peptidase. Peptidasic, relating to peptidases. Peptidate, a complex formed from a peptide. Peptidated, reacted with or complexed with a peptide. Peptidates, plural of peptidate. Peptide, any of a class of organic compounds consisting of various numbers of amino acids in which the amine of one is reacted with the carboxylic acid of the next to form an amide bond. Peptide bond, an amide bond formed between the amino and carboxyl functional groups of separate amino acids. Peptide bonds, plural of peptide bond. Peptide chain, a chain of amino acids linked by peptide bonds that forms the backbone of proteins. Peptide chains, plural of peptide chain. Peptide nucleic acids, a synthetic organic polymer similar to DNA or RNA. The sugar backbone of nucleic acids is replaced by N2-aminothiol lysine linked through peptide bonds considered a possible precursor to RNA. Peptide nucleic acids, plural of peptide nucleic acid. Peptidergic, describing neurons that secrete peptide hormones as their
Invincible.
neurotransmitters. Peptides, plural of peptide. Peptidic, of pertaining to or containing peptides. Peptidimer, a dimeric peptide. Peptidimer, plural of peptidimer. Peptidis, a form of nanodisc used to handle membrane proteins. Peptidiscs, plural of peptidisc. Peptido, related to or composed of peptides. Peptidodendrimer, any dendrimer composed of peptide moieties. Peptidodendrimers, plural of peptidodendrimer. Peptidogenesis, the biogenesis of peptides. Peptidogenic, relating to Genesis. Peptidogenomic. Relating to peptidogenomics. Peptidogenomics. The genomics of peptides and related biomolecules. Peptidoglycan. Misspelling of peptidoglycan. Peptidoglycan. A polymer of glycan and peptides found in bacterial cell walls. Peptidoglycans. Plural of peptidoglycan. Peptidoglycolipid. A complex of peptide and glycolipid. Peptidoglycolipids. Plural of peptidoglycolipid. Peptidolactone. Any lactone derived from hydroxy derivatives of amino acids. Peptidolactones. Plural of peptidolactone. Peptidoucatryene. A lipopeptide derived from leukotriene. Peptidoucatrienes. Plural of peptidoucatriene. Peptidoliposome. A liposome coated with a peptide layer.
Here we go.
Peptidoliposomes. Plural of peptidoliposome. Peptidolysis. The cleavage or digestion of peptides. Peptidolytic. Relating to peptidolysis. Peptidome. The complete set of peptides encoded by a particular genome or present within a particular cell type or organism. Peptidomes. Plural of peptidome. Peptidomic. Relating to peptidomics or to a peptidome. Peptidonics. The branch of molecular biology that studies the set of peptides of an organism. Peptidomimetic. A small protein-like chain designed to mimic a peptide, but with altered chemical properties. Peptidomimetics. Plural of peptidomimetic. Peptidomimic. Any peptide that takes part in peptidomimicry. Peptidomimicry. The mimicking of the structure and function of a peptide by means of another oligomer. Peptidomimics. Plural of peptidomimic. Peptidopolysaccharides. A complex of peptide, typically a polypeptide and a polysaccharide. Peptidopolysaccharides. Plural of peptidopolysaccharides. Peptid or nominant. A peptidoglycan containing rhamnose and mannose that causes Dutch elm disease. Peptid or nominant. Plural of peptid or nominant. Peptids. Plural of peptid. Peptid. Of or pertaining to peptides.
Invincible.
Peptidyltransferase. An enzyme that catalyzes the addition of amino acid residues to the growing polypeptide chain in protein synthesis by means of peptide bonds. Peptidoglycinamidase. An enzyme that catalyzes the cleavage of C-terminal glycinamide from polypeptides. Peptidylarginine. An arginine residue within a peptide. Peptidylcitrulline, a citrulline residue within a peptide. Peptidylpeptidase, any enzyme that catalyzes the cleavage of a dipeptide from the C-terminal end of an oligopeptide. Peptidylpeptidases, plural of peptidylpeptidase. Peptidylglycine, a terminal glycine residue of a peptide. Peptidylnucleoside, any peptidyl derivative of a nucleoside. Peptidylnucleosides, plural of peptidylnucleoside. Peptidylprolyl, designating prolyl residues within proteins. Peptidylprolyl isomerase, an enzyme that catalyzes the interconversion of the cis and trans forms of peptide bonds involving proline. Peptidoprylyl isomerases, plural of peptidoprylyl isomerase. Peptidyltransferase, an aminosyltransferase involved in protein biosynthesis. Peptidyltransferases, plural of peptidyltransferase. Peptidoglycan, synonym of peptidoglycan. Peptidoglycans, plural of peptidoglycan. Peptides, alternative form of peptides. Peptide, simple past and past participle of peptides. Peptides, third person singular simple present indicative of peptide. Peptizing, present participle and gerund of peptides. Peptizable, able to be peptized. Peptization, the stabilization of a hydrophobic colloidal sol by the addition of an electrolyte that is adsorbed on the particle surfaces. Peptizations, plural of peptization. Peptides, to disperse in a medium so as to form a colloidal solution. Peptides, simple past and past participle of peptides. Peptizer, a chemical agent that peptizes. Peptizers, plural of peptizer. Peptizes, third person singular simple present indicative of peptides. Peptizing, present participle and gerund of peptides. Pepto, abbreviation of Pepto-Bismol. Pepto-Bismol, alternative form of Pepto-Bismol. Pepto-Bismol, a brand of medicine used to treat nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach and diarrhea, and having a bright pink color. Peptogen, any substance convertible into peptone. Peptogenic, producing peptones or pepsin. Peptogenous, capable of yielding or being converted into peptone. Peptogens, plural of peptogen. Peptidoglycan, alternative form of peptidoglycan.
Invincible.
Peptidoglycans, plural of peptidoglycan. Peptide, any of a class of peptide analogs, many of which are peptidylmimetic, that have alkyl side chains attached to some of the nitrogen atoms of glycine residues. Peptides, plural of peptide. Peptolide, a cyclic or heteromeric dipsipeptide. Peptolides, plural of peptolide. Peptolysis, the hydrolysis of peptones. Peptolytic, relating to peptolysis. Peptomer, any homopolymer formed from peptide monomers. Peptomeric, relating to a peptomer. Peptomers, plural of peptomer. Peptone, any water-soluble mixture of polypeptides and amino acids formed by the partial hydrolysis of protein. Peptones, plural of peptone. Peptonic, relating to peptone. Peptonization, alternative form of peptonization. Peptonize, alternative form of peptonize. Peptonize, simple past and past participle of peptonize. Peptonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of peptonize. Peptonizing, present participle and gerund of peptonize. Peptonization, the conversion of a protein into peptones under the influence of the enzyme pepsin. Peptonize, to convert a protein into peptones under the influence of the enzyme pepsin. Peptonize, simple past and past participle of peptonize. Peptonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of peptonize. Peptonizing,
Here we go.
present participle and gerund of peptonize. Peptonoi, a substance related to peptone. Peptonoids, plural of peptonoi. Peptonuria, the presence of peptone or a similar body in the urine. It was once thought to be a reason for fetal death. Peptonuria. Yes. Plural of peptonuria. Peptophrine, a sequence of amino acids that has never been found in any protein in any species. Some of these sequences may be incompatible with life. Peptophrine, plural of peptoprine. Peptosome, a spherical vesicle composed of peptides. Peptosomes, plural of peptosome. Peptostreptococcal, relating to Peptostreptococcus bacteria. Peptostreptococci, plural of Peptostreptococcus. Peptostreptococcus, a bacterium of the genus Streptococcus. Peptotoxin, a poisonous thymine found in peptones and in putrefying albuminous substances such as fibrin, casein, brain, liver, and muscle. Peptotoxin, archaic form of peptotoxin. Peptotoxins, plural of peptotoxin. Peptotoxins, plural of peptotoxin. Pepys, a rare surname. Pepys Island, a phantom island now believed to have been a misidentified account of the Falkland Islands. Vision of war pertaining to Samuel Pepys 1633-1703, English naval administrator and member of Parliament, famed for his diary kept during the time of the Great Plague of London and Great Fire of London. Thekon, a town in Elbasan, Albania. Thekwana, a township in New Jersey. Pequeno, a surname. Pequenos, plural of Pequeno. Aquoy, any of various trees of the genus Coriacula Eswari. Pequignac, a surname from French. Pequignas, plural of Pequignac. Pequoin, a surname from French. Pequoins, plural of Pequin. Paquois, plural of Pequi. Paquis, a member of the Parti Québécois. Paquists, plural of Paquis. Pequay, a barangay of Paranas, Samar, Philippines. Pequod, alternative form of Pequot. Pequods, plural of Pequod. Pequot, a member of a tribe of Native Americans who historically inhabited eastern Connecticut and spoke a variety of Mohegan Pequot. Pequots, plural of Pequot. Initialism of protein efficiency ratio. For E, per accident, by chance, by reason of an accidental, incidental, or non-essential circumstance, contingently, indirectly. Per alia, I others, through others, said of a proposition held to be true because it follows from other true propositions. Per enum, in a year. Per annum, Vaerenus, Her bed. Partitioned diagonally by a line going from the Dexter Chief viewer's top left along a 45-degree angle toward the sinister base, especially into two halves formerly party per bend. Her bend sinister. Partitioned diagonally by a line going from the sinister Chief viewer's top right toward the Dexter base, especially into two halves formerly party per bend sinister. Her capita. Her person. Percent. Form of percent. Percent. Alternative form of percent. Percentum. Percent. Per chevron. Partition along the bend. Line as of a chevron, especially into two areas formerly party per chevron. Her chief. Partitioned into two parts by a horizontal line 1/3 of the way down the shield. A shield of this form is now normally viewed as one color charged with a chief instead, although this may cause it to break the rule of tincture. Her contra. In contrast, on the contrary. Per curiam. An opinion delivered by an entire court rather than a single judge. Per diem. Per day, daily. Per diems. Plural of per diem. Per fess. Partitioned horizontally. Especially partitioned horizontally into two halves formerly party per fess. Per impossible. As is impossible. Per lit. By letter. In a message to the author. Per mensum. Monthly. By the month. Per mil. Alternative form of permal.
Invincible.
Per mil. Alternative form of permal. Per mil. Alternative form of permal. A part or other object per thousand. Per myriad. Alternative spelling of per myriad. Per Assum, via the nose. Per nacht, at night. Per aura, alternative form of per os, via the mouth, orally. Per aura, alternative form of per orm, per os, via the mouth, orally. Per pale, partition vertically. Especially partitioned vertically into two halves formerly party per pale. Per palm, partitioned into three triangular sections, one pointing down from the top of the shield and the others occupying the remainder of the left and right halves of the shield, as if the shield is divided by a Y-shaped formerly party per pal or tierced per pal. Per pro, per procurationum, by the agency of used when signing a letter in place of someone else. Per procurationum, by the agency of especially when signing a letter in place of someone else. Per rectal, alternative form of per rectal. Per rectum, by or through the rectum, as usually, more specifically the rectal route of administration for drugs. Per saltum, at a single leap, all at once. Per se, misspelling of person. Se. Per se, without determination by or involvement of extraneous factors by its very nature. Per stirps, a method of distributing an estate to the descendants or heirs of a deceased legatee in which the estate is divided equally among the branches of a family or designated heirs without regard to differing numbers of people in different branches.
Here we go.
Per vagina, through the vagina, by way of the vagina usually with reference to the vaginal route of administration or vaginal bleeding. Per vagina, through the vagina, as usually, more specifically by the vaginal route of administration. Perilous, alternative form of perilous. In verbs denoting the sense through, as in perforate. Percent, alternative form of percent. Percentage, archaic form of percentage. Percentages, plural of percentage. Perectal, through the rectum. Abbreviation of Percher. Mira, a surname. Paracarid, any crustacean of the superorder Paracarida. Paracarids, plural of paracarid. Parasphalus, an individual with a malformation of the head. Parasidae, any salt or ester of parasitic acid. Parasidates, plural of parasitate. Parasitic. Of or pertaining to parasitic acid or its derivatives. Parasitic acid, the peroxy derivative of acetic acid CH3COOH. It is a powerful oxidizing agent and disinfectant, though can be explosive. Paracetylated, acetylated in all or almost all available positions. Paracetylation, acetylation in which all available sites are acetylated. Paracetylations, plural of paracetylation. Paracet, any acid that contains a peroxy group, for example, paracetic acid. Parasitic,
Invincible.
relating to a parasite. Parasites, plural of parasite. Paraclid, any sea butterfly in the family Paraclidae. Paraclids, plural of paraclid. Barat, to go through with, perform, or carry out. Paracted, simple past and past participle of parak. Paractin, present participle and gerund of parak. Paracute, very sharp, very violent. Paractid, any extinct mammal of the family Paractidae. Paractids, plural of paractid. Peradventure, perchance or maybe, perhaps, supposing. Peradventures, plural of peradventure. Ara, alternative form of peria. Aran, alternative form of parian. Arians, plural of parian. Parian, alternative form of parian. Periapi, alternative spelling of periapod. Periapoda, plural of periapi. Periapi. Plural of periapi. Paraffin in anxiolytic drug. Paragen, a surname from Italian. Paragens, plural of paragen. Paragraph. To travel around or through. Paragration, the act or state of passing through any space. Paragrations, plural of paragration. Parara, a religious procession.
Here we go.
Pararas, plural of parara. The parahu, alternative form of pro-sailing vessel. Paras, plural of parahu. Barat, an industrial town in Penang, Malaysia, on the mainland opposite the island of Penang. Perak, a place on the other side, usually a territory across the sea from a city, or an island, generally a dependency of an ancient Greek city. Moreno, a surname from Italian. Morenos, plural of Pereno. Paris, plural of Peri. Perak, a state in western Malaysia. Capital, Ipoh. Parakai, an indole alkaloid isolated from the leaves of Rovalphia yanensis. Paracizumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of arthritis. Perel, a surname from Spanish. Perels, a surname from Spanish. Peraleses, plural of Perels. Perales, a surname. Perelses, plural of Perilas. Perlilla, as said in Chile. Peralkali, describing igneous rocks that have a higher ratio of sodium and potassium to aluminium than is needed to produce feldspar. Peralkalinity, the condition of being peralkaline. Perals, plural of peril. Peralta, a surname from Spanish. Peraltas,
Invincible.
plural of Peralta. Paraluminous, describing igneous rocks that have a higher molar proportion of aluminium to sodium, potassium, and calcium. Paramble, to perambulate, to walk around. Paramble, simple past and past participle of paramble. Parambles, third person singular simple present indicative of paramble. Perambling, present participle and gerund of paramble. Perambulant, that perambulates, walking around. Perambulate, to walk about, roam, or stroll, to ambulate. Perambulated, simple past and past participle of perambulate. Perambulates, third person singular simple present indicative of perambulate. Perambulating, present participle and gerund of perambulate. Perambulation, a survey, a tour, a walking around. Perambulations, plural of perambulation. Perambulator, a baby carriage. Perambulatorily, in a perambulatory way. Perambulators, plural of perambulator. Perambulatory, relating to perambulation. Perimorphian, any marsupial of the order Perimorphia, a bilby or a bandicoot. Perimorphians, plural of perimorphian. Perimelian, any marsupial of the former order Perimelia, now Perimorphia. Perimelians, plural of perimelian. Perimled, any member of the family Perimlidae of bandicoots, a
Here we go.
typical bandicoot. Perimlens, plural of perimled. Perimoi, any marsupial of the superfamily Perimloidea, including the bandicoots, bilbies, and extinct pteropods. Perimoid, plural of perimoid. Perimia, a fungal alkaloid 2,3,2-methyl 1-oxypyrylo 1,2-pyrazine 3-L-propylguanidine. Perimel, alternative form of perimia. Perimevir, a neuraminidase inhibitor being developed as an antiviral drug to treat influenza. Perimian, a village and a panchayat near Darapuram in Milanar in Tirupur district in the state of Tamil Nadu, India. Paramorphic, of or relating to paramorphosis, the development of additional traits past adulthood. Paramorphic line, a sequence of increasingly more paramorphic species. Paramorphic lines, plural of paramorphic line. Paramorphosis, plural of paramorphosis. Paramorphosis, maturation past adulthood. Parampeno, an antiepileptic drug. Paramurin, any extinct Xithurian mammal in the family Paramuridae. Paramuris. Plural of Paramurin. Peranakan, a descendant of the 15th through 17th century Chinese immigrants to the Malay Peninsula and Nusantara Indonesian archipelago, now part of Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and southern Thailand, also known as Nanyang. Peranakan Indonesian, relating to the Peranakan.
Invincible.
Peranakans, plural of Peranakan. Perennial, obsolete form of perennial. Perakan, plural of pera. Peras, plural of pera. Peras, a town in Montenegro. Peristatate, the anion add O, any salt containing this anion. Peristates, plural of peristate. Ferrite, plural of perite. Perite, a member of an ancient Christian Gnostic sect. Perites, plural of perite. Parathipin, a neuroleptic drug of the tricyclic family. Paradization, the renormalization of unrenormalizable field theories. Haraza, a surname. Haradas, plural of paraza. Parazine, a typical antipsychotic of the phenethiazine class, quite similar to chlorpromazine. Perben, alternative form of perpender. Perbens, plural of perben. Perbenzoic acid, the peroxy derivative of benzoic acid C6H5COOH. Perborate, any salt derived from borate and hydrogen peroxide of the hypothetical perboric acid. Perborates, plural of perborate. Perboric, relating to perboric acid and its derivatives. Perboric acid, an unstable oxyacid of boron known only as the perborates. Perbrake, devomit. Perbraking, present participle and gerund of perbrake. Perbrakes, third person singular simple present indicative of perbrake. Perbromate, the Ocean of Romanero. Perbromates, plural of perbromate. Perbromic, of or pertaining to perbromic acid. Perbromic acid. The oxyacid of bromate H via OFAR. Perbromide, a bromide having a higher proportion of bromine than any other bromide of the same substance or series. Perbromides, plural of perbromide. Perbromo, describing a derivative in which all hydrogen atoms have been replaced by bromine. Perbophyline, a particular cotylator. Clipping of percocet, especially when it is used as a recreational drug. Abbreviation of perchloroethylene. Percaebeth, the ship of characters Percy Jackson and Annabeth Chase from the Camp Half-Blood Chronicles franchise. Percale, a fine, closely woven fabric made from cotton, polyester, or a mix of these and used for sheets and clothing. Percales, plural of percale. Percoline, a fine kind of French cotton goods, usually of one color. Percolines, plural of percoline. Percales, a kind of oriental cloth. Percabella, a vocal performance that only has percussive accompaniment. Percapita, alternative form of per capita. Percarbide, any of a series of compounds containing the largest proportion of carbon. Percarbides, plural of percarbide. Percarbonate, any of a family of perhydrates of carbonate compounds. Percarbonates, plural of percarbonate. Percarburet, a percarbide. Percarburated, alternative form of percarburetted. Percarburets, plural of percarburet. Percarburetted, combined with a relatively large amount of carbon. Percarpio, misspelling of pericarpio. Percase, perchance, perhaps. Thus, a surname transferred from the given name. Parse, a city and village in Quebec, Canada. Parseed. Piercing, sharp. Harsive, obsolete form of perceive. Harsives, third person singular simple present indicative of perceive. Perceive, obsolete spelling of perceive. Perceive, simple past and past participle of perceive. Perceivability, the condition of being perceivable. Perceivable, capable of being perceived, discernible. Perceivamos, the state of being perceivable. Perceivably, in a way that can be perceived. Perceivance. Perception. Perceivancy, alternative form of perceivance power of perception. Perceive, to become aware of, through the physical senses, to see, to understand. Perceived.
Here we go.
Generally recognized to be true. Perceived temperature, the apparent temperature of the environment, may be different from the actual temperature because of factors such as wind, chill, or humidity. Perceived temperatures, plural of perceived temperature. Perceivably, as perceived, apparently. Perceivedness, the state or quality of being perceived. Perceiver, one who perceives. Perseverance, perception, awareness. Perceivers, plural of perceiver. Perceives, third person singular simple present indicative of perceive. Perceivas, second person singular simple present indicative of perceive. Perceive, third person singular simple present indicative of perceive. Perceiving, present participle and gerund of perceive. Perceivingly, so as to perceive, by means of, or accompanied by, perception. Perceivingness, the quality of being perceiving. Perceivings, plural of perceiving. Persal. A surname. Persals, plural of persal. Persa, for every 100 used with preceding numeral to form a noun, phrase expressing a proportion. Percent sign, the symbol percent, denoting a percentage. Percent signs, plural of percent. Percent sign. Percentage, the amount, number, or rate of something regarded as part of a total of 100 and part of a whole. Percentage dice, dice that have been tampered with for the purpose of cheating. Percentage point, 1/100th of a given value, used to measure the difference between two percentages. Percentage points, plural of percentage point. Percentage rate, a measure to show a change or relationship between two numbers as a fraction of 100 over a certain time. Percentage rates. Plural of percentage rate. Percentages. Plural of percentage. Percentage-wise. In terms of or as regards a percentage. Percentile. In terms of a percentage. Percenter. A member of a group that forms a specified percentage of a population. Percenters. Plural of percenter. Percent. Percentillation. The division of a distribution into percentiles. Percentile. Any of the 99 points that divide an ordered distribution into 100 parts, each containing 1% of the population. Percentile dice. A pair of 10-sided dice which are rolled to determine a numeral result as a percentage of 100, usually for a role-playing game. Percentiler. Something with a specified percentile. Percentilers. Plural of percentiler. Percentiles. Plural of percentile. Percentromeric. Misspelling of pericentromeric. Percents. Plural of percent. Percentual. Of pertaining to or expressed as a percentage. Percentually. In percentual manner, proportionately as measured in percent. Percentwise. In percentage terms. Percept. Something perceived, the object of perception. Percepta. Plural of perceptum. Perceptanalysis. A method of analysis for the Rorschach test invented by Zygmunt and Piotrowski. Perceptive. Simple past and past participle of percept. Perceptibilities. Plural of perceptibility. Perceptibility. The state, quality, or condition of being perceptible. Perceptible. Able to be perceived, sensed, or discerned. Perceptibleness. The state of being perceptible. Perceptibles. Plural of perceptible. Perceptibly. In a perceptible manner. Perceptic. A sense, a perceiving faculty. Perceptics. Plural of perceptic. Percepting. Present participle and gerund of percept. Perception. The organization, identification, and interpretation of sensory information. Perceptional. Of, pertaining to, or stimulated by perception. Perceptionally. By means of perception. Perceptionism. The philosophy that reality is based on our sense of perception. Perceptionist. A proponent of perceptionism. Perceptionistic. Of or relating to perceptionism. Perceptionists. Plural of perceptionists. Perceptions. Plural of perception. Perceptive. Having or showing keenness or sharpness of perception, insight, understanding, or intuition. Perceptively. In a perceptive manner. Perceptiveness. The state of being perceptive, acumen, discernment, insight. Perceptivities. Plural of perceptivity. Perceptivity. The state or quality of being perceptive. Perceptomotor. Relating to perception and motor skills. Perceptor. That which perceives. Perceptors. Plural of perceptor. Perceptron. An element analogous to a neuron of an artificial neural network consisting of one or more layers of artificial neurons. Perceptronic. Of or relating to perceptrons. Perceptronium, a hypothetical state of matter capable of giving rise to self-awareness and subjectivity. Perceptrons, plural of perceptron. Percepts, plural of percept. Perceptual, relating to perception. Perceptual blindness, synonym of inattention. Blindness. Perceptual control theory, a model of behavior in numerous disparate fields based on the properties of negative feedback control loops that maintain a sense variable at or near a reference value by means of the effects of their outputs upon that variable as mediated by physical properties of the environment. Perceptual set, a mental predisposition to perceive things in a certain way. Perceptual sets, plural of perceptual set. Perceptualities, plural of perceptuality. Perceptuality, the quality of being perceptual. Perceptualization, the act of perceptualizing. Perceptualizations, plural of perceptualization. Perceptualize, to make something perceptual or sensed. Perceptualize. Simple past and past participle of perceptualize. Perceptualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of perceptualize. Perceptualizing. Present participle and gerund of perceptualize. Perceptually. In a perceptual manner. Perceptually blind. Synonym of inattentionally blind. Perceptualness, the quality of being perceptual. Something that is perceived. Perceptuomotor, describing the movement of a limb in response to a perception, especially describing the ability to reach towards an object that is being looked at. Persisosing, relating to or resembling fish of suborder Persisoses, including gray mullets, barracudas, and silversides. Percept, a surname. Perch, a surname. Perch plate, a plate or block above or below a carriage reach at the kingbolt. Perch plates, plural of perch plate. Perch pole, an acrobat's pole for climbing. Perch poles, plural of perch pole. Perch stay, one of the side rods bracing the perch of a carriage to the rear axle. Perch stays, plural of perch stay. Perchap, synonym of gutterperchap. Perchable, suitable for perching upon. Chance, perhaps by chance. Perchap, a former province in northwestern France corresponding to the modern departments of Orne, Jura, Jura-et-Loire, Loire-et-Cher, and Sarre. Perch, simple past and past participle of perch. Percher, one who fishes for perch. Percheries, plural of percheri. Percherin, a draft horse of a large, strong, usually dapple gray breed originating in Perchat, a former district of France. Percherins, plural of percherin. Perchers, plural of percher. Perchery, a series of cages, each containing several perches, in which hens are kept for intensive egg production. Perches, a commune in northeastern Haiti. Perchast, second person singular simple present indicative of perch. Percha, third person singular simple present indicative of perch. Perching, present participle and gerund of perch. Perching bird. Synonym of passerine. Perching birds. Plural of perching bird. Perching duck. Any species of ducks distinguished by the readiness to perch high in trees. Perchings. Plural of perching. Perchless. Without a perch. Perchli. Resembling or characteristic of the perch fish. Perchling. A diminutive or young perch fish. Perchlings. Plural of perchling.
Here we go.
Perchlorant. Any salt of perchloric acid. Used in pyrotechnics and as powerful oxidizing agents. Perchlorates. Plural of perchlorate. Perchlorate. Describing compounds containing the most highly oxidized state of chlorine. Perchloric acid. A clear colorless liquid. A strong acid and a violent, sometimes explosive, oxidizing agent. Perchloride. A chloride having a higher proportion of chlorine than any other chloride of the same substance or series. Perchlorides. Plural of perchloride. Perchlorinate. To add the maximum amount of chlorine to. Perchlorinated. Simple past and past participle of perchlorinate. Perchlorinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of perchlorinate. Perchlorinating. Present participle and gerund of perchlorinate. Perchlorination. The act of perchlorinating. Perchlorinations. Plural of perchlorination. Perchloro. Describing a derivative in which all hydrogen atoms have been replaced by chlorine. Perchlorobenzene. Hexachlorobenzene. Perchlorobenzoic. Of or pertaining to perchlorobenzoic acid or its derivatives. Perchlorobenzoic acid. The fully chlorinated derivative of benzoic acid. Pentachlorobenzoic acid. Perchloroethylene, synonym of tetrachloroethylene, a non-flammable, non-polar solvent with low toxicity, especially in the dry cleaning trade. Perchloroethylenes, plural of perchloroethylene. Perchloroheteroaromatic, describing any fully chlorinated heteroaromatic compound. Perchloromethane, carbon tetrachloride. Perchloropentacyclodecane. Myrex. Perchromic acid. A certain highly oxidized compound of chromium with a deep blue color and produced by the action of hydrogen peroxide. Part. Alternative form of Perchta goddess in Alpine paganism. Perchta. A goddess in Alpine paganism. Perchatelli. Synonym of bucatini type of pasta. Persichthid. Any fish in the family Persichthid. Persichthys. Plural of Persichthid. Ursa. Any fish in the family Persidae, the perches and darters. Arsids. Plural of Persid. Arses. Plural of Percy. Parsive. Misspelling of perceive. Parsive. Misspelling of perceive. Parsees. Misspelling of perceives. Perceiving. Misspelling of perceiving. Perciform. A word pertaining to any of very many fish of the order Perciformes that have fin spines, a swim bladder without a duct, usually ctenoid scales, and 17 or fewer caudal fin rays. Perciformes. Plural of perciform. Parcella. A female given name. Parsine, resembling a perched fish. Parsines, plural of persine. Pursing, present participle and gerund of purse.
Here we go.
Percipiens, perception. Percipiences, plural of percipiens. Percipiency, the faculty, act, or power of perceiving, perception. Percipiendum, that which is to be perceived. Percipient, having the ability to perceive, especially to perceive quickly. Percipiently, in a percipient manner. Percipients, plural of percipient. Percival, a male given name from the Celtic languages. Perkle, a surname. Perkles, plural of perkle. Perklos, alternative form of Parklos partition or enclosed. Place. Percloses, plural of perclose. Percocet, a brand name for an analgesic combination drug containing oxycodone and paracetamol, often used for recreational purposes. Percocets, plural of percocet. Percoid, of or belonging to Perquidia, a taxonomic superfamily in the order Perciformes. Percoids, plural of percoid. Percolate, to pass a liquid through a porous substance to filter. Percolated, simple past and past participle of percolate. Percolates, plural of percolate. Percolated, present participle and gerund of percolate. Percolation, the seepage or filtration of a liquid through a porous substance. Percolation theories, plural of percolation theory. Percolation theory, a mathematical theory that models a cluster structure in a random graph to describe the spread of phenomena passing through the edges. Percolations, plural of percolation. Percolative, that percolates. Percolatively, in a percolative manner, by percolation. Percolator, a device used to brew coffee by passing boiling water through coffee grounds. Percolators. Plural of percolator. Pergal, a colloidal suspension of silica coated with PVP, used in the density gradient centrifugation of cells. Percolozoan, any unicellular organism of the phylum Percolozoa. Percolozoans, plural of percolozoan. Percomorph, any perciform fish. Percomorphation, any fish of the clade or subdivision Percomorphaceae. Percomorphations, plural of percomorphation. Percomorphs, plural of percomorph. Percontation, a question which cannot properly be given a one-word answer like yes or no. Percontations, plural of percontation. Percontative, that is, expressed in or having the character of the grammatical mode of rhetorical questioning. Percontatorio. Percontatorio, given to or characterized by the asking of questions, especially the open-ended ones. Percontations. Perconval, a particular steroid glycoside. Percofid, any fish in the family Percophidae. Percovids, plural of percofid. Percopsid, any fish in the family Percopsidae, including 2 living species containing trout perches and sand rollers. Percopsids, plural of percopsid. Percopsiform, any fish of the order Percopsiformes. Percupsiforms, plural of percupsiform. Percurcuted, any extinct felloform carnivore in the family Percurcutidae. Percurcutids, plural of percurcuted. Parks, plural of perc. Percolate. Misspelling of percolate. Percumbent. In this a lovely associate. Yeah. Percuntation. Obsolete spelling of percuntation. Percunctations. Plural of percuntation. Percurrent. Running through the entire length. Running through from top to bottom as the midrib of a dicotyledonous leaf, the nerve of a moss leaves, or a grass spallet, etc. Percurrently, in a percurrent manner. Percursory, pushed, hasty, or cursory. Percuss, to strike, to hit, to knock, to give a blow to. Percussant, percussive, striking also figuratively. Percuss, simple past and past participle of percuss. Percusses, third person singular simple present indicative of percuss. Percussible, detectable by means of percussion tapping of the body. Percussing, present participle and gerund of percuss. Percussion, the collision of two bodies in order to produce a sound.
Invincible.
Percussion break. A percussion-focused segment of a song chosen by a hip-hop DJ to manipulate through cutting, mixing, and other techniques in order to create rhythmic music. Percussion breaks. Plural of percussion break. Percussion bullet. A bullet designed to explode on striking its target. Percussion bullets. Plural of percussion bullet. Percussion cap. A metal cap found on muzzle-loading firearms that contains chemical substances such as fulminate that explode upon impact. Percussion caps. Plural of percussion cap. Percussion fuse. A fuse in a projectile set in action by concussion when the projectile strikes the object. Percussion fuses. Plural of percussion fuse. Percussion hammer. A small hammer for percussion in medical diagnosis. Percussion hammers. Plural of percussion hammer. Percussion idiophone. An idiophone that produces sound when it vibrates due to being struck by an object that does not vibrate. A xylophone-like instrument played percussively. Percussion idiophones. Plural of percussion idiophone. Percussion instrument. An instrument in which the sound is produced by striking, scraping, or shaking an object. Percussion instruments. Plural of percussion instrument. Percussion lock. A kind of lock for a gun in which a hammer strikes upon a percussion cap on the nipple, igniting the charge. Percussion locks. Plural of percussion lock. Percussional. Involving or relating to percussion, percussive. Percussionally, in terms of or by means of percussion. Percussionist, a trained musician who plays percussion instruments as opposed to a drummer who lacks formal training. Percussionists, plural of percussionists. Percussions, plural of percussion. Percussive, characterized by percussion, caused by or related to the action of striking or pounding something. Percussive maintenance, the use of physical concussion, such as a knock or a tap, in an attempt to make a malfunctioning device work. Percussively, in a percussive way. Percussiveness, the state or property of being percussive. Percussives, plural of percussive. Percussor, a small hammer-like tool that a physician uses to provide a light blow to a body part. Percussors, plural of percussor. Percutaneous, taking place through the skin and involving a puncture thereof. Percutaneous coronary intervention, a non-surgical method of treating stenosis of the coronary arteries found in coronary artery disease. Percutaneously, in a percutaneous way, through the skin. Percute, synonym of percuss. Percuted, simple past and past participle of percute. Percutes, third person singular simple present indicative of percute. Percutor, a medical instrument for therapeutic or diagnostic percussion. Percutors, plural of percutor. Percussion, striking, having the power of striking or hitting. Percussions, plural of percussions. Percuting, present participle and gerund of percute.
Invincible.
Percy, a place name. Percy boy, synonym of Percy, a male person regarded as unmanly or weak, a sissy. Percy, Maine, a suburban village in the metropolitan borough of North Tyneside, Tyne, and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3367. Persolite, a mixture of pseudobolite, bolite, and diabolite. Persequinate, a metabolite related to vibrolactone isolated from a fungus. Perdendo, losing strength or momentum. Perdendosi, a gradual fading away. Perduterate, to deuterate such that all significant hydrogen atoms are replaced with deuterium. Perduterated, simple past and past participle of perduterate. Perduteration, deuteration in which all significant hydrogen atoms are replaced with deuterium. Ardu, a surname. Hardus, plural of perdu. Pardialytic, misspelling of paradialytic. Pardicine, of or relating to the former subfamily Perdicidae, classed as the Old World partridges. Pardi, a diminutive of the female given name Perdita. Perdifoil, any deciduous plant. Perdifoils, plural of perdifoil. Perdita, a character in Shakespeare's play The Winter's Tale. Perdidas, plural of perdita. Perditian, of or relating to the Shakespearean character Perdita. Perdition, eternal damnation. Perditionable, damnable.
Here we go.
Perditions, plural of perdition. Pernicious, damning, ruinous, leading to perdition. Harmful. Perdomo, a surname from Spanish. Perdomos, plural of perdomo. Perdicide, someone who kills partridges. Herbicides, plural of herbicide. Ardu, stationed in an exposed or hazardous position, hidden in ambush. Originally as Sentinel Perdu. Ardu, a surname. Perdulian, Teresa. Perdus, plural of perdu. Perdulous, lust, thrown away. Perdurability, the state of being perdurable. Perdurable, very durable, long-lasting. Perdurableness, the quality of being perdurable. Perdurably, in a perdurable manner. Perdurance, permanence, persistence. Perdurances. Plural of perdurance. Perdurant, a happening, an entity that only exists partially at any given point in time. Perdurantism, the theory that material objects have distinct temporal parts throughout their existence rather than being persistent individuals that move through time. Perdurantis, a subscriber to the philosophy of perdurantism. Perdurantis, plural of perdurantis. Perdurance, plural of perdurant. Perduration, long endurance or lastingness. Perdure, to continue to exist, last or endure, especially for a great length of time.
Invincible.
Perjure, simple past and past participle of perjure. Perjure, third person singular simple present indicative of perjure. Perjuring, present participle and gerund of perjure. Perjuringly, enduringly, lastingly. Pardas, plural of perdu. Perdi, obsolete form of party. Pip, a surname. Pip, a priest of the Roman Catholic Church. Especially a French one, also used as a title preceding the name of such a priest. Here David's deer, Elaphurus davidinus, a species of deer known only in captivity, which prefers marshland and is believed to be native to the subtropics of China. Here David's deers, plural of Here David's deer. Here David's mole, any of species Alba davidiana of moles found only in Kurdistan province, Iran. Here David's tit, Hosile davidi, a small bird of the tit family parody. Here David's tits, plural of Here David's tit. Hara, a portion of biblical King Herod's kingdom on the eastern side of the Jordan River Valley, from about 1/3 the way down from the Sea of Galilee to about 1/3 the way down the eastern shore of the Dead Sea. Parian, of or relating to Perea. Parians, plural of Parian. Perche, a city in Ozhhorod in Zakarpattia Oblast, Ukraine. Herida, a surname from Spanish. Theridas, plural of Herida. Burrito, a surname.
Here we go.
Burritos, plural of burrito. Perigo, Foiegol. Perigoi, a surname. Perigois, plural of Perigoi. Peregrine, obsolete form of peregrine. Peregrina, a surname. Peregrinas, plural of peregrina. Peregrinate, to travel from place to place, or from one country to another, especially on foot, hence to sojourn in foreign countries. Peregrinated, simple past and past participle of peregrinate. Peregrinate, third person, singular simple present indicative of peregrinate. Peregrinating, present participle and gerund of peregrinate. Peregrination, a person's life regarded as a temporary stay on earth and a journey to the afterlife. Peregrinations, plural of peregrination. Peregrinator, one who peregrinates, one who travels about. Peregrinators, plural of peregrinator. Peregrinatory, relating to peregrination, to traveling or wandering. Peregrine, a male given name from Latin and of mostly British usage. Peregrine falcon, a medium-sized, very swift falcon of species Falco peregrinus that hunts small birds. Peregrine falcons, plural of peregrine falcon. Peregrine hawk. The peregrine falcon. Peregrine hawks. Plural of peregrine hawk. Peregrines. Plural of peregrine. Peregrinism. The quality of being peregrine. Peregrinities. Plural of peregrinity.
Invincible.
Peregrinity. The quality of being foreign or strange. Peregrino. A surname. Peregrinos. Plural of peregrino. Peregrines. Plural of peregrine. Pere. Plural of Perain. Pereyaslav. A city in Borispool Rayon, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Perida. A surname. Peridas. Plural of Perida. Pere. The thorax of a crustacean between the head cephalon and abdomen. Leon. Perianal. Or pertaining to a perain. Pereapod. Any of the thoracic appendages of a decapod that are used for walking and for gathering food. Pereapods. Plural of pereapod. Para. A surname. Para accounting. One of two methods used in California community property law to determine the manner in which to divide the value of a business between separate property and community property. Perica, a village located on the Isthmus of Perica connecting the Crimean Peninsula to the Ukrainian mainland. Perikovka, rehabilitation of criminals. Horel, a surname from Italian. Horalis, plural of Horella. Horels, obsolete form of pearls. Heraldin, a surname from Yiddish. Heraldmans, plural of Heraldman. Corrupt, to destroy or defeat. Corrupted, simple past and past participle of perempt. Corrupting, present participle and gerund of perempt. Corruption, a quashing of law or a lawsuit. Corruption, plural of corruption. Peremptorily, the spelling of peremptorily. Peremptories, plural of peremptory. Peremptorily, in a peremptory manner, in a commanding tone, brooking no delay. Peremptoriness, the quality of being peremptory. Peremptory, positive in opinion or judgment, absolutely certain, overconfident, unwilling to hear any debate or argument, especially in a pejorative sense, dogmatic. Peremptory challenge, the right of an attorney to reject potential jurors without stating a reason. Peremptory challenges, plural of peremptory challenge. Perempts, third person singular simple present indicative of perempt. Peremyshlini, a city Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Parenchima, misspelling of parenchima. Perendina, to procrastinate for a long time, especially 2 days. Perendinate, simple past and past participle of perendinate. Perendinate, third person singular simple present indicative of perendinate. Perendinating, present participle and gerund of perendinate. Perenjori, a small town in the Shire of Perenjori, Western Australia. Perenate, to survive from one growing season to the next. Perenated, simple past and past participle of perenate. Perenates, third person singular simple present indicative of perenate. Perenating, present participle. and gerund of perinate. Perination, the ability of an organism to survive from one germinating season to the next, especially under unfavorable conditions such as drought or winter. However, lasting or remaining active throughout the year for multiple years or all the time. Perennial philosophy, synonym of philosophy of perennials. Perennialism, perennial philosophy. Perennialist, a supporter of perennialism. Perennialistic, relating to perennialism. Perennialists, plural of perennialists. Perenniality, the state of being perennial. Perennialization, the conversion of a plant from an annual to a perennial. Perennialize, to return year after year as a perennial. Perennialize, simple past and past participle of perennialize. Perennialize is third person singular simple present indicative of perennialize. Perennialize, present participle and gerund of perennialize. Perennial, year after year, literally, each year. Perennialness, the state of being perennial. Perennials, plural of perennial. Perenniation, the process or property of living for more than 1 year. Pernibranch, any pernibranchiate organism. Pernibranchiate, having gills throughout life. Pernibranch, plural of pernibranch. Perennities,
Here we go.
plural of perennity. Perenity, the quality of being perennial. Parity, the largest Australian monitor lizard or gono. Varanus giganteus. Parentes, plural of parenty. Clarity, alternative form of parenty. Alternative form of pairing. Parionite, any of the segments of the parian. Parionites, plural of parionite. Periapod, alternative form of periapod. Periapodal, relating to a periapod. Periapods, plural of periapod. Var, a subdivision of a mascot, loosely, a chapter or section thereof. Per, a surname. Pereras, plural of perera. Peroration, a rambling or wandering through various places. Perorations, plural of peroration. There, plural of peer. There, plural of peer. Perishepine, a city in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast in southeastern Ukraine. Perister, the ester of a parasite. Peristers, plural of perister. Perestroika, a program of political and economic reform carried out in the Soviet Union in the 1980s and early 1990s under the leadership of Mikhail Gorbachev. Perestroika, a member of the Perestroika movement political science. Perestroikans, plural of perestroika. Perestroikas, plural of perestroika. Perestroika, alternative form of perestroika, political senses. Thus, one of the 3 seasons of ancient Egypt, coming after Akad and before Shemu, emergence. Ferritate, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing antimony, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Heretic, a surname from Italian. Heretin, relating to or characteristic of internet. entrepreneur Jonah Peretti, co-founder of BuzzFeed and the Huffington Post. Paredes, plural of Peretti. That's a surname from Hebrew. Patzes, plural of parrots. Perevaus, a city in Alsace-Lorraine, Luhansk Oblast. Ukraine. Pereves, a village in Dizivinko Starostinsky Akra, Boyaga Urban Hamada Fasted Rain, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine, founded today. 1702. Pera, a surname. Pereres, plural of Pera. Perez, the father of Hezron and the son of Judah, the grandson of Jacob. Perez Boulevard, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Ferris Bras, a surname. Paris Bruises, plural of Paris Bras. Paris Jivani, the cognitive sensation of an emotional experience. Parajivania, plural of Parashivani. Parilopes, a surname. Parilopes, plural of
Here we go.
Paris Lopez. Parazone, a sesquiterpene quinon found in various Parisia species. Perez Perez, a surname. Perez Perezes, plural of Perez Perez. Abbreviation of perforated when followed by a number. For example, perf 14. This indicates the number of perforations per 2 centimeters. Alternative form of perf. Perfect. Pronunciation spelling of perfect. Perfect. Pronunciation spelling of perfect. Perfect. Fitting its definition precisely. Perfect all kill. The achievement of a song of the #1 rank on all major music charts, especially the rankings of chart aggregator iChart in South Korea. Perfect all kills. Plural of perfect all kill. Perfect authentic cadence. A cadence involving the resolution of the dominant chord V to the root chord I, where both chords are in the root position and the tonic is in the highest position of the root chord. Perfect auxiliaries. Plural of perfect auxiliary. Perfect auxiliary. The auxiliary verb that is combined with a past participle to form a compound perfect tense in English. The verb have, in French, German, and Danish either the equivalent of have or the equivalent of be, depending on the verb. Perfect binding. A form of thermally activated book binding with a flat, glued spine, resembling a paperback. Perfect bindings. Plural of perfect binding. Perfect cadence. A cadence involving the resolution of the dominant chord V to the root chord I. Perfect cadences. Plural of perfect cadence. Perfect chord. A concord or union of sounds of 3 or more simultaneous notes according to the rules of harmony. Perfect chords. Plural of perfect chord. Perfect competition. A theoretical type of market structure where there are many firms providing homogeneous, especially fungible goods or services, resulting in allocative and productive efficiency in the long run, but also precluding profitability. Perfect crime. A crime that is undetected, unattributed to a perpetrator, or otherwise unsolved. Perfect crimes. Plural of perfect crime. Perfect cube. An integer that is the product of 3 instances of another integer. Equivalently, it is the product of an integer and its square. Perfect cubes. Plural of perfect cube. Perfect field. A field K such that every irreducible polynomial over K has distinct roots. Perfect field. Plural of perfect field. Perfect fifth. An interval equal to that of between the second and third harmonics of the harmonic series. In 12-tone equal temperament, it spans 7 semitones or 5 degrees of the diatonic scale. Perfect fifths. Plural of perfect fifth. Perfect fourth. A musical interval spanning 4 degrees of the diatonic scale. In the Western 12-semitone system, it consists of 5 standard semitones. Perfect fourths. Plural of perfect four. Perfect game. A game in which every batter on one team is retired without reaching the base. Perfect games. Plural of perfect game. Perfect gold standard test. A test that measures a binary value without error. Perfect gold standard tests. Plural of perfect gold standard tests. Perfect infinitive. In English, an infinitival phrase consisting of the infinitive of the auxiliary have with or without a preceding plus the past participle. A comparable phrase or word in other languages. Perfect interval. An interval that is either a unison, fourth, fifth, or an octave. Perfect intervals. Plural of perfect interval. Perfect is the enemy of good. Insistence on perfection often precludes the opportunity for something worthwhile. Perfect is the enemy of good enough. Synonym. Perfect is the enemy of good. Perfect market. An atomistic market. Perfect markets. Plural of perfect market. Perfect metal. Any metal, such as gold or silver, not readily oxidized by heat and air. Perfect metals. Plural of perfect metal. Perfect number. A number that is the sum of all of its divisors except itself. Perfect numbers. Plural of perfect number. Perfect octave. A musical interval of the Western 12-semitone system consisting of 12 semitones and spanning 8 degrees of the diatonic scale. It isn't harmonically equivalent to an augmented seventh and is commonly referred to as an octave. Perfect octaves. Plural of perfect octave. Perfect participle. A participle indicating a completed action or state. Perfect participles. Plural of perfect participle. Perfect passive participle. A participle prominent in some languages, e.g. Latin, Greek, but less common in English, describing something that happened to a noun the subject in the past. Perfect passive participles. Plural of perfect passive participle. Perfect pitch. The ability to identify a note by name on hearing it, or to recreate a specified note from memory without the benefit of an externally provided reference pitch. Perfect pitches. Plural of perfect pitch. Perfect power. A positive integer that is an exact integer power of another positive integer. Perfect powers. Plural of perfect power. Perfect price discrimination. A scenario that can be found in market dominated by a monopoly firm which is able to charge each consumer different prices based on certain characteristics. Perfect price discriminations. Plural of perfect price discrimination. Perfect rhyme. A form of rhyme in which the vowels and final coda consonants of stressed syllables, and in modern English poetry, any following syllables to the end of the words are identical in sound. Perfect rhymes. Plural of perfect rhyme. Perfect set. A set which is equal to its set of limit points. That is, a set A is perfect if A equals A. Perfect set. Plural of perfect set. Perfect square. Synonym of square number. Perfect squares. plural of perfect square. Perfect storm, a powerful hurricane or other major weather disturbance, especially as produced by a combination of meteorological conditions. Perfect storms, plural of perfect storm. Perfect stranger, a person with whom one has no affiliation whatsoever. Perfect
Here we go.
strangers, plural of perfect stranger. Perfect system, in Latin, the three perfect tenses, perfect, future perfect, and pluperfect or past perfect, as contrasted with the present system, present, future, and imperfect. A verb in the perfect system indicates an action that has completed. Perfect tense, a verb form indicating that an action or state has been completed at the present time, in the past, or shall be completed in the future. Perfect tenses, plural of perfect tense. Perfect time, a system of timing in mensural notation in which a breve is equal to the three semibreves. Perfect triad, synonym of perfect chord. Perfect triads, plural of perfect triad. Perfect 12, the interval between the first and third harmonics of the harmonic series. In 12-tone equal temperament, it spans 19 semitones or 12 degrees of the diatonic scale. Perfect 12ths, plural of perfect 12th. Perfect unison, an interval that has no difference between two notes. Perfect unisons, plural of perfect unison. Perfect victim, a victim of abuse who is blameless in all aspects of their interactions with the offender, often characterized by vulnerability, believability, and respectability. Perfect wave, a clean, extremely well-formed, hollow or barreling wave that breaks without closing out and has a smooth, unbroken face allowing for maneuverability. A theoretical or imagined wave that is perfect for surfing. Perfect wave, plural of perfect wave. Perfect bound, bound with a perfect binding. Perfecta, a kind of bet wherein the first and second place finishers must be predicted in the correct order. Perfectibility, the state or quality of being able to be perfected. Perfectible, misspelling of perfectible. Perfectamundo, perfect. Perfectus, plural of perfecta. Perfectation, the process or result of perfecting something. Perfected, simple past and past participle of perfect. Perfecter, comparative form of perfect, more perfect. Perfecter of the elect, an epithet of the Holy Spirit. Perfectors, plural of perfecter. Perfectus, superlative form of perfect, most perfect. Perfected, third person singular simple present indicative of perfect. Perfecti, plural of perfectus. Perfectibilian, a perfectionist. Simple present indicative of perfect. Perfecti, plural of perfectus. Perfectibilian, a perfectionist. Perfectibilians, plural of perfectibilian. Perfectibilism, perfectionism. Perfectibilis, synonym of alumbrados. Perfectibilists, plural of perfectibilis. Perfectibilities, plural of perfectibility. Perfectibility, the possibility of achieving perfection. Perfectible, able to be perfected, capable of perfection. Perfecting, present participle and gerundive perfect. Perfecting press, a press in which the printing on both sides of the paper is completed in one passage through the machine. Perfecting presses, plural of perfecting press. Perfectings, plural of perfect.
Here we go.
Perfection, the quality or state of being perfect or complete, so that nothing substandard remains, the highest attainable state or degree of excellence. Perfection is the enemy of good. Synonym of perfect is the enemy of good. Perfection salad, a terrine or jello-style vegetable loaf made with lemon vinaigrette flavored gelatin, filled with a chopped garden salad or green salad, popular in the United States during the early and mid-20th century. Perfection salads, plural of perfection salad. Perfectional, of or relating to perfection. Characterized by perfection. Perfectionate, to make perfect or complete, to perfect. Perfectionative, simple past and past participle of perfectionate. Perfectionates, third person singular simple present indicative of perfectionate. Perfectionating, present participle and gerund of perfectionate. Perfection, simple past and past participle of perfection. Perfectioning, present participle and gerund of perfection. Perfectionism, an unwillingness to settle for anything less than perfection. Perfectionisms, plural of perfectionism. Perfectionists, one of the Bible communists, or free lovers, a small American sect founded by J. Noyes 1811-86, which settled at Oneida in 1848, holding that the gospel, if accepted, secures freedom from sin. Perfectionistic, perfectionistically, in a perfectionistic way. Perfectionists, plural of perfectionists. Perfectionitis, excessive perfectionism. Perfectionize, to bring to perfection, to perfect. Perfectionize, simple past and past participle of perfectionize. Perfectionize, third person singular simple present indicative of perfectionize. Perfectionizing, present participle and gerund of perfectionize. Perfectionless, devoid of perfection. Perfectionment, the act of bringing to or achieving perfection. Perfectionments, plural of perfectionment. Perfections, plural of perfection. Perfectissimate, the office of a perfectissimus. Perfectissimates, plural of perfectissimate. Perfectitude, perfection. Perfective. Of or relative to the perfect tense or perfective aspect. Perfective aspect, a feature of the verb which denotes viewing the event the verb describes as a completed whole rather than from within the event as it unfolds. For example, she sat down as opposed to she was sitting down. Since the focus is on the completion of what is expressed by the verb, this aspect is generally associated with the past and future tenses. This term is often used interchangeably with aorist aspect. This is not to be confused with the perfect tense. Perfective aspects, plural of perfective aspect. Perfectively, in a perfective manner or context.
Here we go.
Perfectiveness, the state or quality of being perfected. Perfectivenesses, plural of perfectiveness. Perfectives, plural of perfective. Perfectivity, the state of being in perfective aspect or the imperfective aspect. Perfectivization, the process of forming a perfective verb from the imperfective verbal stem. Perfectivize, to make perfective. Perfectivize, simple past, and past participle of perfectivize. Perfectivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of perfectivize. Perfectivizing, present participle and gerund of perfectivize. Perfectly, with perfection. Perfectly elastic supplies. Plural of perfectly elastic supply. Perfectly elastic supply. A situation in which firms are able and willing to supply any quantity of a good or service at the going price, i.e. the supply is infinite. Perfectly inelastic supplies. Plural of perfectly inelastic supply. Perfectly inelastic supply. A situation in which firms/producers can only supply a fixed quantity, hence cannot increase or decrease the available amount even if there are increases/decreases in price. Elasticity of supply equals 0. Perfectness, the quality of being perfect, perfection. Perfectness is plural of perfectness. Perfecto, a surname from Spanish. Perfectoi, of a field, being a complete topological field whose topology is induced by a non-discrete valuation of rank 1. Perfector, one who perfects. Perfectors, plural of perfector. Perfectos, plural of perfecto. Perfects, third person singular simple present indicative of perfect. Perfectural, misspelling of prefectural. Perfectus, alternative form of perfectus. Perforated, perforated, extremely, excessively, or feverishly passionate, zealous. Perfervidity, the quality of being perfect. Perfervidly, in a perfervid manner. Perfervidness, the quality of being perfect. Pervidum ingenium, a very ardent disposition. Perfervid, the state of being perfervid, passion, zealotry. Perfervid, alternative form of perfervid. Professor, pronunciation, spelling of professor. Professors, plural of professor. Perfetti, a surname from Italian. Perfettis, plural of perfetti. Perfetto, a surname from Italian. Perfettos, plural of perfetto. Pervian, one who performs or perfects a work. Perviance, plural of proficient. Perfect, pronunciation, spelling of perfect. Perfidies, plural of perfidy. Perfidious, of pertaining to or representing perfidy, disloyal to what should command one's fidelity or allegiance. Perfidious Albion, the United Kingdom, seen as a country that is manipulative, deceptive, or treacherous on the international stage. Perfidiously, in a perfidious manner. Perfidiousness, unfaithfulness, deceitfulness, perfidy. Perfidiousnesses, plural of perfidiousness. Perfidy, a state or act of violating faith or allegiance, violation of a promise or vow, or of trust. Perfide, obsolete form of perfect. Perfectly, obsolete form of perfectly. Perfectly, obsolete form of perfectly. Perfect, perforated initial, a series of small holes punched into a stamp and forming a letter, series of letters or other designed for the purpose of preventing the unauthorized use of the stamps. Perfect, present participle and gerund of perf. Perfects, plural of perfect. Perfect, obsolete form of perfect. Perfect, obsolete form of perfect. Perfect, To fix, appoint, or allocate. Perfects. Simple past and past participle of perfects. Perfixes. Third person singular simple present indicative of perfects. Perfixing, present participle and gerund of perfects. Perfluable, capable of being blown through, permeable to air currents. Perflate, to blow through as of wind. Perflated, simple past and past participle of perflate. Perflates, third person singular simple present indicative of perflate. Perflating, present participle and gerund of perflate. Perflation, the act of perflating or blowing through. Perflations, plural of perflation. Perfloxacin, a particular quinolone antibiotic, 1-ethyl-6-fluoro-7,4-methylpiperazine, 1-nil-furoxoquinoline, 3-carboxylic acid. Perfloxacin, alternative form of perfloxacin. Perfluorotic, perfluorosyl bromide. Perfluorine, perfluorotyl bromide, a fluorochemical. Perflubutane, a contrast agent. Perfluoroalkyl, alternative form of perfluoroalkyl. Perfluoric acid, trifluoroacetic acid C2HF3O. Perfluorinated, reacted with fluorine such that many hydrogen atoms have been replaced with fluorine. Perfluoro, describing any compound or radical in which every hydrogen atom has been replaced by fluorine. Perfluoro, used to describe any compound or group in which every hydrogen atom has been replaced by fluorine. Perfluoroalkane, a type of hydrocarbon with hydrogen replaced by fluorine. Perfluoroalkanote, any perfluoroalkanote. Perfluoroalkanotes, plural of perfluoroalkanote. Perfluoroalkoxy, a perfluoroderivative of an alkoxy radical. Perfluoroalkyl, any perfluoroderivative of an alkyl group. Perfluoroalkyl substance, any group of man-made chemicals created for a variety of household and industrial uses. Perfluoroalkyl substances, plural of perfluoroalkyl substance. Perfluoroalkylate, to modify by perfluoroalkylation. Perfluoroalkylated, simple past and past participle of perfluoroalkylate. Perfluoroalkylating, that produces or undergoes perfluoroalkylation. Perfluoroalkylation, any reaction that adds one or more perfluoroalkyl groups to a molecule. Perfluoroalkylations, plural of perfluoroalkylation. Perfluoroalkylionium, any perfluoroalkylionium cation. Perfluoroalkyls, plural of perfluoroalkyl. Perfluoroaryl, any perfluoroderivative of an aryl group. Perfluoroylation, any reaction in which one or more perfluoroyl groups are added to a molecule. Perfluoroylations, plural of perfluorylation. Perfluororyls, plural of perfluororyl. Perfluorobutane, a colorless gaseous fluorocarbon, C4F, used in fire extinguishers and in ultrasound imaging. Perfluorobutane sulfonic acid, a chemical compound with a 4-carbon fluorocarbon chain and a sulfonic acid functional group used as the replacement for the persistent, toxic, and bioaccumulative perfluorobutane sulfonic acid. Perfluorobutanoate, any perfluoroderivative of a butanoate group or anion. Perfluorobutanoates, Plural of perfluorobutanoate. Perfluorocarbon. Any compound formally derived from a hydrocarbon by replacing each hydrogen atom with one of fluorine, used as refrigerants, solvents, and anesthetics. Perfluorocarbons. Plural of perfluorocarbon. Perfluorochemical. Any perfluorinated compound. Perfluorochemicals. Plural of perfluorochemical. Perfluoroctane. Alternative form of perfluoroctane. Perfluorocyclobutane. Octafluorocyclobutane.
Invincible.
Perfluoroalkyl, a fluorocarbon, a derivative of decalin in which all of the hydrogen atoms are replaced by fluorine atoms. Perfluoroalkanoate, any perfluoro derivative of a decanoate group or anion. Perfluoroalkanoates. Plural of perfluoroalkanoate. Perfluorosultrichlorosilane, a colorless liquid chemical with the molecular formula CH4Cl3FC whose molecules form self-assembled monolayers. Perfluoroether, any ether in which every hydrogen atom has been replaced by fluorine. Perfluoroethers, plural of perfluoroether. Perfluorobutyric, a perfluoroderivative of the glutaric group. Perfluorobutyrates, plural of perfluorobutyrate. Perfluoroheptane, any perfluoroderivative of a heptane, but especially an perfluoroheptane. Perfluoroheteroaromatic, describing any fully fluorinated heteroaromatic compound. Perfluorohexacene, any perfluoroderivative of a hexacene. Perfluorohexane, the saturated aliphatic fluorocarbon C6F. Perfluorohexanes, plural of perfluorohexane. Perfluorohexano, any perfluoroderivative of a hexanoate group or anion. Perfluorohexanotes, plural of perfluorohexanote. Perfluorohexyl, any perfluoroderivative of a hexyl radical. Perfluoroalkyl cyclohexane, a fluorocarbon liquid derived from hydrocarbon methyl cyclohexane used as a solvent for gases. Perfluoronanoate, any perfluoroderivative of a non-anoate group or anion. Perfluoronanotes, plural of perfluoronanoate. Perfluoronanoic acid, a synthetic perfluorinated carboxylic acid and fluorosurfactant that is also an environmental contaminant. Perfluorooctane, a derivative of octane, C8F, in which every hydrogen atom has been replaced by those of fluorine. Perfluorooctane sulfonate, any salt or ester of perfluorooctane sulfonic acid. Perfluorooctane sulfonamide, a synthetic organofluorine compound and persistent organic pollutant. Perfluorooctane sulfonate, alternative form of perfluorooctane sulfonate. Perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, a synthetic fluorosurfactant and persistent organic pollutant. Perfluorooctanoate, a salt or ester of perfluorooctanoic acid. Perfluorooctanoic, of or pertaining to perfluorooctanoic acid or its derivatives. Perfluorooctanoic acid, a synthetic, stable perfluorinated carboxylic acid and fluorosurfactant with industrial applications, a toxicant and carcinogen in animals persistent in the environment and associated with infertility. Perfluorooctyl, any perfluoroderivative of an octyl radical. Perfluoropentacene, the completely fluorinated derivative of pentacene. It is an organic semiconductor. Perfluoropentane, any perfluoroderivative of a pentane, but especially an perfluoropentane. Perfluoropolyether, any polyether in which every carbon atom has been replaced by fluorine. Perfluoropolyethers, plural of perfluoropolyether. Perfluoropolymer, any polymer derived from another by replacing all or most of the hydrogen atoms by those of fluorine. Perfluoropolymers, plural of perfluoropolymer. Perfluoropropane, the fluorocarbon
Invincible.
C3F8. Perfluorosilane, any perfluoroderivative of acetylene. Perfluorosilanes, plural of perfluorosilane. Perfluorosulfonate, any sulfonate whose hydrogen atoms have all been replaced with those of fluorine. Many of them are used as ionomers. Perfluorosulfonates, plural of perfluorosulfonate. Perfluorotributylamine, a liquid whose molecular structure consists of 3 butyl moieties connected to an amine center, in which the hydrogen atoms have all been replaced with fluorine. It is produced by the electronics industry and is a potent greenhouse gas. Perfluorotrihexylamine, a chemical compound, CFN. Perfluoroundecanoate, any perfluoroderivative of an undecanoate group or anion. Perfluoroundecanoates, plural of perfluoroundecanoate. Perfluorobutane, misspelling of perfluorobutane. Perfluorine, a preparation of microspheres used as an ultrasound contrast agent. Perfluorate, appearing to have the stem passing through the blade. Perfluorate bellwort, a plant of the species Uvularia perfoliata, native to eastern North America. Perfluorate bellworts, plural of perfluorate bellwort. Perfoliated, alternative form of perfoliate. Perfoliately, in a perfoliate manner. Perforable, capable of being perforated or penetrated. Perforans, the long flexor muscle of the toes or the deep flexor muscle of the fingers. Perforant, describing a connective route from the entorhinal cortex to the hippocampus. Perforantes, plural of perforans. Perforisome, a perforator in its immediate vascular territory. Perforasums, plural of perforisome. Perforate, to pierce, to penetrate. Perforated, pierced with holes. Perforately, in a perforate manner. Perforates, third person singular simple present indicative of perforate. Perforati, plural of perforatus. Perforating, present participle in gerund of perforate. Perforation, the act of perforating or the state of being perforated. Perforation gauge, a device for measuring the number of perforations per 2 centimeter distance along the edge of a postage stamp. Perforation gauges, plural of perforation gauge. Perforation plate, an atrachary element, part of the cell wall that is perforated, present in vessel members but not in tracheic cells. Perforations, plural of perforation. Perforative, having the power to perforate or pierce, piercing. Perforator, a tool or machine that makes holes or perforates materials such as paper and card. Perforatorium, plural of perforatorium. Perforatorium, the acrosome. Perforators, plural of perforator. Perforatus, the short flexor of the toes or the superficial flexor of the fingers. Perforce, by force. Perforce, simple past and past participle of perforce. Perforces, third person singular simple present indicative of perforce. Perforcing, present participle and gerund of perforce. Perforin, a cytolytic protein found in natural killer cells. Perforins, plural of perforin. Perform. To do something, to execute. Perform. Simple past and past participle of perform. Performabilities. Plural of performability. Performability, a measurement of how well a system performs over a period of time, regardless of the presence of faults. Performable, able to be performed. Performance, the act of performing, carrying into execution or action. Execution, achievement, accomplishment, representation by action. Performance anxieties, plural of performance anxiety. Performance anxiety, anxiety or fear about performing in front of an audience, stage fright. Performance arousal, a phenomenon experienced before or while one performs, manifested either positively as excitement or negatively as anxiety. Performance art, a form of art in which the artist creates a live performance, often using a variety of media. Performance artist, a person who creates and performs in performance art. Performance artist, plural of performance artists. Performance arts. Plural of performance art. Performance bond, a contractor's bond, guaranteeing that the contractor will perform the contract and providing that, in the event of default, the surety may complete the contract or pay damages up to the bond limit. Performance bonds, plural of performance bond. Performance management, the process of ensuring that organizational goals are consistently being met in an effective and efficient manner. Performance metric, a measurement of performance, often financial performance, either against peers or against a predetermined target. Performance metrics, plural of performance metric. Performance poetry, poetry written for public performance rather than private reading. Performance driven, describing an organization or business strategy that stresses the importance of the performance of its individual employees and of its operating policies and systems. Performances, plural of performance. Performance wear, clothing for athletes designed to maximize their performance. Performant, of or relating to performance. Performantly, in a performant way. Performance, plural of performant. Performation, performance. Performatism, synonym of performativity. Performative, being enacted as it is said. Performative authoritarianism, a display of authoritarian force by a government, particularly when unnecessary, as a means to convince or coerce the media and the population into believing that the government has control in matters of law and order. Performative utterance, a sentence or other linguistic expression which, when expressed in an appropriate context, actually does or accomplishes something. Performative utterances, plural of performative utterance. Performatively, in a performative manner. Performativeness, the quality of being performative. Performatives, plural of performative. Performativism, synonym of performativity. Performativities, plural of performativity. Performativity, the capacity of language and expressive actions to perform a type of being. Performator, uncommon. Performators, plural of performator. Performatory, synonym of performative. obsolete form of performance. Performances, plural of performance. Perform, obsolete spelling of perform. Performed, simple past and past participle of perform. Performance, performance. Performer, one who performs for or entertains an audience. Performally, characteristic of a performer. Performers, plural of performer. Performance, second person singular simple presence indicative of perform. Performer, third person singular simple presence indicative of perform. Performant, of or pertaining to performic acid or its derivatives. Performic acid, the simplest organic parasite HCOOH that is used to cleave the disulfide links in peptides. Performing, present participle and gerund of perform. Performing art, singular of performing arts. Performing arts, the art involving performance, such as dance, theater, music, etc. Performings, plural of performing. Performs, third person singular simple present indicative of perform. Perfosfamide, the compound for hydroxycyclophosphamide used in oncology and hematology. Perfurcate, to rub, bover. Perfurcated, simple past and past participle of perfurcate. Perfurcate, third person singular simple present indicative of perfurcate. Perfurcating, present participle and gerund of perfurcate. Perfurcation, a thorough rubbing as with an ointment or embrocation. Perfurcation, plural of perfurcation. Perfriction, a severe chill. Perfrictions, plural of perfriction. Perfringolicin, any of a group of toxic cytolysins produced by Clostridium perfringens. Perfringolicins, plural of perfringolicin. Pers, plural of perf. Perfumable, capable of being perfumed. Perfumatories, plural of perfumatory. Perfumatory, of relating to or emitting perfume. Perfume, a pleasant smell, the scent, odor, or odoriferous particles emitted from a sweet-smelling substance, a pleasant odor. Perfume ball, a bouncer on or just outside off stump that passes very close to the batter's face. Perfume balls, plural of perfume ball. Perfume, scented, having been given a pleasant smell. Perfume cherry, the mahal of cherry. Perfumed terms of the time, a euphemism. Perfumeness, the state or condition of being perfumed. Perfumeless, without perfume. Perfume-like, resembling or characteristic of perfume. Perfumer, a person who makes or sells perfume. Perfumers, a female perfumer. Perfumeresses, plural of perfumeress. Perfumaries, plural of perfumary. Perfumers, plural of perfumer. Perfumary, a shop selling perfumes. Perfumes, plural of perfume. Perfumey, perfume-like. Parfumeur, alternative form of parfumier. Perfumers, plural of parfumier. Perfume, present participle and gerund of perfume. Perfumista, one who makes. sells, or is an aficionado of perfumes. Perfumistas, plural of perfumista. Perfumi, alternative form of perfuming. Perfunctorily, in a perfunctory manner, without interest or concern for quality. Perfunctoriness, the characteristic or state of being perfunctory. Perfunctorious, synonym of perfunctory. Perfunctoriously, synonym of perfunctorily. Perfunctory, done only or merely to conform to a minimal standard or to fulfill a protocol or presumptive duty. Perfusability, the condition of being perfusible. Perfusible, that can be perfused. Perfusant, alternative form of perfusate. Perfusant, plural of perfusant. Perfusate, the fluid used in perfusion. Perfusates, plural of perfusate. Perfusative, relating to perfusion. Perfuse, to permeate or suffuse something, especially with a liquid or with light. Perfuse, simple past and past participle of perfuse. Perfuser, alternative form of perfuser. Perfuser, plural of perfuser. Perfuses, third person singular simple present indicative of perfuse. Perfusing, present participle and gerund of perfuse. Perfusion, the act of perfusing the passage of fluid through the circulatory system. Perfusional, of or pertaining to perfusion. Perfusient, perfuse. Perfusionist, a trained clinician who operates the heart-lung machine during cardiac and other surgeries. Perfusionist, plural of perfusionists. Perfusions, plural of perfusion. Perfusive, tending to flow over or to spread through. Perfusivity, the quality of being perfusive. Perfuser, something that perfuses. Perfusers. Plural of perfuser. Perge, a surname. Pergo, a box containing a plastic bladder of milk, most commonly with 3 imperial gallons of milk, used commercially in a refrigerated machine that dispenses the milk as needed for customers. Pergos, plural of pergol. Pergal, abbreviation of Pergamum. Pergamin, of, from, or pertaining to Pergamum. Pergamius, parchment-like. Pergamus, pergamentaceous, resembling parchment. Pergamentaceous, reminiscent of parchment. Pergamis, the people of Pergamum. Pergamon, alternative form of Pergamum. Pergamos, alternative form of Pergamum. Pergamum, an ancient Greek city in western Anatolia near modern Bergama. Pergamus, alternative form of Pergamum. Pergand, a surname from German. Pergans, plural of Pergan. Pergetal, alternative form of Bergetal. Pergelic, permanently frozen. Pergid, any sawfly in the family Pergidae. Perdis, plural of pergid. Pergola, a surname from Italian. Pergolid, having a pergola, Pergola-like, resembling a pergola. Pergolas, plural of pergola. Pergo, plural of pergola. Pergolae, an ergot derivative which is a dopamine agonist used chiefly in the treatment of Parkinson's disease. Pergolini, a surname from Italian. Pergolinas, plural of pergolini. Pergolo, dated form of pergola passageway of columns. Pergolos, plural of pergolo. Pergola, alternative form of pergola. Pergoli, plural of pergola. Pergolas, plural of pergola. Pergona, dated form of pargana. Pergonas, plural of pergona. Abbreviation of perhaps. Abbreviation of perhaps. Perhalid, archaic form of perhalide. Perhalides, plural of perhalide. Perhalids, plural of perhalid. Perhalocane, any compound obtained by replacing every hydrogen atom of an alkane by that of a halogen. Perhalocanes, plural of perhalocane. A surname. Peramide, a hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and silicon. Perams, plural of peram. Obsolete form of perhaps. 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 Possibly. Perhapser, a person who says perhaps in regard to a particular issue. Perhapsers, plural of perhapser. Perhapses, plural of perhaps. Perhapsy, characterized by uncertainty, prone to hesitation. Perhentian Islands, a group of islands off the coast of the Sut district, Terengganu, Malaysia. Perixilline, a prophylactic and antianginal agent. Pervixilline, alternative form of perixilline. Perhoras, to shudder at. Perhoras, simple past and past participle of perhoras. Perhorasid, third person singular simple present indicative of perhoras. Perhorasing, present participle and gerund of perhoras. Perhumid, permanently humid. Perhydrate, a hydrate in which the water molecules have been replaced by molecules of hydrogen peroxide. Perhydrates, plural of perhydrate. Perhydro, describing any saturated compound or radical in which every double bond has been replaced as if by the addition of hydrogen. Perhydroxyclopentanephenephrine, synonym of steraine. Perhydroisoquinoline, decahydroisoquinoline. Perhydroisoquinoline, plural of perhydroisoquinoline. Perhydrol, a stabilized solution of hydrogen peroxide. Perhydrolase, any enzyme that catalyzes a reaction with hydrogen peroxide. Perhydrolases, plural of perhydrolase. Perhydrolysis, reaction with hydrogen peroxide to form two hydroxides or alcohols. Perhydrolytic, relating to perhydrolysis. Perhydrospolene, the fully saturated triterpene derived from squalene. Perhydroxide, the anion OOH- derived from hydrogen peroxide. Perhydroxides, plural of perhydroxide. Perhydroxyl. Synonym of hydroproxyl. Perhydroxyls. Plural of perhydroxyl. Peri. A surname. Pera. Alternative spelling of Pyria. Peri. Around or surrounding. Peri-apocalyptic. During an apocalypse. Particularly. Alternative. Form of periarticularly. Periimplantitis, a destructive inflammatory process similar to periodontitis affecting the tissues around a dental implant. Perilingual deafness, deafness contracted while acquiring a first language. Perimortem, alternative form of perimortem. Perioperative, alternative form of perioperative. Perioperatively. Alternative spelling of perioperatively. Peri-peri, a small hot pepper, a cultivar of Capsicum frutescens, originally produced in Portugal's former southern African territories. Peri-paris, plural of peri-peri. Peri-urban, immediately adjoining an urban area between the suburbs and the countryside. Peri-urbanization, the piecemeal urbanization of the rural areas around a city. Peri-workout, alternative spelling of peri-workout. Pivot, alternative form of peria. Periablation, alternative form of periablational. Periablational, around the time of ablation. Periablative, surrounding an area of ablation. Periacetabular, surrounding the acetabulum. Periacinal, around an acinus. Periacinate, alternative form of periacinal. Periacinus, around an acinus. Periaqueductal, misspelling of periaqueductal. Periaqueductal, misspelling of periaqueductal. Periactive, active in its surrounding area. Periactus, alternative form of periactose. Periodontitis, the inflammation of the tissues surrounding a gland. Periadipocyte, any of a group of simple cells that surround an adipocyte. Periadipocytes, plural of periadipocyte. Periadnexal, surrounding an adnexal structure such as hair follicles. Perianexial, misspelling of periadnexal. Periadolescent, around the time of adolescence. Periadrenal, surrounding the adrenal glands. Periadventitial, surrounding the adventitia. Periadventitially, in a periadventitial man. Periagra, a dugout canoe. Periaguas, plural of periagua. A supplementary procedure in the burst following the milla excision of the acroposkion where the preputial epithelium of the foreskin is separated from the glands of the penis as a precursor to postectomy. Periact, plural of periactose. Periactose, a revolving structure used to change scenes rapidly in a theater. A tall prism-shaped frame or screen at the side entrances, each carrying a number of scenes changed by turning the frames. Periallocortical, surrounding the allocortex. Perialveolar, around the alveolus. Perialveolar, around the alveoli. Periapillary, surrounding an ampulla. Perianidala, synonym of amygdaloid. Perianidaloid, surrounding an amygdala. Perianesthetic, of or pertaining to the time around an anesthesia. Perianal, about pertaining to the areas immediately around the anus. Perianoid, around the anus. Perianestematic, around an anastomosis. Perianeurysmal, around an aneurysm. Periannular, surrounding a ring or annulus. Periannulus, the region surrounding an annulus of the heart. Periantectic, around Antarctica. Perian, the sterile parts of a flower, collectively, the sepals and petals or tepals. Perianthal, relating to a perianth. Perianthe, plural of perianthium. Perianthale, alternative form of perianthal. Perianthium, the perianth. Perianthlus, that lacks a perianth. Perianthomania, the abnormal multiplication of perianth segments. Perianths, plural of perianth. Periaortal, alternative form of periodic.
Invincible.
Periodic, surrounding the aorta. Periodically, in a periodic man. Periartitis, inflammation of the tissue surrounding the aorta. Periapertural, surrounding an aperture. Periapex, the area around an apex. Periapical, surrounding an apex, especially of a tooth. Periapically, in a periapical man. Periapicus, plural of periapex. Periapocalyptic, alternative form of periapocalyptic. Periappendicular, around the appendix. Periappendicular, around the appendix. Periapsis, periapsis, plural of periaps. Periapses, plural of periapsis. Periapsis, the point of a body's elliptical orbit in a two-body gravitational system such that the distance between the two bodies measured from their respective centers of mass is at its minimum. Periapses is plural of periapsis. Periapt, a charm worn on a necklace, an amulet. Periapt, plural of periapt. Periaqueductal, misspelling of periaqueductal. Periaquetic, surrounding water. Periaqueduct, the area surrounding the cerebral aqueduct. Periaqueductal, surrounding an aqueduct-like feature, usually in reference to periaqueductal gray or some other part of anatomy. Periaqueductal gray, the region surrounding the cerebral aqueduct in the midbrain, playing an important role in analgesia. Periaqueductally, around the aqueduct. Periaqueducts, plural of periaqueduct. Periachnoid, surrounding the arachnoid mater. Periabuscular, situated around an arbuscle. Periagyahil, alternative form of Periagyahil. Periagyahils, plural of Periagyahil. Periactic, surrounding the Arctic. Periaeum, the point in an elliptical orbit around Mars that is closest to Mars. Periaeans, plural of periaean. Periarola, and the Iowa. Perian, alternative form of periarian. Perial around the artery. Perially in a periareal man. Perial. Surrounding arterial. Periarteritis. Inflammation of the tissues surrounding an artery. Periarteritis. Inflammation of the tissues around a joint. Periarticular. Surrounding a joint. Periarticularly. In a periarticular manner. Periacid. Plural of periasteron. Periastro. Moving among or around the stars. Periasumen. That point of the orbit of a celestial body which is closest to the star around which the body is orbiting. Periasterons. Plural of periasteron. Periater. Surrounding an atrium. Periager. Alternative form of pirogue, a kind of boat. Periagers. Plural of periager. Periauricular. Around there. Periateal. Surrounding an axis. Periateal. Around an axis. Periaxin. A structural protein that is required for the maintenance of myelin. Periaxonon. Surrounding an axon of a nerve. Periaxomal. Surrounding an axon. Periaxoplasme. Surrounding the axoplasm. Peribacillary. Surrounding a bacillus. Peribacterial. Surrounding a bacterium. Peribacteroid. Surrounding a bacteroid or bacterium. Peribasal. Surrounding a base or basal body. Peribiliary. Around a bile duct. Periblast. The protoplasmic matter which surrounds the entoblast or cell nucleus and undergoes segmentation. Periblastic. Relating to the periblast. Periblasts. Plural of periblasts. Periblum. Nascent cortex or immature cellular bark. Periblums. Plural of periblum. Peribolic. Plural of peribol. Peribola. Plural of peribolos. Peribolos. An enclosed court, especially one surrounding a temple. Peribolus. Alternative form of peribolos. Peribover. Plural of periboverin. Periboverin. The point in an elliptical orbit around a black hole where the orbiting body is closest to the black hole. Peribranchial. Surrounding the branchial. Peribranchial. Misspelling of peribranchial. Peribranchialar. Misspelling of peribranchiolar. Peribranchial. Surrounding the bronchi. Peribranchioli. In a peribranchial man. Peribranchialar. Around a branchial. Peribranchial. Peribranchialar. Peribranchiolitis. Inflammation of peribranchiolar tissue. Peribronchitis. Inflammation of the peribranchial region. Peribronchovascular. Surrounding the blood vessels that supply the bronchi. Peribuccal. Surrounding a cheek. Peribulbar. Around the brainstem. Peribular. Surrounding a bulla. Peribulary. Surrounding a bulla. Peribulus. surrounding the bully. Peribunyavirus, any virus of the family Peribunyaviridie. Peribunyaviruses, plural of Peribunyavirus. Periversal, around a bursa. Perical. Occurring, surrounding the calcar of the brain. Pericallosal, of, relating to, or occurring in tissue surrounding the corpus callosum. Pericallosal, around the callus. Thericam, a fluorescent chimeric protein composed of a circularly permeated green fluorescent protein fused to collagen. Pericambia, plural of pericambium. Pericambium, relating to the pericambium. Pericambium, a pericycle. Pericams, plural of pericam. Pericanalicula, around the canaliculus. Pericancerous, surrounding a cancer. Pericapillary, surrounding a capillary. Pericapsid, viral envelope. Pericapsidic, surrounding a capsid of a virus. Pericapsid, plural of pericapsid. Pericapsular, around a capsule. Pericarcinomatous, around a carcinoma. Pericardectomies, plural of pericardectomy. Pericardectomy, alternative form of pericardectomy. Pericardia, plural of pericardium. Alternative form of pericardial. Pericardiacophrenic, of or relating to a long slender branch of the internal thoracic artery accompanying the phrenic nerve between the pleura and pericardium to the diaphragm to which it is distributed. Pericardial, of or relating to the pericardium. Pericardial fluid, a fluid that reduces friction within the pericardium by lubricating the epicardial surface, allowing the membranes to glide over each other with each heartbeat. Pericardial fluids, plural of pericardial fluid. Pericardial tap, pericardiocentesis. Pericardial taps, plural of pericardial tap. Pericardially, in a pericardial way. Pericardium, alternative form of pericardial. Pericardic, alternative form of pericardial. Pericardectomies, plural of pericardectomy. Pericardectomy, the surgical removal of all or part of the pericardium. Pericardin, a protein similar to collagen that is involved in the morphogenesis of heart epithelium in some insects. Pericardiocenteses, plural of pericardiocentesis. Pericardiocentesis, the removal of fluid from the pericardium for therapeutic or diagnostic purposes. Pericardiodesis, a procedure involving the fusion of the layers of the pericardium after the injection of a sclerosant used in the treatment of recurrent pericardial effusions. Pericardioperitoneal, relating to the pericardium and the peritoneum. Pericardiophrenik, surrounding the heart and the diaphragm. Pericardioporal, pericardial and plural. Pericardioscopy, pericardial imaging. Pericardiotomies, plural of pericardiotomy. Pericardiotomy, incision into the pericardium. Pericardites, plural of pericarditis. Pericarditides, plural of pericarditis. Pericarditis, inflammation of the pericardium, the membrane that surrounds the heart. Pericardium, a serous membrane that surrounds the heart, allowing it to contract.
Invincible.
Pericardiums, plural of pericardium. Pericarditis, misspelling of pericarditis. Pericarp, the outermost layer or skin of a ripe fruit or ovary. Pericarpal, of or relating to a pericarp. Pericarpio, of or relating to a pericarp. Pericarpus, of or relating to a pericarp. Pericarpus, of or relating to a pericarp. Pericarps, plural of pericarp. Pericartilage, synonym of perichondrium. Pericartilages, plural of pericartilage. Pericardian, misspelling of pericardian. Pericatheter, surrounding a catheter. Pericaudal, surrounding the tail. Pericaval, surrounding the vena cava. Pericavernous, surrounding a cavernous nerve. Pericellular, surrounding a cell. Pericelluloid, surrounding a cell. Pericemental, around the cement of a tube. Pericensal, surrounding the year of a census. Pericenter, the point of closest approach of an astronomical object in an elliptical orbit to its center of attraction. Pericenters, plural of pericenter. Pericentomeric, misspelling of pericentromeric. Pericentral, surrounding the center. Pericentral cell, synonym of auxiliary cell. Pericentrally, around the center. Pericenter, alternative spelling of pericenter. Pericenters, plural of pericenter. Pericentric, pericentral. Pericentrolobular, surrounding the center of a lobule. Pericentrin, a protein that binds to comedulin and is expressed in the centrosome, an integral component of the pericentriolar material. Pericentriolar, surrounding a centriole. Pericentriole, alternative form of pericentriolar. Pericentriolar, pericentriolar. Pericentromer, the area around a centromer. Pericentromers, plural of pericentromer. Pericentromeric, situated near or on each side of the centromer of a chromosome. Pericentromerically, in a pericentromeric manner. Pericentromic, misspelling of pericentromeric. Pericentrosomal, around the centrosome. Pericentrosome, the pericentrosomal area of the chromosome. Pericentrosomes, plural of pericentrosome. Pericerebral, around the cerebrum. Perish, a surname. Parakeet, alternative form of parakeet. Parakeets, plural of parakeet. Parakeet, the leafy involucre surrounding the archegonium fruit stalk of mosses. Parakeets, plural of parakeet. Parakeetia, plural of parakeetium.
Invincible.
Parakeetial, of or relating to the parakeet. Parakeetine, having many setae per segment, like earthworms of the genus Parakeeta. Parakeedium, Parachaetus, Parachaetine, Parachalydian, any reptile of the clade Parachalydia. Parachalydians, plural of Parachalydian. Parachis, plural of parach. Paracheet, alternative form of parakeet. Paracheets, plural of paracheet. Paracholangitis, inflammation of the tissues that surround the bile ducts. Paracholecystic, around the gallbladder. Paracholecystitic, relating to paracholecystitis. Paracholecystitis, inflammation of the peritoneum over the gallbladder. Pericoldactyl, surrounding the bile duct. Perichondral, surrounding cartilage. Perichondraly, in a perichondral manner. Perichondrial, the spelling of perichondrial. Perichondria, plural of perichondria. Perichondrial, of or pertaining to the perichondria, situated around cartilage. Perichondrial hematoma, synonym of cauliflower ear. Perichondrial hematomas, plural of perichondrial hematoma. Perichondritis, plural of perichondritis. Perichondritis, inflammation of the perichondrium. Perichondrium, a dense layer of
Here we go.
fibrous connective tissue surrounding the cartilage of developing bone. Perichondrocyte, a chondrocyte of the perichondrium. Perichondrocytes, plural of perichondrocyte. Perichord, a membranous sheath around the notochord. Perichordal, around the notochord. Perichordally, in a perichordal manner. Perichords, plural of perichord. Perichoresis, the doctrine of the Trinity. Perichoretic, relating to perichoresis. Perichromatic, surrounding the chromatin of a cell nucleus. Perichromatin, surrounding the chromatin of a cell nucleus. Perichromosomal, surrounding a chromosome. Paragezine, an antipsychotic drug. Pericicatricial, surrounding a scar. Periciliary, surrounding a cilium. Pericene, one of a number of indole alkaloids found in the tree Picroluma nitida. Paragladiol, forming a sheath around the stem. Periclase, a cubic crystalline form of magnesium oxide MgO. Periclases, plural of periclase. Periglacites, periclase. Periglacites, plural of periglacites. Periclaustral, around the claustrum of the brain. Periclavicular, surrounding a clavicle. Periclean, of or relating to Pericles, an ancient Greek politician, or to the golden age of art and literature in Athens. Pericles, an ancient Greek politician. Periclenal, parallel to the surface of an organ. Periclenally, in a periclenal manner. Pericline, a form of albite exhibiting elongated prismatic crystals. Periclines, plural of pericline. Periclinia, plural of periclinium. Periclinia, the involucre that surrounds the common receptacle in composite flowers. Periclite, to endanger. Periclitating. Simple past and past participle of periclitate. Periclitates. Third person singular simple present indicative of periclitate. Periclitating. Present participle and gerund to periclitate. Periclitation. Trial, experiment. Periclitations. Plural of periclitation. Pericloco. Surrounding the cloaca. Periklon. Surrounding a cloth. Perico, an island of El Salvador. Pericoerulear, surrounding the locus coeruleus. Pericoeruleus, surrounding the locus coeruleus. Pericoital, occurring around the time of sexual intercourse. Pericoitally, in a pericoital manner, around the time of sexual intercourse. Pericolic, around the colon. Pericolitis,
Here we go.
inflammation of the connective tissue or peritoneum surrounding the colon. Pericollateral, surrounding a collateral artery. Pericolonic, around the colon. Pericolorectal, surrounding the colon and rectum. Periculpate, having culpi located in a non-central position. Periculpare, having corpore located in a non-central position. Pericombobulation, disturbance and confusion. Pericombobulations, plural of pericombobulation. Pericommissure, around a commissure. Periconception, around the time of conception. Periconceptional, occurring around the time of conception. Periconceptionally, around the time of conception. Periconceptual, around the time of conception. Periconceptually, around the time of conception. Pericondensation, the condensation of neighboring aromatic systems, often in the same molecule, typically to form a fused aromatic system. Pericontents, modified by pericondensation. Pericondylar, around the condyle. Pericontinental, surrounding a continent. Pericontusional, that surrounds a contusion. Pericontusionally, in a pericontusional manner. Pericope, plural of pericope. Pericople, of or relating to a pericope. Pericope, a section of text forming a coherent thought suitable for use in a speech. Pericope, plural of pericope. Pericopic, of or pertaining to a pericope. Pericorneal, surrounding the cornea. Pericoronal, surrounding a corona of a flower. Pericoronary, surrounding the heart. Pericoronitis, an acute infection causing swelling or inflammation of gums and surrounding soft tissues of a partially erupted tooth. Pericortical, surrounding a cortex. Pericostal, surrounding a rib. Pericrane, obsolete form of pericranium. Pericranes, plural of pericrane. Pericrania, plural of pericranium. Pericranial, of or pertaining to the pericranium. Pericranies, plural of pericrany. Pericranium, the membrane RPSDM which covers the upper surface of the skull. Pericraniums, plural of pericranium. Pericrany. The pericranium. Pericratonic. Surrounding a craton. Pericryptal. Around the crypts, small pits or cavities in the body. Ferricu, a people who lived in the Cape region in the southernmost portion of Baja California, sir, until the 18th century. Pericula, plural of periculum. Periculus, dangerous, hazardous, perilous. Periculum, accident or causus, as distinguished from dolus and culpa, and hence relieving one from the duty of performing an obligation. Pericutaneous, around or near the skin. Pericuticular, surrounding a cuticle. Pyrazine, a phenethiazine and a psychotic drug. Pericycle, in a plant root, the cylinder of plant tissue between the endodermis and phloem. Pericycles, plural of pericycle. Pericyclic, of or relating to a pericycle. Pericyclic reaction, any reaction typically involving organic compounds in which a cyclic transition state is involved. Pericyclic reactions, plural of pericyclic reaction. Pericyclid, any ammonite in the family Pericyclidae. Pericyclids, plural of pericyclid. Pericyndium, the point in an elliptical orbit around the moon that passes closest to the moon. Pericyndians, plural of pericyndium. Perices, a protective layer of fibrous tissue surrounding hydatid parasites in the host. Pericystectomies, plural of pericystectomy. Pericystectomy, the removal of a cyst and the surrounding area. Pericystic, surrounding a cyst. Pericystitis, inflammation of the tissues surrounding the bladder. Pericests, plural of pericyst. Pericytal. Of or pertaining to pericytes. Pericyte, a type of mesenchymal cell which in aggregation forms a contractile wrapping around a capillary. Pericytes, plural of pericyte. Pericythuria, plural of pericythurian. Pericythurian, periapsis around Venus. Pericytial, surrounding a cell. Parasitic, of, pertaining to, or composed of parasites. Parasitoplasmic, surrounding the cytoplasm. Peridentritic, surrounding a dendrite. Peridental, surrounding a tooth or its root. Periodontal. Peridentate, surrounding the dentate nucleus. Periderm, the outer layer of plant tissue comprising the phloem, phellogen, and the phelloderm. Peridermal, relating to the periderm. Peridermia, plural of peridermium. Peridermic. Relating to the periderm. Peridermium, a blister-shaped ecium found in some fungi. Periderms, plural of periderm. Peridesum, the layer of cells surrounding each vascular bundle beneath the special endoderm in stellic stems. Peridesmic, relating to the peridesm. Peridesmia, the yellow tissue around a ligament. Peridaction, a legendary tree believed to grow in India that attracts doves and repels dragons. Peridactions, plural of peridaction. Peridia, plural of peridium. Peridio, relating to the peridium. Hepatidialysis, before or after dialysis. Hepatidialytic, relating to peridialysis. Hepatidiastole, the very brief period of time S between the systole and the diastole of the heart. Perididymis, a fibrous membrane surrounding most of the testes. Peridigital, surrounding a finger or toe. Periodinin, a light-harvesting carotenoid, a pigment related to chlorophyll that appears in the periodinin chlorophyll protein PCP light-harvesting complex in dinoflagellates. Periodinins, plural of periodinin. Hepatidinoid, any dinoflagellate of the subclass Peridinoidea or of the class Peridinia. Hepatidinoids, plural of Peridinioi. Peridinoi, any member of the order Peridiniales of dinoflagellates. Hepatidiala, plural of Peridialum. Hepatidiala, relating to the peridialum. Hepatidialum, a lens-shaped capsule of spores that grows in cups of some kinds of fungi. Hepatidiales, plural of peridiol. Hepatidialum, an inner peridium inside of which the hymenium is formed. Peridium, the outer layer that covers the spore-bearing organ in many fungi. Peridiums, plural of peridium. Peridiverticular, around a diverticulum, adjacent to a diverticulum. Peridogram, misspelling of periodogram. Peridomestic, living in and around human habitations. Paradomestically, in a paradomestic manner. Paradomestication, domestication around another animal, typically around humans. Paradomestications, plural of paradomestication. Paradomicile, the areas around a dwelling, especially the animal enclosures, etc. of a rural dwelling. Paradomiciles, plural
Invincible.
of paradomicile. Paradomiciliary, paradomiciliary. Paradomiciliary, surrounding or near a domicile. Paradomiciliation, the time surrounding domiciliation. Periodontal, misspelling of periodontal. Periodontitis, inflammation and infection of the periodontium. Peridot, a transparent olive-green form of olivine used as a gem. Peridote, archaic form of peridot. Peridotes, plural of peridote. Peridotic, of or relating to peridot. Peridotite, a rock consisting of small crystals of olivine, pyrozine, and hornblende, the major constituent of the Earth's mantle. Peridotites, plural of peridotite. Peridotitic, of or relating to the mineral peridotite. Peridot, plural of peridot. Peridrome, the space between the columns and the wall of the cella in an ancient Greek or Roman temple. Peridromes, plural of peridrome. Peridromophile, a collector of transfers. Peridromophiles, plural of peridromophile. Peridromophily, the collection of transfers. Peridromos, alternative form of peridrome. Periductal, around a duct, for example, the ductus arteriosus. Periducture, around the ductal. Periduodenal, around the duodenum. Periduodenitis, inflammation of the area surrounding the duodenum. Paradural, around the dura mater. Paradynamic, relating to paradynamics. Paradynamics, a form of mechanics concerned with discontinuities and fractures. Periacrine, surrounding a sweat gland. Periasian, alternative form of periocean. Periaeans, plural of perietian. Periageses, plural of periegesis. Periegesis, a description of an area or territory. Periedes, a writer of a periegesis. Periegetes, plural of periegete. Perietic, relating to a periegesis. Perielectrode, surrounding an electrode. Periencephalitis, inflammation of the cerebral membranes, particularly leptomeningitis or inflammation of the pia mater. Periendostia, surrounding endostia. Periendothelial, surrounding endothelial cells. Perienteric, surrounding the intestine. Perienteron, the primitive paravisceral cavity, the space between the entoderm and the ectoderm, the foreigner of the schizocoel or enterocoel. Periepididymal, surrounding the epidyma. Periepididymal, misspelling of periepididymal. Periepididymal, surrounding the epididymis. Periepithelio, surrounding the epithelium. Periergia, the use of an excessively elaborate or elevated style to discuss a trivial matter, bombastic or belabored language. Period, excessive caution or diligence. Perioptional, surrounding an eruption typically of a tooth. Pares, plural of peri. Periec, alternative spelling of pirashki. Periesophageal, around the esophagus. Periestropausal, synonym of perimenopausal. Pineti, a commune of Alameda County, Romania. Perieve, surrounding just before and just after an event. Perifacial, around the face. Perifacial, around the fascia. Perifascicular, surrounding a fascicle. Periphemoral, around the femur. Parafibrilla, surrounding a fibril. Parafibra, the membranous covering of the spicules and fiber of sponges. Parafistula, around a fistula. Parafocal, surrounding a focus. Parafocus, paracenter. Parafollicular, around a follicle. Parafolliculitis, an inflammation in the skin around the hair follicles. Paraform, around the fornix. Paraphosine, an experimental alkylphospholipid anti-cancer drug. Paraphobia, a band immediately surrounding a phobia. Paraphobal, around the phobia. Paraphobias, plural of paraphobia. Parafulcrum, the protective wall surrounding a pycnidium. Parafungal, surrounding a fungal hypha. Parafunicular, surrounding the navel or the umbilical cord. Parafusate, any liquid used in parafusion. Parafusates, plural of parafusate. Parafuse, prepared or modified using parafusion. Parafusion, fluid flow, especially that of a solution of drugs or a suspension of cells in a biological in vivo or in vitro system. Parafusions, plural of parafusion. Paragalactic, of or pertaining to a paragalactican. Paragalactica, plural of paragalacticum. Paragalactican, the point in the orbit of a star at which it is closest to the center of its local galaxy. Paragalacticans, plural of paragalactican. Paragalacticum, the closest point in a star's orbit around the center of a galaxy, the galactic periapsis. Ganglionic, surrounding a ganglion. Ganglionitis, inflammation surrounding a ganglion. Paragastric, surrounding the stomach. Paragastritis, inflammation of the region surrounding the stomach. Paragastrulation, occurring around the time of gastrulation. Paragel, relating to the perigee. Perigeum, pertaining to the perigee. Perigee, the point in an orbit about the Earth that is closest to the Earth, the periapsis of an Earth orbiter. Perigees, plural of perigee. Perigamo, surrounding a bud. Perigenesis, a theory which explains inheritance by the transmission of the type of growth force possessed by one generation to another. Perigenetic, of or pertaining to perigenesis. Perigenia, the beautiful daughter of Sinews. Perigenital, surrounding the genitals. Perigenitally, in a perigenital manner. Perigenual, surrounding a genu or knee. Perigestational, around the time of gestation. Perigean, archaic form of perigee. Periglacial, or pertaining to the area around the edge of a glacier. Periglacially, around the edge of a glacier. Periglaciated, modified by periglaciation. Periglaciation, geomorphic processes resulting from seasonal thawing of snow in areas of permafrost, the runoff from which refreezes in ice wedges and other structures. Periglaciations, plural of periglaciation. Periglandular, surrounding a gland or glands. Periglobular, surrounding a globule. Periglea, the entire gelatinous investment of a datum. Periglomerular, around the glomerulus. Periglottal, around the glottis. Periglottic, around the glottis. Periglottis, the epidermis of the tongue. Perignathic, surrounding the jaw. Perigo, a surname. Perigon, a round angle, a full circle. Perigonadal, surrounding the gonads. Pagonadial, around the gonads. Perigonatic, surrounding a gonad. Peridot, period. Paragons, plural of paragon. Paragonia, plural of paragonium. Pago. Of or related to the paragonium. Paragonium, the sterile parts of a flower, collectively the sepals and petals or tepals, the perianth. Paragons, plural of Paragon. Périgord, a geographic region and former province corresponding roughly to the modern department of Dordogne, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Périgord pie, a gourmet meat pie made with game such as duck or partridge and truffles. Périgord pies, plural of Périgord pie. Paragraft, surrounding a graft. Paragranula, surrounding a granule. Paragraph, an instrument for measuring a person's ability to flex the neck and limbs. Paragraphic, surrounding the graphics, sometimes applied to the material, preface, etc. between the covers and the main content of a comic. Paragraphs, plural of paragraph. Périgueux, a commune, the prefecture of the department of Dordogne, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France.
Invincible.
Periglicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Perigyne, synonym of periginium. Perigynes, plural of perigyne. Periginium, plural of periginium. Periginio, relating to a periginium. Periginium, a specialized sheath-like bract that surrounds the ovary or fruit of some flowering plants, especially those in the family Cyperaceae sedges. Utricle. Perigynous, having a hypanthium. Perigynously, in a perigynous manner. Perigyny, the quality of being perigynous. Perihabula, surrounding a habula. Perihadromatic, surrounding the hadrome. Perihematomal, alternative form of perihematomal. Perihelia, plural of perihelion. Perhelio, relating to the perihelion. Perihelion, of or pertaining to a perihelion. Perihelion, the point in the elliptical orbit of a comet, planet, etc., where it is nearest to the sun. Perihellions, plural of perihelion. Perihelium, synonym of perihelion. Perihematoma, alternative form of perihematomal. Perihematomal, that surrounds a hematoma. Perihemorrhagic, surrounding a hemorrhage. Perihematoma, alternative form of perihematomal. Perihematomal, alternative form of perihematomal. Perihepatic, surrounding the liver.
Here we go.
Perihepatitis, inflammation of the serous or peritoneal coating of the liver. Periherm, in an orbit around the planet Mercury, the point that is closest to Mercury. Perihermion, periapsis around Mercury. Periherms, plural of periherm. Perihylla, surrounding the hilum. Perihinal, misspelling of perihinal. Perihippocampo, surrounding the hippocampus. Perihydra, having hydrogen atoms attached around a ring. Perihydroxylated, hydroxylated at points around a ring system. Perihypoglossal, surrounding the hypoglossal nerve. Perihypothalamic, surrounding the hypothalamus. Peitho, of or pertaining to the time around a seizure episode. Periimplant, surrounding an implant. Periimplantation, around the time of implantation. Periimplantational, before and or after an implantation. Periimplantitis, alternative form of periimplantitis. Perinfarct, That's around. It's an infarct. Infected, surrounded by infarcts. Infection, surrounding an infarction/infarct. Periansoa, surrounding an island. Periinterventional, surrounding an intervention. Periintestinal. Surrounding the intestines. Periintestinal, surrounding an or within a ventricle. Periischemic, surrounding an area of ischemia. Perigove, periapsis around Jupiter. Perijoves, plural of perigove. Perijunction, alternative form of perijunctional. Perijunctional, that surrounds a junction. Perikeratosis, misspelling of perikeratosis. Pericardian, misspelling of pericardian. Pericardia, plural of pericardian. Pericardio, relating to a pericardian. Pericardian, the cell body of a neuron or of an odontoblaст. Pericardionic, relating to the pericardian. Perigabians, plural of pericardian. In the cytoplasm of the resting pollen mother cell on its approaching division. In the cytoplasm of the resting pollen mother cell on its approaching division. Pericanian, alternative form of pericanian. Pericanian, a surname from Armenian. Perikinetic, describing any property related to the probability of cohesion during collisions with other bodies. Pericrone, alternative form of perichrome. Perichrome, periapsis around the planet Saturn. Perichromes, plural of perichrome. Perichrones, plural of perichrome. Perichema, any of the pits around the long prisons of tooth enamel, indicating the places where enamel-producing cells used to make contact with neighboring cells. Perichemata, plural of perichema. Peril, a situation of serious and immediate danger. Peril point, the level beyond which an import tariff would be low enough to threaten domestic production. Peril points, plural of peril point. Perilabyrinthi, surrounding a labyrinth of the ear. Perilacunar, surrounding a lacuna. Perilacustry, surrounding a lake. Perilampid, any parasitic wasp of the family Perilampidae. Perilampids, plural of perilampid. Perilaryngeal, around the larynx. Pals, simple past and past participle of peril. Periline, alternative spelling of pearline. Perilenequinot, misspelling of perile. Equinon. Perilenticular, surrounding the lens of the eye. Paralesian, alternative form of paralesiano. Paralesano, around a lesion. Paralesianoe, in a paralesiano manner. Paraligamentous, around a ligament. Paralimbal, around the limbus. Paraliminal, surrounding an entrance. Perile, present participle and gerund of peril. Perilingual, around the time that a person acquires language. Perilingually, Around the time that a person acquires language.
Invincible.
Perilipid. Any of a family of proteins that associate with the surface of lipid droplets and whose phosphorylation is essential for the mobilization of fats in adipose tissue. Perilipins. Plural of perilipin. Perilipin. A form of periphyton found on submerged rocks. Peril. Obsolete spelling of peril. Perilla. An East Asian herb with flavorful leaves used in cooking and as a garnish. Perilla frutescens. Also grown for the seeds, which contain an edible and industrially useful oil. Perillaldehyde, perilla aldehyde, a natural organic compound found most abundantly in the annual herb perilla, but also in a wide variety of other plants and essential oils. It is a monoterpenoid containing an aldehyde functional group. Perillartine, the oxide of perillaldehyde. Perillus, plural of perilla. Peril, simple past and past participle of peril. Perilous, free from peril. Perillant, present participle and gerund of peril. Perilla, a surname. Perillos, plural of perillo. Perillos, an abandoned village in Pyrenees-Orientales department, France. Perilous, archaic form of perilous. Peril, the univalent radical derived from perylyl alcohol. Perylyl alcohol, the monoterpenoid alcohol related to perillaldehyde. Perilobar, around a lobe. Perilobula,
Here we go.
that surrounds a lobe. Perilous, dangerous, full of peril. Perilous seat, synonym of siege perilous. Perilously, in a perilous manner. Perilousness, the quality of being perilous. Perils, plural of peril. Perilsome, characterized or marked by peril, perilous. Periluminal, round the lumen. Periluminally, around the lumen. Periluminon, alternative form of periluminal. Perilunate, surrounding the lunate bone. Perilode, the point of an elliptical lunar orbit where the distance between the satellite and the moon is at its minimum. Perilumes, plural of perilune. Perilymph, an extracellular fluid found in the scala tympani and scala vestibuli of the cochlea. Perilymphadenitis, inflammation of the tissue surrounding a lymph gland. Perilymphangea, around or at the side of a lymphatic vessel. Perilymphatic, pertaining to or containing perilymph. Perilymphatically, in a perilymphatic manner. Perilymbs, plural of perilymph. Verum, a volcanic island in the Strait of Mandeb at the south entrance into the Red Sea, off the southwest coast of Yemen. Verimac, synonym of paroxetine. Perimacula, alternative form of perimacular. Perimacular, around the macula. Painalidola, around the malleolus. Perimammary, surrounding a mammary gland or surrounding the breast.
Invincible.
Perimammary, perimammary. Perimammary, surrounding a mammillary body. Perimandibular, around the mandible. Perimarginal, around a margin. Perimatrices, plural of perimatrix. Perimatrix, the area surrounding a matrix. Perimaximal, around a maximum. Perimetallic, alternate. The form of perimetallurgy. Perimetallurgy, surrounding a metal, especially the medulla oblongata. Perimembrane, surrounding a membrane. Perimembranous, forming a surrounding membrane. Perimeningeal, surrounding the meninges. Perimeningitis, synonym of pachymeningitis. Perimenopausal, of, pertaining to, or experiencing perimenopause. Perimenopausally, around the time of menopause. Perimenopause, the physiological stage that women approaching menopause go through when, due to hormonal changes, they progress from their usual pattern of menstruation through a phase of atypical menstruation and finally cease menstruating. Perimenopause ends when a woman has not menstruated for a year. Perimenstrual, around the time of menstruation. Perimenstrually, around the time of menstruation. Perimenstruation. Perimenstrual. Perimesencephalic, surrounding the mesencephalic. Perimedazine, an antipsychotic drug. Perimeter, the sum of the distance of all the lengths of the sides of an object. Perimeter check, a patrol conducted by law enforcement to monitor or secure an area. Perimeter checks, plural of perimeter check. Perimeter fence, a fence that circles the perimeter of an area in order to prevent access. Perimeter fences, plural of perimeter fence. Perimeterless, without a perimeter. Perimeters, plural of perimeter. Perimethamine, misspelling of pyrimethymine. Perimetrial, of or relating to the perimetrium. Perimetric, of, relating to or having a perimeter. Perimetrical, of, relating to or having a perimeter. Perimetrical jigsaw, a type of alphabetical jigsaw in which the perimeter of the solved grid contains a quotation or other familiar phrase. Perimetrical jigsaws, plural of perimetrical jigsaw. Perimetrically, in a perimetrical manner. Perimetries, plural of perimetry. Perimetrist, an ophthalmologist whose specialty is perimetry. Perimetrist, plural of perimetrist. Perimetrium, the outer, serosa layer of the uterus. Perimetropolitan, surrounding a metropolis. Perimetry, the measurement of a perimeter. Perimicrobial, surrounding a microbe, especially surrounding a bacterium within a higher organism. Perimicrovillar, misspelling of perimicrovillar. Perimicrovillar, surrounding a microvillus. Pyrimidine, a tricyclic heterocycle consisting of a dihydropyrimidine ring ortho and perifused to naphthalene. Pyrimidians, plural of pyrimidine. Perimineralization, misspelling of permineralization. Perimitochondrial, surrounding a mitochondrion. Perimitral, in the area of the mitral valve and its margins. Perimodialar, surrounding a modiolus. Perimylosis, dental erosion caused by gastric acid from the stomach coming into contact with the teeth. Paramorph, a mineral enclosed within another. Paramorphic, of or relating to paramorphism, or a paramorph. Paramorphism, the formation of paramorphs. Paramorphous, paramorphic. Paramorphs, plural of paramorph. Paramortal, synonym of paramortem. Paramortally, in a paramortal manner. Paramortem, at or near the time of death. Paramovement, before and after a movement of the body. Muscular, around a muscle or muscles. Paramycin, a paleine antibiotic with antifungal properties produced by the bacterium Streptomyces dolichoverminophilus. Paramycin, misspelling of paramycium. Paramylopin, any member of the family Paramylopidae of beetles. Paramylopids, plural of paramylopid. Paramyocarditis, inflammation of the pericardium and the underlying myocardium. Paramyocarditis, synonym of pancarditis. Paramia, plural of paramycium. Paramycium, surrounding a muscle or muscles, often used to characterize patterns of inflammation found in myopathic disease. Endomycial and paramycial patterns of inflammation are in contrast to perivascular inflammation, which surrounds blood vessels. Paramycium, a layer of connective tissue which surrounds several muscle fibers into bundles. Paramyciums, plural of paramycium. Para, a surname. Paranea, plural of perineum. Perineal, alternative spelling of perineal. Perineum, alternative spelling of perineum. Perinase, mayonnaise made with peri-peri peppers. Perineal, surrounding it. Nostril. Paranasal, near the nose. Perinatal, of or pertaining to the time around birth. Perinatality, the quality of being perinatal. Perinatally, around the time of birth. Peridine, a member of a viviparous species from approximately 1 month before to 1 month after birth. Perinates, plural of perinate. Perinatologic, alternative form of perinatological. Perinatological, relating to perinatology. Perinatologist, an obstetrician specializing in the care of the mother and fetus at higher than normal risk for complications. Perinatologist, plural of perinatologists. Perinatology, a branch of obstetrics focusing on the medical and surgical management of high-risk pregnancies. Perindopril, a long-acting AZ inhibitor. Perindoprili, AZ inhibitor. Para, a sporoderm layer surrounding the design of many spores. Parinea, plural of perineum. Perineal, referring to the region of the perineum. Perineal raphe, plural of perineal raphe. Perineal raphe, the visible line that extends from the anus through the midline of the scrotum and upwards through the posterior midline aspect of the penis. Perineally, in a perineal fashion. Perinecrotic, surrounding a necrosis. Perinal, the ship of characters Peridot and Spinel from the Steven Universe series. Perineo. Perniometer, an instrument for measuring the strength of voluntary contractions of the pelvic floor muscles. Paraneometers, plural of paraneometer. Paraneometry. The measurement of the strength of voluntary contractions of the pelvic floor muscles. Paraneoplastic, of or pertaining to paraneoplasty. Paraneoplasties, plural of paraneoplasty. Paraneoplasty, any of several related surgical procedures used in the correction of conditions of the vagina and / or anus, especially the repair of the perineum. Paraneorrhaphies, plural of paraneorrhaphy. Paraneorrhaphy, the operation of sewing up a ruptured perineum. Paraneoscrotum, of or relating to the perineum and the scrotum. Paraneotomies, plural of paraneotomy. Paraneotomy, surgical incision into the perineum. Perinatal, of or relating to the perineum and the vagina. Perinephric, around the kidney. Perinephritic, around the kidneys. Perinephritis, plural of perinephritis. Perinephritis, inflammation or infection of the cellular tissue around the kidney. Perinervous, surrounding a nerve. Parens, plural of parent. Perineum, the region between the genitalia and anus. Perineums, plural of perineum. Perineural, near a nerve or nerves. Perineurally, near a nerve or nerves. Perineurium, plural of perineurium. Perineurial, of or pertaining. To the perineurium. Perineuritis, inflammation of the perineurium. Perineurium, the sheath of connective tissue that surrounds a fascicle of nerve fibers. Perineuriums, plural of perineurium. Perineuronal, surrounding a neuron. Perineuropillar, surrounding a neuropil. Perinexal, surrounding a nexus. Perinexus, the area surrounding a nexus. Perinegrican, synonym of peribopher periapsis of a black hole. Perino, a surname from Italian. Perinatal, around the node. Perinodular, surrounding a nodule. Paranormal, for pathological, lying between normal and pathological. Perinose, plural of perino. Perinotochordal, that surrounds a notochord. Parens, plural of parent. Parinsular, around the insula of the brain. Perintegrate, to undergo perintegration. Perintegrated, simple past and past. Participle of perintegrate. Perintegrates, third person singular simple present indicative of perintegrate. Perintegrate. Present participle and gerund of perintegrate. Perintegration, a secondary interpretation or analysis of the morphemic structure of a word, allowing its reinterpretation or a transfer of morphemic boundary. Perintegrations, plural of perintegration. Parenton, a town in Monroe County, New York, United States. Perinuclear, surrounding a nucleus. Perinuclearly, around a nucleus. Perinuclei, plural of perinucleus. Perinucleolar, are pertaining to the area with the nucleus and the nucleolus. Hi nucleolus. Hi nucleolar. Hi nucleus. A paranuclear region. Perineum. Plural of perineum. Perineal. Obsolete typography of perineal. Perineum. Obsolete typography of perineum. Periocclusion. Surrounding an occlusion. Periocula. Surrounding the eyeball. Periocula. Around the eye. Periocite. Misspelled. Of parasite. Peri, a length of time. Period doubling, a characteristic of the transition of a system or process from regular motion to chaos in which the period of one of its parameters is seen to double. Period doublings, plural of period doubling. Period drama, a work of the screen that evokes a particular historical period. Period dramas, plural of period drama. Period of time, synonym of time period. Period pain, pain felt in the abdomen during menstruation. Period pains, plural of period pain. Period pants, underwear worn by a woman or girl during menstruation, typically old, sheep, or of a dark color in case of staining. Period piece, a work of art or drama which evokes a particular historical era. Period pieces, plural of period piece. Period play, sexual intercourse during menstruation. Period poverty, the state of being too poor to be able to afford feminine hygiene products, tampons, sanitary towels, and the like. Hey, either to abstinence of iodine, any salt-containing mesanines. Periodate, plural of periodate. Period, simple past and past participle of period.
Invincible.
Periodontosis, inflammation of soft tissues around one's teeth such as the gums. Relative to a period are periods. Periodic acid, PO4 or H5, PO6, the FCSs of iodine, which iodine has the highest oxidation number. H5, IO6 is a white crystalline substance. HIO4 is net stable, and both are strong oxidizing agents. Periodic acids, plural of periodic acid. Periodic comet, a comet which orbits the sun and which returns to the innermost point of its orbit at known, regular intervals. Periodic comets, plural of periodic comet. Periodic continued fraction, a continued fraction with a sequence of numerators and denominators that repeat indefinitely. Periodic continued fractions. Plural of periodic continued fraction. Periodic function, any function whose value repeats after the regular addition of a period to its independent variable, i.e. function letter 192 such that, for some positive constant p, letter 192x plus p equals letter 192x for all x. Periodic functions, plural of periodic function. Periodic inequalities, plural of periodic inequality. Periodic inequality, a disturbance in the motion of a planet due to its position in its orbit relative to another planet. Periodic inventory, a system of assessing a business inventory in which updates are made on a periodic basis so that a completely accurate account is only available immediately after the update. Periodic law, the principle that chemical properties of the elements are periodic functions of their atomic numbers. Periodic month, synonym of tropical month. Periodic months, plural of periodic month. Periodic sentence, a sentence whose main clause appears at its end. Periodic sentences, plural of periodic sentence. Periodic structure, a sentence whose main clause appears at the end after other, especially dependent clauses. Periodic structures, plural of periodic structure. Periodic table, a tabular chart of the chemical elements according to their atomic numbers so that elements with similar properties are in the same group column. Periodic tables, plural of periodic table. Periodical, a publication issued regularly, but less frequently than daily. Periodical cicada, any of certain species of cicadas, especially in genus Magicicada, which are known for their 17 and 13-year life cycles, during most of which they develop underground, emerging in large numbers for a short time as large and audible adults, all those emerging in a year constituting a brood. Periodical cicadas, plural of periodical cicada. Periodical comet, alternative form of periodic comet. Periodical comets, plural of periodical comet. Periodicalist, someone who publishes or writes for a periodical, a kind of journalist. Periodicalists, plural of periodicalists. Periodicalize, synonym of periodicize, to make periodic, to divide into periods. Periodicalize, simple past and past participle of periodicalize. Periodicalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of periodicalize. Periodicalizing, present participle and gerund of periodicalize. Periodically, in a manner that is regular or periodic. Periodicalness. Periodicity. Periodicals, plural of periodical. Periodicities, plural of periodicity. Periodicity, recurrence of a woman's periods, menstruation. Periodicize, to make periodic, to divide into periods. Periodicize, simple past and past participle of periodicize. Periodicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of periodicized. Periodicizing, present participle and gerund of periodicized. Periodic, obsolete form of periodic. Periodic, archaic form of periodic. Periodic, periodic containing a herpropod, a variant of any other item of the same substance or series. Periods, plural of periodic. Periods, plural of period. Pyridine, any heterocycle containing hypervalent iodine. Pyridines, plural of pyridine. Pyridine, present participle and gerund of period. Pyridine, a spore package that looks like an egg in a bird's nest fungus. Periodization, alternative form of periodization. Periodizations, plural of periodization. Period, alternative form of periodize. Period, simple past and past participle of periodize. Periodizes, third person singular simple present indicative of periodize. Periodizing, present participle and gerund of periodize. Periodization, the process of categorizing something, for example history, into named periods. Periodization, plural of periodization. Periods, to divide history into periods. Period is simple past and past participle of periodize. Period is third person singular simple present indicative of periodize. Periodizing, present participle and gerund of periodize. Period-like, resembling a period time of menstruation. Pedo, describing a derivative in which all hydrogen atoms have been replaced by iodine. Periodogram, a graph used in the harmonic analysis of spectra, time series, etc. Periodograms, plural of periodogram. Periodontal, surrounding a tooth. Periodontal ligament, a specialized soft connective tissue that attaches the tooth to the alveolar bone socket. Periodontal ligaments, plural of periodontal ligament. Periodontality, that quality we periodontal. Periodontally, in a periodontal way. Periodontic.
Invincible.
Synonym of periodontal. Periodontics, the study of supporting structures of teeth, including the gums, alveolar bone, cementum, and the periodontal ligament, and the diseases and conditions that affect them. Periodontist, a dentist whose specialty is periodontics. Periodontists, plural of periodontists. Periodontitic, having or relating to periodontitis. Periodontitis, plural of periodontitis. Periodontitis, a serious form or stage of periodontal disease which may lead to loss of bone and falling out of teeth. Periodontia, the specialized tissues that both surround and support the teeth, maintaining them in the maxillary and mandibular bones. The tissues including alveolar bone, cementum, gums, and periodontal ligament. Periodontoclasia, removal or destruction of the periodontal tissues. Periodontogenesis, the formation and development of periodontal structures. Periodontogenic, that generates periodontitis. Periodontological, relating to periodontology. Periodontologist, one who works in the field of periodontology. Periodontologists, plural of periodontologists. Periodontology, periodontics. Periodontopathic, that causes disease of the periodontium. Periodontopathies, plural of periodontopathy. Periodontopathogen, a periodontal pathogen. Periodontopathogetic, pathogenic to the supporting structures of teeth.
Here we go.
Periodontopathogens, plural of periodontopathogen. Periodontopathy, disease of the periodontium. Periodontosis, any of certain chronic periodontal diseases that exhibit degenerative bony changes. Periodesco, a table or other means of calculating the menstrual cycle. Perioscopes, plural of periodoscope. Periods, plural of period. Periods of time, plural of period of time. Used to underscore a statement or indicate that it is not open to dispute. Perivinia, pain experienced throughout the body with no obvious cause. Periocyte, plural of periocus. Periocian, a periocus. Perioceans, plural of Periocean. Periocus, someone living on the same latitude as someone else, but on a different or opposite side of the world, one's antithesis. Periesophageal, alternative form of periesophageal. Periostrus, relating to Periostrus. Periostrus, the time surrounding estrus of a female animal. Perioeci, the ancient inhabitants of Laconia who were free residents of the mountains and the beaches of Laconia. Perioikos, a free inhabitant of ancient Laconia who was without citizenship and lived outside the city of Sparta. Perialovari, surrounding the alveoli body. Periodontal, misspelling of periodontal. Perionyx, the epidermis bordering a nail. Perionyxes, plural of perionyx. Periopathogen, any periopathogenic pathogen. Periopathogenic, contributing to periodontitis. Periopathogens, plural of periopathogen. Perioperative, relating to the period around an operation, including immediate preoperative, preparation, and postoperative recovery. Perioperatively, in a perioperative manner. Periapple, the external smooth horny layer of a hoof. Periapples, plural of periapple. Periapple, or relating to the periapple. Periapod, alternative form of periapod. Periapods, plural of periapod. Periapte, surrounding the eyeball or the optic nerve. Perial, surrounding the mouth. Periole, in a perioral manner. Period, alternative form of periorbital. Periodida, the agarant, the audit. Periodidal, pertaining to or surrounding the orbit of the eyes. Periorbitally, in a periorbital manner. Periorbitopathies, plural of periorbitopathy. Periorbitopathy, the change in the eyelid and orbit following administration of some eye drops. Periofacial, around the orifices of the body. Perioscope, a form of endoscope used to explore and visualize the periodontal pocket, producing an image of a diseased tooth's root. Perioscopes, plural of perioscope. Periost, synonym of periostea. Periostal, misspelling of periosteel. Periostalgia, pain due to periostitis. Periostea, plural of periostea. Periosteal, pertaining to the periosteum. Periosteal, the periosteum. Periostealmost, closest to the periosteum. Periostealeste, surrounding an osteoblast. Periostealeste, surrounding an osteoclast. Periosite, around an osteocyte. Periosite, any small abnormal growth on the periosteum. Periosteus, plural of periosteophat. Periosteus, periosteal. Periosteum, a membrane surrounding a bone. Periosteas, plural of periosteum. Periosteal, misspelling of periosteal. Periosteally, misspelling of periosteally. Perioste, relating to periostitis. Perioste, a protein normally expressed during cardiac development, but also re-expressed following injury to adult tissue. Periastase, plural of periostitis. Periastidae, related to periostitis. Periastitides, plural of periostitis. Periostitis, inflammation of a periosteum. Periosteum, misspelling periosteum. Periostraca, plural of periostracum. Perio.
Invincible.
Periostacle, of or pertaining to periostracum. Periostracum, the proteinaceous outer sheath of many molluscan shells. Periosts, plural of perios. A unit of weight, 9,600 of which make a grain. Periotic, located in or pertaining to the inner ear. Periodics, plural of periodic. Periods, plural of period. Perioval, that surrounds an ovum. Perioval, surrounding the ovary. Periovaria, surrounding the ovary. Periovari, alternative form of periovarian. Periovular, surrounding an ovary. Periovulation, the period of time around which ovulation occurs. Periovulatory, around the time of ovulation. Periovulatory, around the time of ovulation. Perioxidase, misspelling of peroxidase. Perioxidation, misspelling of peroxidation. Perioxide, misspelling of peroxide. Perioxysomal. Misspelling of peroxysomal. Peripalicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Peripancreatic, surrounding the pancreas. Peripancreatides, plural of peripancreatitis. Peripancreatitis, inflammation of the cellular tissue around the pancreas. Peripapilla, alternative form of peripapillary. Peripapillary, surrounding a papilla. Periparasitic, surrounding a parasite. Pericardial, pericardium, pericardally. At around the time of childbirth. Pericardium, that occurs around the time of labor and childbirth, parturition typically within a few weeks before, intrapartum, or within a few weeks after. Periparturient, around the time of childbirth. Periparturition, around the time of childbirth. Peripatetian, a peripatetic and Aristotelian. Peripatetians, plural of peripatetian. Peripatelar, around the patella. Peripatetic, a disciple of Aristotle. Peripatetical, alternative form of peripatetic. Peripatetically, in a peripatetic manner. Peripateticate, to travel about. Peripateticated, simple past and past participle of peripateticate. Peripateticates, third person singular simple present indicative of peripateticate. Peripateticate, present participle and gerund of peripateticate. Peripateticism, the doctrines or philosophical system of the peripatetics. Peripateticisms, plural of peripateticism. Peripatetic, Obsolete spelling of peripatetic. Peripatetics, plural of peripatetic. Peripatetics, plural of peripatetic. Peripatet, a velvet worm of the family Peripatidae. Peripatids, plural of peripatid. Peripatopsid, any velvet worm of the family Peripatopsidae. Peripatopsids, plural of peripatopsid. Peripatric, living in overlapping territories. Peripatry, the state or condition of being peripatric. Peripatus, any adichophron of the genus Peripatus. Peripatuses, plural of peripatus. Peripeduncular, around a peduncle. Peripelvic, surrounding the pelvis. Peripenile, around the penis. Peripentonal, that surrounds a penton. Peripenultimate, synonym of antepenultimate. Peripersonal, around the person, near a person's body. Peripetalous, surrounding or situated around the petals. Peripede, a sudden reversal of fortune as a plot point in classical tragedy. Peripedeas, plural of peripete. Peripetia, alternative form of peripetea. Peripetias, plural of peripetia. Peripedes, plural of peripety. Peripety, alternative form of peripeteis, sudden change in circumstances, crisis. Periphagocytic, surrounding a phagocyte. Periphallic, surrounding the phallus.
Here we go.
Peripharyngeal, surrounding the pharynx. Peripherat, towards the periphery. Peripheral, on the periphery or boundary. Peripheral artery disease, a vascular disease causing abnormal narrowing of arteries. Peripheral brain, any hardware, i.e. handheld, computer, laptop containing vast amounts of information, which is in constant flux and is important to the owner, but not so important as to be stored in wetware. Peripheral brains, plural of peripheral brain. Peripheral device, an electronic device that is outside the computer's system unit external to the computer's enclosing case, but used by the computer to which it is connected, such as a printer or a scanner. Peripheral devices, plural of peripheral device. Peripheral membrane protein, any of a class of proteins that adhere only temporarily to the biological membrane with which they are associated. Peripheral membrane proteins, plural of peripheral membrane protein. Peripheral nervous system, the part of the nervous system which is not the central nervous system. Peripheral nervous systems, plural of peripheral nervous system. Peripheral neuropathy, neuropathy occurring in the peripheral portions of the body, more specifically the lower legs and feet, or the hands and fingers. Peripheral oxygen saturation, an estimation of the oxygen saturation level usually measured with a pulse oximeter device. Peripheral vision, the part of vision that occurs outside the gaze or central area of focus. Peripheralization, alternative form of peripheralization. Peripheralize, alternative form of peripheralize. Peripheralize, simple past and past participle of peripheralize. Peripheralizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of peripheralize. Peripheralizing, present participle and gerund of peripheralize. Peripheralism, a policy of focusing on what is peripheral. Peripheralist, a proponent of peripheralism. Peripheralists, plural of peripheralist. Peripheralities, plural of peripherality. Peripherality, the quality of being peripheral. Peripheralization, the act of peripheralizing, marginalization. Peripheralizations, plural of peripheralization. Peripheralize, to make peripheral, to marginalize. Peripheralize, simple past and past participle of peripheralize. Peripheralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of peripheralized. Peripheralizing, present participle and gerund of peripheralize. Peripherally, in a peripheral manner. Peripheralness, synonym of peripherality. Peripherals, plural of peripheral. Peripheral, alternative form of peripheral. Peripheric, peripheral. Peripherical, peripheral. Peripherically, alternative form of peripherally. Peripheries. Plural of periphery. Peripherin, an intermediate filament protein expressed mainly in neurons of the peripheral nervous system.
Here we go.
Peripheralization, alternative form of peripheralization. Peripheralobular, pertaining to or situated on the peripheral part of a lobule, especially a hepatic lobule. Peripherome, the protom of all membrane peripheral proteins. Peripheromes, plural of peripherum. Peripherovascular, relating to the peripheral blood vessels. Periphery, the outside boundary, parts or surface of something. Periphyllin, any of the family of proteins associated with the differentiation of skin cells. Periphlebitis, perivascular of the retina. Periphyllum, the phloem sheath. Periphractic, enclosed, surrounded by some barrier. Periphrase, the use of more words than are necessary to express the idea, a roundabout or indirect way of speaking, circumlocution. Periphrased, simple past and past participle of periphrase. Periphrases, plural of periphrase. Periphrasin, of or pertaining to periphrases. Periphrasing, present participle and gerund of periphrase. Periphrases, the use of a longer expression instead of a shorter one with a similar meaning. For example, I am going to instead of I will. Periphrastic, expressed in more words than are necessary. Periphrastic conjugation, a conjugation formed by the use of the simple verb with one or more auxiliaries. Periphrastic conjugations, plural of periphrastic conjugation. Periphrastical, alternative form of periphrastic. Periphrastically, with circumlocution or periphrases. Periphrasticity, the condition of being periphrastic. Periphasate, having periphizes. Periphizes, plural of periphasis. Periphasis, a short, sterile height that develops from up of the ischius and grows down a short distance, typically lining the internal walls of the ostiole and perithecium. Periphasoi, a periphasis-like structure that grows laterally, found in some crustospirinogens. Periphysoidal. Relating to a periphysoid. Periphytic. Relating to periphytins. Periphytivore. Any organism that eats periphytin. Periphytivores. Plural of periphytivore. Periphytin. A mixture of algae, cyanobacteria, heterotrophic microbes, and detritus that is attached to submerged surfaces in most aquatic ecosystems. Periphytins. Plural of periphytin. Periplacental. Surrounding or near the placenta. Periplakin. A protein that is a component of desmosomes and of the epidermal cornified envelope in keratinocytes. Periplane. Describing a torsion angle between 0 degrees and 30 degrees, or between 150 degrees and 180 degrees. Periplainon. Any of a group of sex pheromones produced by the female American cockroach Periplaneta americana. Periplainons. Plural of periplainon. Periplaque. Surrounding a plaque. Periplasm. The region between the plasma membrane and the outer membrane or cell wall. Periplasmatic. Relating to or found within the periplasm. Periplasmatically. In a periplasmatic manner. Periplasmic. Surrounding the plasma of a bacterium. Periplasmically. In a periplasmic manner. Periplasms. Plural of periplasm. Periplast. Periblast of algae. Periplastic. Alternative form of periplastic. Periplastid. Alternative form of periplastidio. Periplastidal. Alternative form of periplastidio. Periplastidio. Surrounding a plastid. Periplastidic. Relating to a periplastid. Periplasting. That removes the periplast from cells. Periplastronal. Surrounding a plastron. Periblasts. Plural of periplast. Periplatform. Surrounding a geological platform. Periplectic. Having the odd canonical form. Special peculiar. Periplegmatic. Of or pertaining to a space curve contained between two concentric spheres with its concave side facing always toward the common center of the two spheres. Periply. Plural of periplas. Periplossin. A particular steroid glycoside. Periplacogenin. A particular steroid glycoside. Periplacoside. A particular steroid glycoside. Periplosimerin. A particular steroid glycoside. Periplogenin. A cardinalide isolated from bale leaves. Periploid. Plural of periplos. Periplomatid. Any spoon clam in the family Periplomatidae. Periplomatids. Plural of periplomatid. Periplorinocide. A particular steroid glycoside. Periclus. Alternative form of periclus. Periplausis. Plural of periplus. Periclus. An account of a voyage, particularly those of Hanno and Arion, recording ports and coastal landmarks. Periplicid. Plural of periclus. Peripneumonia. Pneumonia. Peripneumonias. Plural of peripneumonia. Peripneumonic. Pneumonic of or pertaining to pneumonia and inflammation of the lungs. Peripneumonies. Plural of peripneumony.